With the ambition of becoming one of humanity's constellations, they slaughtered their own kind, yet ironically the only person qualified to become a constellation had already sacrificed himself. The world immediately spiraled into extinction on that dark, fateful night. Kim Si-moon, a first-grade alchemist with no magical ability, managed to create a mythical item called the Philosopher's Stone, a miracle that might just be the key to humanity's salvation upon his rebirth 11 years in the past. The miserable life of a powerless man will become legend as he gains the ability to craft items beyond the divine grade in a city torn apart with bodies scattered everywhere. Footsteps thundered as a girl sprinted forward while frantic shouts echoed from behind. "Don't let her get away!" Two men with swords were chasing her, but suddenly a hand reached out and ordered, "That's enough." The group stopped instantly. It was the Continental Grandmaster Zhongli Chu. "Continuing the chase is just a waste of time." His eyes lit up, his focus now on what was most important, as he scanned the area until his gaze landed on a young man named Kim Si-huk. Someone from such a tiny country? Truly impressive, but that's as far as it goes. A fallen hero like him isn't fit to cross the line. Finishing his sentence, Zhongli Chu laughed boisterously and declared, "Am I, Zhongli Chu, not the one worthy of becoming a god?" He seemed to lose his mind. "Do you see this? I, Zhongli Chu, have kept my promise to you." A massive blood-red eye appeared, and lightning began to tear through space. It slowly opened. "Indeed, you have done it, Zhongli Chu." He laughed. "Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Raise me to become the constellation of Earth, to become a god." The eye praised. "Very well. System activation initiated. Requesting the birth of Earth constellation number 274. Analyzing. Target does not meet the requirements." Zhongli Chu was shocked, startled by the news. "What?" "Expanding search range. Confirming candidate qualified to become a constellation. The person is dead. It is Si-huk. There is no reason to continue the galactic arena on Earth number 274. Zhongli Chu screamed, unwilling to accept it. "No, what is this?" "Protection rights for Earth number 274 have been revoked. The galactic arena on Earth is cancelled." Only then did the eye speak again. "Oh, Zhongli Chu, it seems you were never qualified." He erupted in anger. "You dare deceive me! You clearly said if I killed Kim Si-huk, I could become a constellation." "That is true, that is what I said. As you wished, I requested your promotion. It is just that you are not qualified." With those words, a barrage of red lightning struck him down. The whole crowd was caught in the blast. Despite his wounds, Zhongli Chu still sneered. "You bastards!" He laughed with malicious glee. "It's so fun. This moment always makes me feel so satisfied. I will enjoy devouring your world." Scene shift rain was pouring down. Suddenly, the girl from before burst through the door and called out to Kim Si-moon, questioning, "Are you still doing that kind of thing?" Books and medicinal herbs were scattered across the floor. Si-moon was focused on something. "You're here." She reproached him. "No. The whole world is falling into chaos, and you're just calmly doing this." He replied, "Besides alchemy, what else can an alchemist do? You really are something." She then threw a bag down. "Here, take this." Si-moon's eyes widened in surprise as he picked up the potion bottle, asking, "What is this?" She looked helpless. "Don't you recognize it? Just as you predicted, that bastard Zhongli Chu betrayed your younger brother. But Si-huk didn't use this, did he? I thought he would. But after every member of the guild died, he threw it to me." "Is that so?" She continued. "Anyway, I've paid my debt to you." He wondered, "What debt?" Si-moon sighed. "Are you still hung up on that?" She scratched her head. "No, it's partly because of my revenge and your younger brother." But Si-moon cut her off. "That's not it. Your revenge was righteous, and those people deserve to be punished. Your revenge and the issue with Zhongli Chu are two separate things. You really—" After saying that, she opened the door. Si-moon was startled. "Wait, you're leaving already?" She replied confidently, "I need to fight. I see that right now. That bastard Zhongli Chu is summoning something. Terrible. You saw the system notification too, didn't you? That protection rights were revoked." "Yes, it appeared out of nowhere and caught me off guard. It said the candidate qualified to become a constellation is dead. If there is someone called a constellation candidate, it must be my younger brother Kim Si-huk, the Holy Sword. I don't know about anyone else, but I know him best. I am the only one who knows Si-huk's true status. I don't know what's going on, but everything is truly falling into hell." She warned, "This place probably isn't safe anymore. You really might die." Si-moon was confused. "But why aren't you running away?" She laughed. "You know I'm not the type to run away. I have no reason to live anymore anyway. Just don't throw that thing away." Remember to drink it because the prideful Saint Sword sacrificed his very life for it. Sorry, but it was always mine to begin with. Oh, is that so? Anyway, I'm heading out. Thanks for everything. Finally, she left. Seaman called up his status window. He sighed as he looked at it. His stats were as pathetic as predicted. Everything felt meaningless now. He then decided he needed an energy source for alchemy. Kim, how is everything so perfect? Gripping the potion bottle tight, he remembered how after awakening he had poured all his time into this result. Without the sixth treasure gem, he wouldn't even have dared to dream of this. Perhaps because all that remained was resentment. His spirit hadn't collapsed yet. He even managed to create the peak-tier alchemy elixir. I didn't think I could actually do it. Finally, Seaman poured the potion into the formation he had drawn. Sihuk Masuk. Thanks to you two, I achieved both of my life's greatest goals before dying. I don't know if it'll succeed in this environment, but the foundation of alchemy is always equivalent exchange. Bolts of lightning struck the formation one after another. Seaman shouted in surprise as the whole house lit up in the middle of the dark void. Then a blue stone appeared. A legendary alchemical product had been synthesized. Seaman cheered. It worked. 5,000 achievement points received. This category has been deactivated due to its disappearance. Looking at the stone, Seaman understood, so that's how it is. The system announced it was the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary product of alchemy. Seaman held it in his hand, the item binding. A second later, a drop of blood spurted from his hand. It immediately turned red, binding with Kim. Seaman looked at the glowing red stone in his hand. He was stunned and... a powerful surge of energy radiated from it. Then it embedded itself into his chest. Seaman dropped to his knees, enduring the pain. Suddenly, the house shook. Masuk had returned right in front of Seaman. His face was full of panic. Seaman had been logged out. The glowing red eyes had found their way here too. The Philosopher's Stone. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. Seaman looked up anxiously at the overwhelming presence. This is the power of a dimension with the potential to give birth to a constellation. A constellation. What is this? This is an incredible haul, even though I don't understand what it's saying. Seaman was still filled with hatred. It's all because of that bastard Masuk Sihuk, damn it. If only my magical aptitude wasn't so pathetic. Right then, the system displayed synchronization complete. The Philosopher's Stone has been placed in its proper position. Magic power stat has been converted into the unique stat synthesis power. Achievement attained. Unique stat received. The unique stat emitted a sinister energy from Seaman's chest. Only then did he realize the potential of synthesis power. Whatever I desire, I can strike back at that bastard. Living a life free of mediocrity. Searching for a suitable target in the owner's catalog. Search failed. Expanding search range by consuming synthesis power. Search complete. The most suitable target is the book XXX. Synthesis power required for equivalent exchange is insufficient. Simon clutched his head in agony. Based on the owner's current state, the Philosopher's Stone will use synthesis power itself to initiate an independent synthesis process. Then Seaman raised his hand and snapped his fingers. That eye seemed to be shocked the birth of a divine item that had never been created before. It made the eyelids of Sex, its original owner, twitch. He shifted his attention toward the player, Kim Seaman. This is impossible. I can't believe it. How could a human create a product of a stupid god? For the first time, a constellation's attention has been received. 1,000 achievement points received. A series of system windows popped up. But Seaman was on this verge of death. I don't know what's happening, but at least I finally managed to strike back at that bastard. That was his last thought before he departed from this world. But in a city filled with warm sunlight, light streaming through the windows, Seaman suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? His eyes landed on the desk and chair in the corner. Seaman was startled. He recognized his old studio apartment. Was that red eye just an illusion? But the sensation I experienced felt so real, like death itself. I still can't forget it. Suddenly his phone buzzed, catching Seaman's attention. He held it in his hand, confused. The phone said only China and the US still existed, but both had fallen into chaos. That's the reason I gave up using a phone a long time ago. Looking at the date and the countless missed calls on the screen, Seaman suddenly realized 2030. I've gone back 11 years. I've returned to being 28 years old. I remember that time clearly. The Philosopher's Stone had taken control of my body and performed some kind of synthesis. It brought me back. Wait, this feeling is different from before. Even though I returned 11 years ago to when I was 28, I couldn't be happy. It was a very difficult time because of the magic power disability caused by that incident. My vision was so poor I had to wear glasses and all my senses were dull. But now the heavy, suffocating feeling of magic power disability has completely vanished. I need to check this carefully. Seaman called up his status window. He was surprised as he looked at the info. Wait, instead of magic power disability, it's now the Philosopher's Stone. So, the Philosopher's Stone that was in my chest. It became a trait after the binding process. Either way, the Philosopher's Stone granted my wish. Phew. I never thought this day would come. The feeling of magic power disability like shackles worn my whole life has disappeared. I can't stand it anymore if I'm this awake. I need to drink something. Simon opened the fridge and cracked open a can of water. As he drank, he thought more than one or two things have changed since the magic power disability vanished. My overall stats, they have also been restored to their original state. After drinking, he felt satisfied. The taste of beer. Finally, I can actually taste it. The average stat for level 1 is 5 in all categories. I'm still missing just 1 point in one stat like that 10-point stat that only elite rookies have. Wait, my eyes just caught something. Synthesis power 10. Wait, hold on. Not magic power, but synthesis power. The system clearly said it was a unique stat, so I've actually become a holder of a unique stat. That's incredible. And at level 1, in my past life, only a handful of players possessed a unique stat, and most of them ended up becoming high-ranking figures like Si-hoon or Dong Li. Chu Seaman slammed his beer can onto the table. You can never guess how life turns out. By the way, what's going on with these achievement points? 1,012,500 achievement points. I have no idea where they came from, but I'll worry about that later. Let's see what happens when the achievement shop opens. Alchemy Pioneer Si-hoon. One surprise after another. This is insane. A title related to a profession, and it's a buff type. Even Ma-suk, a late bloomer among the high-ranking characters, dominated because of one. Thanks to a broken title from the Heavenly Demon, now I've got one like it too. Let me check the other titles. Are there any better ones? Next is The One Who Draws the Gaze. From the outside, Simun is surprised. I got this title. What does the gaze from the outside even mean? What is the outside? Is it just a useless trait? Well, having something is better than nothing. But the most important thing is, my magical impotence has been cured. By the way, let's run a little experiment. First, break down the ignition formula and convert it into a form compatible with magic. Then channel the synthesis power. At that moment, the power in his hand vanished, just as I expected. Even though they are the same type of magic, using synthesis power for spells is impossible. Simon opened a drawer and grabbed a piece of chalk. He thought, it might be different if I draw a synthesis circle. Synthesis inherently requires drawing a synthesis circle. Simon focused. If there's a disadvantage where I can't use magic, there must be a huge advantage in synthesis. Let's try drawing the synthesis circle and see what happens. Right at that moment, the Philosopher's Stone in front of his chest began to glow. Simon was confused. What is this? Is my body rejecting it? Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? It started speaking in a series of incomprehensible languages. Simon thought, it calls this method primitive and barbaric. Why is it using such an inefficient way? Come to think of it, ever since I got the Philosopher's Stone, how have I been thinking about synthesis? Simon remembered that snap of his fingers. He closed his eyes and felt it. It seemed like what I wanted to synthesize took the shape of a spear. Yes, just like the one that guy Dong Li. That jerk Chu used a spear. It would be perfect if it had some special ability or extra options, the stronger the better. The price for this synthesis is my synthesis power. As soon as he finished that thought, a surge of power rushed straight at him, making Simon scream in pain. His hand tried to resist as the system notified him. Synthesis power is completely insufficient to achieve the desired synthesis. Simon grew frustrated. Damn it! The Philosopher's Stone is unstable and looking for another path. The owner has found a solution from available resources. The Philosopher's Stone requires 1 million achievement points to restore stability. What do you accept? What 1 million points? Simon gritted his teeth. He thought back, the Philosopher's Stone cured my magical impotence. It's a shame, but it also sent me back 11 years. You have proven your worth. So I trust you, Philosopher's Stone. He clicked, yes. Instantly, 1 million points were consumed. Simun was healed, and the Philosopher's Stone fully recovered from its unstable state. Simun was overjoyed. Great, now alchemy is much easier to control. Simon raised his hand. Well, then it should work now, right? He snapped his fingers, but nothing happened. Synthesis power is insufficient to achieve the desired synthesis. He grew irritated. Not again. What kind of monster are you demanding that's so great, huh? It's so annoying. Even when I was in a desperate situation due to magical impotence, I could synthesize legendary items, and yet now I can't synthesize a thing. Is it just a spear with a few special abilities? The Philosopher's Stone requires 500 achievement points to set up for equivalent exchange deficiency. Simon was annoyed. After spending 1 million points, 500 points is nothing, right? I can accept that. I've already spent 1 million. Another 500 is nothing. Simon chose yes, then raised his hand again, silently praying, please, it better be worth it. A brilliant golden light erupted from his hand. Simon's eyes lit up. Passers-by were shocked. Oh, that scared the hell out of me. A lightning bolt hit from the sky. It struck through the window of Simon's room. A cluster of lightning slowly gathered together. Simon looked at the ground shattering in front of him, confused. The system flashed a notification. Constellation 30 is watching you. He was in a land shrouded in mist inside a palace. The system notified him that a series of constellations were showing interest in Simon. He was surprised. What constellations? Why are the constellations suddenly paying attention to me? The Olympians are shocked by the mark left on you. The constellations of Olympus hurriedly kept their distance. Only 3 kings remained sitting firmly and unshaken. One of them sat proudly in the very center. The ruler of Olympus is showing extreme interest in you. Simon was surprised. The Olympians are retreating because of the mark on me. Could it be because of that title? A spear appeared in front of him. But what was this movement? Lightning was still raining down. Simon reached out and grabbed the spear, struggling to hold onto it. After that, he read the system table, Ashrafi Spear of Zeus. Simon was stunned. What the hell, Ashrafi? Isn't this the main weapon of the Lightning Emperor Alexander? Lightning Emperor Alexander! Even after losing his connection, he maintained his rank as a high-level expert. Moreover, even though he fought with a spear, his attack power was on par with magic. Lightning from magic-type experts. I never expected I'd be able to synthesize a weapon like this. But compared to the real Ashrafi, which could incinerate everything around it just by being equipped, this looks so mediocre. Just as its rank suggests, it's nothing more than a fake. Even Reese only showed interest without making any sponsorship offers. And that wasn't surprising at all. Suddenly, Simon realized something. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, the system never said synthesis was impossible. On the contrary, if I can meet the synthesis requirements, does that mean I can synthesize the real Ashrafi? The fact that my magical impotence was cured and I was sent back 11 years is already a miracle. But if I can synthesize a legendary-grade weapon just by performing equivalent exchange, this alchemy is truly a crazy ability. Suddenly, the spear in his hand vanished. What is this backlash from the synthesis process? And what about my achievement points? Damn it. I wasted 500 achievement points at level 1. The value of 500 achievement points is absolutely massive. I take back what I said before. Now this is a crazy ability in a different sense. Losing 500 achievement points is truly disheartening. The Philosopher's Stone minimized the backlash. Simon was surprised. Huh. It returned the achievement points spent on the synthesis process. He immediately pulled up his status window and scanned it. He noted that it was completely different from the original status window. Previously, there were no levels or ranks, just question marks. Is this because of the connection and the time reversal? Philosopher's Stone, let me ask you 2 things. If this change happened because of the connection, does that mean your growth is influenced by me? It replied immediately. Simon smiled, confirming his suspicion. So that's how it is. Outside, the tension had gradually eased. Simon was still revolving around the power of synthesis in his own room. Magic-type players have to go through the casting process. Even alchemy requires drawing a synthesis circle and preparing ingredients. Who would have thought that synthesizing without a circle would be so effective? It's completely superior to synthesis using a circle. This is a revolution in alchemy known in the entire field of magic. The cup and clock bearing his power gradually cracked. But thanks to this, I have practiced a new synthesis method thoroughly. With my current level of alchemy, the tutorial stage won't be a problem. Definitely 5 o'clock in the afternoon today. Right. January 17th, 2035, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I can't forget. That was the day I received my first summoning order for the tutorial stage to be recognized as a true player of the arena. It's so ironic of all days. I went back in time to the very day of the tutorial summoning. The event back then was Conquer the Territory. With my magical impotence, I couldn't even step into the territory, and was killed by an arrow through the head. But now I'm not afraid anymore because I have alchemy. Come to think of it, he had received a message earlier. Simon reached for his phone. The screen displayed missed calls from Sihook and Yudung. Simon blamed himself. Sihook, you were happy you weren't ashamed. I should have fulfilled my responsibilities as a brother. I should have been the one to do it. Sihook's messages were all showing off the achievements he had attained. Simon laughed helplessly. Kid, you sent so many? Back then you were such a bright child, I didn't realize it at the time, that inside you were suffering so much pain. Now that I've gone back in time, I know that the goal of this galaxy arena is my younger brother. I can change everything from now on, but first I need to fix my relationship with him. But what should I send? I don't know what to say. Why am I so nervous about this? How annoying. After that, Simon decided to send a message to Sihook. Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking at the display for Yudong on his phone, his hand trembled. That's right, at this point in time, he's still alive. His face also became emotional, but then he sighed to calm himself down. Calm down. That hasn't happened yet. I can change it. Thinking of that scene, Simon clenched his teeth again. No, I have to change it. The system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, you have been selected to participate in the arena tutorial. Summoning time, 9 minutes 59 seconds. If you have an arena access device, equip it before using. This time for sure. His hand gripped the blanket tightly. The miserable life of a magic impotent wretch and all the misfortunes about to happen. I will destroy it all and rebuild from scratch. Next, Simon immediately made a decision. I request early entry. Welcome to the tutorial stage. The event for this stage is Conquer the Territory. There are 100 participants. Simon was inside. Just like before, it was a jungle map. It really felt like he had traveled back in time. Gain points by occupying territory or eliminating other players. The tutorial stage will begin right now. It's been a long time since I participated in the arena. This time I'll play it safe and aim for the highest ranking. The system displayed again the gaze of the constellation. Zeus is becoming increasingly focused on you. This confused Simon. The constellation Zeus has assigned you a quest. The quest window has been activated. The sponsorship window has been activated. Quests and sponsorships usually only open after completion. The tutorial stage has been activated right now. The quest is Simon must reach rank 1 in this event. That sounds just like the style of the Olympian goddess. If it's not first place, she won't even spare it a glance, right? But to offer 1,000 achievement points just for a tutorial event? I'm determined to get first place no matter what. Say, goddess, wouldn't it be more fun if you added another 100 points? No sooner had he finished speaking than lightning struck right over his head. Simon quickly took back his words. Just kidding. And then he immediately took off. For someone titled an Olympian goddess, you're surprisingly stingy. Elsewhere, blood splattered onto a tree. Someone had just been hit by an arrow from behind. He laughed with delight. As expected, the rewards are sweet. This big company really lives up to its name. Even consumable items like this are top tier. This person was Kim Min-jong from the Sung Sam Guild, looking sinister. The guild just told me to make sure I survive and come back. But I can't just stop there. After being kicked out of that hellish academy, I won't just stay a regular guild member forever. I'll make them regret throwing someone like me away. A while later, the sun had climbed high. Simon walked slowly, scanning his surroundings as if looking for something. I remember it being around here. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a stream. Simon brightened. Found it. He felt nostalgic. It had been a long time since he last saw this stream. Min-jong up in a tree had spotted Simon. He drew his bow, a participant with no gear in this match. How lucky. Even if his innate ability is good without gear, he's just a newbie. Thanks for the free kill. As he finished speaking, the arrow whistled through the air toward Simon. Simon just raised a hand as the arrow neared. In the next second, a jet of water shot up and snapped the arrow in two. Simon said indifferently, I knew it. He had already seen the enemy. It was that guy. The tree exploded right after. It sent Min-jong crashing down. He was furious. Damn it, a mage still losing to some guy with no gear. Take this. But before he could finish, his expression turned to shock. A series of small explosions forced Min-jong to dodge. Simon praised him. Moving quite well, aren't you? What? Min-jong was excited. I aimed straight for your head. Impressive. Dying at the hands of someone like this is satisfying enough. Min-jong was provoked to the point of irritation. He charged forward. What are you rambling about? Even though Simon attacked, Min-jong dodged almost everything. Holding his dagger, he irritably repeated Simon's words. A B-rank mobility trait, huh? But Min-jong suddenly realized the problem. How did you know that? Simon just gave a bright smile. Just as Minjong prepared to strike, Simon manipulated a surge of earth that pierced right through him. Minjong coughed up blood. Are you from the Awakening Academy? Simon finally understood. Are you asking if I am from the Academy? He let out a sigh. As if that place would ever take people like us. A loud boom echoed through the forest. Having finished the job, Simon exhaled, judging by your full set of gear. You must be a rookie from some prestigious guild. You're probably using a high-quality connection device, so the physical shock is minimal. If this were an official arena, you'd have been dead long ago. He looked down at his own hands, thinking I entered without a connection device. Being eliminated in an official arena means actual death, unlike logging out in reality like this now. It's real death in this physical world. Furthermore, an official arena doesn't just end with the death of the eliminated person. If the arena isn't completed, it leads to a break in the related country. And if it's a dungeon or a raid, unkilled monsters will be released into the real world. For that reason, the number of top rankers a nation possesses is directly correlated to that nation's power. Sadly, after that event, South Korea, just like the smaller nations that vanished before, was unable to stop the break and perished. Simon held his head, reminding himself that those things hadn't happened yet. Focus on the present. First, check the current situation. The first and second place ranks had only managed to kill 1 or 2 people. Simon's eyes were filled with confusion. Huh? He wondered why the kill count was so low. It had been a long time since the tutorial stage started. Simon suddenly realized, I guess everyone is playing it safe in the early stages. This is a gold tier event, like Territory Conquest, so the matchmaking rating must be very high. The participants likely have high-level traits, stats, and gear right from level 1. The more they have, the more they fear losing it. Some have already entered the territory. If the territory points are 48, they haven't been in long. Given the nature of the event territory, points are more important than the kill count for securing first place. But for now, I need to get more familiar with this synthesis method. Simon happily decided, I'll just kill a few more then. I'll wipe out those who want to play it safe. But deep in the forest, someone was running away frantically. Each step was accompanied by a gasp for air. He looked back in a panic. It's madness! Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, causing him to log out on the spot. He's gone! The killer was Simon. He lamented, damn it, he was fast. Even wearing heavy armor, he was still that quick. He definitely had a speed-related trait, too. If I hadn't struck first, I might have let him slip away. He definitely has some kind of speed-based ability. If I hadn't acted first, he would have slipped right through my fingers. Just then, another guy showed up behind him, quickly rushing in. Simon, staying alert, glanced back and snapped his fingers. The guy was immediately logged out. Simon remained on guard. After all, these people were nothing more than hyenas just waiting for a chance to strike. Suddenly, the system interface appeared, surprising Simon with a recurring summary. Combined strength increased. The level of the extraction stone has increased. Simon assessed this. Stat boosts were common at low levels, but he hadn't expected the extraction stone's level to be able to increase as well. The idea of training while hunting down these safe players was proving to be really effective. A moment later, Simon was satisfied. That makes 11. Now surely I won't get ambushed again, right? Suddenly, he looked up toward the beacon of light. The territory was close by now. I should probably head in. Simon strolled through the forest, but then he noticed something. Staring at a pile of sand being stirred by the wind, Simon wondered, what is this? So many corpses, and we haven't even entered the territory yet. Simon turned his attention to the arena leaderboard. After scanning it, he was stunned the territory points for ranks 1 through 4 were almost identical. Moreover, all 4 of them were in the top rankings. Ever since the tutorial phase began, that means they're teaming up. This is a clear violation of the rules, no matter how much they want to stay at the top. But to form a team right in the middle of the tutorial phase, Simon speculated, where are they? Are they camping inside the territory? 1 tank in front, an archer in the back, and 2 swordsmen on the sides? Perfect. With a formation like that, no wonder it's hard to scavenge like a hyena. I intended to save as much as I could since the mission rewards are split, but now I have no choice. Simon conjured lightning in his palm. If that's how you want to play, then I'll have to play the thug too. Elsewhere, a girl's eyes were glowing as she expanded her search range. Another guy called out, Hey Lisa, hun, do you see anything? She replied, I don't think anyone else is coming. He chuckled, noticing her eyes were blurring from exhaustion. Are you out of aura? She was annoyed. What are you talking about? Besides, my clairvoyance uses mana, not aura. He teased her, oh really? Well, that's great. You're using up your extra aura just to hunt for kills, aren't you? Lee Se-hun sighed. But why do you need me when your kill count is lower than mine? Honestly, it's embarrassing. Everyone has over 5 kills except for me. Well, who told you to pick the tank class? That's hilarious. This is just ridiculous. What can I do when my traits ended up like this? I didn't choose this trait either. Someone stepped in to stop the bickering. All right, that's enough. He spoke Kim Jaguan. Your territory points are already over 60%. I'll help you get kills from now on. Jaguan was surprised. Huh. Are you in such a hurry? I trust you, man. Lee Se-hun asked. Appa, can we go outside the territory now? Outside? Yeah, the number of participants has dropped significantly. It's stuffy in the territory. He added, worried. Are you worried about that Kim Simon guy? She reassured him, don't worry, I know almost all the rookies from the guilds, and that Kim Simon guy isn't on any list. But Kang Ho-jong thought that was even more concerning. A guy with a random name somehow managed to get 11 kills. Lee Se-hun added, but I don't think we need to be scared, you know. Everyone participating this time is a bunch of idiots. That Kim Simon guy or whatever, he's probably just a hyena hunting for easy kills. If he were that good, he would have already entered the territory. She then tried to butter him up. If you're worried, we can just patrol around here while keeping our formation okay. I'm so bored. We've been training so hard, haven't we? Kang Ho-jong closed his eyes in thought. Like Se-hun said, after all 4 of them failed the previous training session, they gritted their teeth and trained relentlessly. Thanks to that, their guild scorpion even provided them with equipment. As a result, the 4 of them have been in the top spots ever since. Yeah, even though we're working together, Se-hun complained, have some confidence. Even if we are working together, someone we've never heard of. Suddenly, she spotted something. From deep within the forest, Se-hun's eyes lit up. She had spotted Simon instantly. Her hand skillfully drew an arrow and she aimed at him. He's right there. Kang Ho-jong looked over. What? She fired the arrow toward Simon. I see you hiding over there. It flew straight toward the target. It was Simon, his head covered by a hood. His eyes widened, and as if he had cast a spell, the arrow snapped in half instantly. Simon began controlling the sand beneath his feet. Se-hun was stunned, and so were his teammates. Magic. A type of magic, Simon smirked. I thought I hit it pretty well. Her eyes widened in pure terror. How did you know? Simon smiled maliciously. I have my reasons. I've done quite a bit of research on these traits. Se-hun, refusing to back down, fired an arrow at him, taunting, Oh, really? Want me to test if you've learned enough not to get your head blown off? Suddenly, a voice cut in. Hold it! Footsteps approached from behind. Kang Ho-jong, seething with killing intent, spoke up. Kim Simon? Is that right? Simon wondered. And what about you? He replied. Kang Ho-jong sized him up. Standing at rank 1, you must be the leader, right? That's right, Kang Ho-jong said coldly. I'll make this brief. Kim Simon join our group. Se-hun was shocked. Oppa, what do you mean? Jaguan was also stunned. Huh, are you crazy? How do you know that guy won't stab us in the back? Ho-jong explained. 11 kills without any special equipment. He's definitely got a magical ability, at least S rank. I'm going to help you stay at rank 1. Se-hun's hand gripped his shoulder. Wait, Ho-jong, are you out of your mind? That guy is a magic user. If he actually betrays us, we're all dead. But Ho-jong believed that cooperating with someone possessing magic-type abilities brought more benefits than risks. But magic is rare even in our Scorpion Guild, it's like that. Not to mention those 11 kills. No matter how good you are at hunting fragments, that number is just ridiculous. He continued to persuade her to think bigger. Lee Se-hun, if we can form a bond with someone with this kind of magical ability, our status in the guild will be elevated. Hearing this, Simon scratched his head and burst out laughing. Ha! You guys are ridiculous. Why would you think I'd accept this offer? What, isn't it obvious? The way you guys are talking, it's like you just assumed I'd join. Ho-jong clutched his face. You don't like it? Whatever the magic, I'll apologize for that. Simon spoke calmly. I know very well how arrogant those with magical abilities can be, but I'm not that type of person. She wondered what he meant by that. Then what's the problem? Simon bluntly pointed out. Cooperation. Ho-jong still didn't understand what was wrong with cooperating. Simon mocked him. Are you asking because you don't know cooperation is clearly against the rules? If this tutorial stage is being broadcast, you guys are definitely going to get torn apart by the public. Ho-jong's eyes turned angry. I don't care. Why should I care about public opinion when there's no punishment for it? Hearing this, Simon called out softly. Hey, Kang Hojang, looking at your gear, you must be from a fairly famous guild. How exactly do you plan to handle the aftermath? Are you insecure? Hojang gritted his teeth, frustrated at being mocked. Just because you killed a few insects, you're getting cocky, aren't you? Hojang raised his hand. Our Scorpion Guild only cares about results. As long as the outcome is good, nothing else matters. And we are a 4-person squad that coordinates perfectly. Completely different from the idiots you've been catching. He continued his demand. So join us, Kim Simon. This is your last chance. Simon took off his hood. Truly worthy of the Scorpion Guild, there's no reason to continue this conversation. He pointed directly at him. Hey, Kang Hojang, worry about yourself. As soon as he finished, he snapped his fingers. Bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking right where they were standing. They had to cover their eyes because it was too bright. Hojang slowly opened his eyes. Jonwon panicked. What was that? Simon drew his spear. Regardless, first place is mine. Why would I lower myself by using these dirty cooperative tactics? Hojang announced to his teammates negotiations failed. He immediately turned and called out to Lee Soo-hoon. She instantly understood. Got it. An arrow was fired rapidly. Simon remained calm, pointing his spear forward. Die! A fierce bolt of lightning thrust forward. It collided head-on with the arrow Sehun had fired. She was stunned. What the hell? Simon's target was all 4 of them. The next second, the members of the Scorpion Guild were blown away. Simon laughed triumphantly, watching them collapse with great satisfaction. Simon couldn't believe he had only used 10% of his power. He suddenly realized something was wrong and looked behind him. Hojang was charging in. Simon smiled confidently. You're still alive. The two took battle stances, but Hojang's eyes reflected Simon's technique. Sensing danger, he wrapped himself in a layer of dark purple smoke. A second later, he vanished. Simon was alert. A rank trait blink. He dodged the astral attack with that. Right then, he appeared behind Simon. Hojang slowly raised his sword, preparing to bring it down. All his pent-up anger was poured into this one strike. The two of them took their combat stances, but Ho-Rang's eyes caught Simon's technique, and sensing the danger, he encased his body in a shroud of dark purple smoke. In a split second, he vanished. Simon stayed alert, an A-rank ability. Teleportation. Is that how he dodged astral? Just then, he appeared right behind Simon. Ho-Rang slowly raised his sword, preparing to strike. Every ounce of his rage poured into this single crushing blow. Just as he was about to die, Simon flicked his finger and the ground erupted into sharp thorns that pierced through the guy. He stood there, trembling still, clutching his swords, completely dazed and unable to believe what just happened. Even with all those attribute-based spells, how do you still have this much energy? Simon smirked. Oh, this. It's just something a little different, that's all. All right, Kang Hojang, you'd better get out of here now. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. As he finished speaking, he vanished. The system displayed, you have reached 100% occupation points. The owner of the occupied area has been determined. Simon was satisfied. Done. You have achieved first place in the tutorial stage. You have received the title Ruler of the Tutorial Stage. He read the system board, feeling slightly annoyed. If I hadn't used the ace, I could have gotten the full 1,000 points. So that's a total of 750 achievement points. Plus, once I return to the real world, the rewards for completing the arena will be waiting for me. Simon was happy. I've gained so much from this tutorial stage. Looking forward to what's next. In a few moments, you will be returned to your original location. 3. The scene shifts to the Scorpion Guild headquarters in Seoul Special City. The Vice Guild Master of the Scorpion Guild reads the report and questions him. Kang Hojang, answer me, Vice Guild Master. He crumpled the paper in his hand. Do you think this makes any sense? It's not like you were taken down by someone incredibly powerful or a rival team working together. You lost in a one-on-one fight against someone with no equipment at all. Hojang felt helpless. I have no excuse. He growled, his voice full of reproach. You know. I don't blame anyone for lacking skill, that's something. Even throwing money at it won't fix it. But listen here. The Vice Guild Master slapped Hojang hard. Losing even after teaming up is something I cannot overlook. Teaming up and still losing, that ruins your reputation. Do you have any idea what that means? Facing that fury, Hojang could only bow his head and beg for mercy. I'm sorry. The Vice Guild Master threw a folder onto the table. Here. Hojang stared at it, startled. This is... The man confirmed, yes, a bill for those who failed to pass the tutorial stage even with the guild's full support, and only caused more trouble. He warned, it stipulates that for the next 15 years all the rewards you earn will be transferred to the Scorpion Guild. Read it carefully and sign it. Suddenly, a hand went up. John tried to speak up. This contract seems a bit excessive. But the next second, something grazed his face. The Vice Guild Master had grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. He growled, "When you're stupid, your body has to pay the price. Do you really want to die?" D-Gun hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry." The Vice Guild Master witnessed the scene. The others didn't dare to say another word and told each other to hurry up and sign. The scene shifts to the Sungsam Guild headquarters in Seoul Special City. Manager Park Min-cheon sat with his chin in his hand, deep in thought. "It's hard to believe." He quickly waved his hand. I'm not blaming you guys. It's just that this story is unbelievable." Min-dung grumbled. "I feel the same way. The way the magic was cast. Without any incantations, that's shocking enough. But thinking about him getting 15 kills. And doing it all by himself, taking down 4 top-tier players who were working together. Right, I opened the arena board and confirmed it in real time. Yes." Min-chan was satisfied and spoke respectfully. "I understand. The details will be in the report. You 3 can go now." They were still worried, but Min-chan cut them off. "I know what you want to say. Don't worry, the Sungsam Guild doesn't punish anyone for failing. You can do better next time, right?" "Yes," the 3 replied in unison. After that, they happily left. Min-cheon watched them go, very satisfied. By the way, he took down 4 people working together by himself. He turned to John-hee. "Any information?" She replied, "Manager Park were working on it." Min-cheon smiled. "But if I call you vice manager, you'll sulk, right?" She retorted, handing him the documents. "I am not sulking." Min-chan looked at the documents. He remarked, "As expected, it was the Scorpion Guild working together, right?" John-hee confirmed. "That's right. 3 of them had B-rank abilities, and 1 was A-rank." Min-cheon was puzzled. How could the Scorpion Guild, famous for their dirty playstyle, gather such talented people? No, that's not the question. How could one person single-handedly take down a team at that level? John-hee spoke up. "Are you sure a magic class user overwhelming everyone with such unique attack power at level 1? Is that even possible?" "Even if it were, he'd need significant casting time," she continued. "The report says he activates magic just by snapping his fingers. Could it be a trait unique to them?" "It's likely S-rank or higher," Min-cheon replied. "That's one way to look at it, but I have a different opinion, Vice President. No matter how good their traits are, there's a limit at level 1. There has to be something more." Her eyes widened in shock. She suddenly realized what he meant. "You mean something like a constellation?" Min-cheon confirmed. "Yeah, a constellation. If there's a variable at that level, that makes sense." John-hee sighed. "But manager, he's only level 1. He just finished the tutorial. There's no way he could have received support from a constellation." Min-cheon fell into deep thought. "Well, ever since the Galactic Arena appeared in 2015, constellations have only appeared for those at diamond rank or higher. They've never shown up for the lower ranks. So perhaps he's an anomaly, or there's something else, something that isn't a constellation. Regardless, one thing is certain, he's someone we must recruit." Even as John-hee gave the reminder that other guilds wouldn't sit idly by, Min-cheon just gave a wry smile. "That's why you'll have to work a little harder, Vice President." He pushed up his glasses. "Agreed, Guildmaster." She started, startled by the sudden title. "What right now?" Beside them, a blinding golden light appeared, followed by a slender foot. She slowly stepped out, grumbling, "You could just call me my lady whenever you want, you know." "But when did you notice? This is an A-rank stealth artifact, you know," Min-cheon explained. "At first I didn't know. But when we started talking about Kim Simon, I suddenly felt your presence. Anyway, what brings you here?" "You? You must be busy. You're in your final year, right?" She sat on the table and complained, "I'm just bored. The academy means nothing to me anyway." Min-cheon calculated, "If you're really that bored, why not try a match in the arena?" She replied, "I just finished one." "Didn't you watch my live stream?" He dodged the question. I'm sorry. An unexpected report came in, so I didn't have time to watch it." She grabbed the report from the table. "No need to apologize. Is this it?" The report surprised Manager Park. Min-cheon hurriedly intervened. "My Lady Dudung, you can't do that. This is top-secret guild information." She laughed. "So what, I own the guild?" He still refused, snatching it back, but that didn't mean he would just give it up. "Give it here." As she held it up higher, he looked flustered. "My Lady Dudung." She read the name on the report. Kim Simon. Scene shift to a new location. Blue bolts of lightning gradually manifested. In an instant, a spatial gate formed, and Simon slowly emerged from behind it. His feet touched the ground. "I'm back!" Simon quickly flopped onto his bed. Finally, it's over. System message. You have received additional experience points as a reward for achieving first place in the tutorial. Your level has increased by 2. The level of the Philosopher's Stone has increased by 1. Reading the system window, Simon remarked. Considering the situation, if not for the Philosopher's Stone, I could have reached level 3. He called up his status window. The status window and titles opened immediately. My strength, agility, and stamina are still far behind my alchemy power. It's a massive gap, but that's actually an advantage. Simon clenched his fist. Why, you ask? Because having a lower level with a higher-ranked Philosopher's Stone is an advantage in the arena. The idea was simple in an arena where players have similar levels. Everyone fights at level 3. But if I secretly hide my true level, that will create better stats than any innate ability. Simon exclaimed, Excellent! Now let's check my titles. Simon clicked on the Pioneer of Alchemy title. This title didn't change anything. Simon suddenly remembered the Mosok. Damn it, getting titles is really hard. Infuriating, but even the Mosok said it was very difficult to upgrade titles. Guide ruler. Oh, a new title? So there's no other benefit? Fine, whatever. Titles are usually like that anyway. For some reason, titles were undervalued even in my past life. It's strange that I received a growth-type title from the very beginning. But that's fine, too. Collecting titles will upgrade the achievement store level. The achievement store is unlocked upon reaching gold rank or higher, allowing you to purchase stats there. Collecting titles is essential. Now, where should I invest my remaining stat points? 2 stat points left. Should I invest them all into conversion power? The Philosopher's Stone is powerful, but it cannot break the fundamental law of equivalent exchange in alchemy. Simon wept. All right, I've already spent 1 million points. What's 500 more points to solve this problem? I need more conversion power. Why am I even thinking like that, but I can't completely ignore my physical stats just to focus on conversion power? Even among high-ranking mages, physical ability sometimes makes the difference. This decision is really tough. At the very least, I should raise it to an average level. Recalling that he was level 5 at Awakening and considering the separate stat distribution, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Simon clutched his chest. Philosopher's Stone, let me ask you one thing. As long as equivalent exchange is possible, you can convert anything, right? It replied in a strange language. Simon asked further, is human transmutation even possible? But it stayed silent and didn't answer. Simon thought to himself, well, that's understandable. Human transmutation is considered taboo in alchemy, but I know for a fact that Kakashi Maras are the most prominent result of human transmutation. Sometimes they appear as monsters in the arena, but they can also be used for good, just like how science has advanced in the 21st century on Earth. Then the Philosopher's Stone said something. Simon, startled, asked again, are you saying we will really only use it for good? It affirmed with full certainty, that is my intention. My plan is to use it only to enhance myself. But if I encounter an emergency situation, I cannot make any promises. After all, I have goals that must be achieved. Hearing this, the stone added more, leaving Simon satisfied. I know I am fully aware of the dangers of human transmutation. Then it added something that surprised Simon. That something is not what you should be worrying about. An item that acts as the opposite of the Emerald Tablet. What are you suddenly talking about? He asked back, are you referring to an item like the Emerald Tablet that contains the knowledge of your faction? It replied. That response made Simon think. Usually that wouldn't be too strange. The Emerald Tablet doesn't contain anything related to human transmutation. When I first received the Emerald Tablet, I remember having to go through an ownership qualification test. The ownership qualification test for the Emerald Tablet conditions confirmed. The Emerald Tablet recognizes you as the owner. The reason someone who was only level 1 at that time could possess the Emerald Tablet was because of its binding nature. It made it so it couldn't be used by anyone else, and the anti-theft mechanism would incinerate intruders. Simon held his head thinking, to be more precise, it kills anyone who doesn't meet the ownership requirements. Thinking back now, it gives me the chills. If I hadn't met the requirements, I probably would have been burned to ashes. Simon asked the stone, wait, are you worried that I won't meet the requirements for that transmutation item? Isn't that right? It replied. He was annoyed. So are we just going to skip it? The stone said something that made Simon's eyes light up. What, you can partially prevent the penalty for not meeting the requirements? He demanded. Just tell me how. At the very least, you can prevent death, right? All right, since I'm already an official player, as long as I don't die, I can recover one way or another. First, I'll invest all my remaining stat points into alchemy power. The Philosopher's Stone sighed. Can you give me a rough image of the transmutation material? Something like the Emerald Tablet, but with a different color. Simon closed his eyes. I understand. He focused on sensing a deep purple color instead of green, and it had to function like a modern smartphone screen, making it easy to browse any knowledge. Simon reached out. Your alchemy power is insufficient to perform transmutation. He wasn't too surprised. He had anticipated this. To set up an equivalent exchange, even though the Philosopher's Stone is not enough, it requires 10,000 achievement points. Do you accept? What, 10,000 points? I didn't expect this. Simon couldn't believe it, and this is considered cheap. Astrify only cost 500 points. Simon was speechless. Damn it. I worked so hard to accumulate 12,300 points, and now I'm about to lose a huge chunk. Even so, he still accepted. There was no other way. And how would he know without trying? 10,000 achievement points were deducted. Simon immediately felt the power from his hand, and he was extremely amazed to recognize this familiar energy. He slowly raised his hand and then snapped his fingers. Power accumulated in his palm. The moment Simon snapped his fingers, a source of power immediately radiated out. Simon's whole body was enveloped by a flow of purple power. There was something wrapping around his hand. Simon was astonished. Is it a living creature? You have created an unregistered mythical item. You have received 5,000 achievement points. The Alchemy Pioneer title option has been improved. The title has been upgraded. Simon read the system board. Energy consumption reduced by 5%. This means the efficiency doesn't just increase with level, but continues, and to increase as the title develops over time. Conclusion, this synthesis energy reduction option. It's no wonder the constellations call this an overwhelmingly superior growth title, an incredibly overpowered option. The constellations immediately turned their attention to Simon. He was confused. What the hell is this? The thing on Simon's hand is an obsidian stone tablet. Another replica. He was surprised, no way. I used 10,000 achievement points and I only got 20%. Even Ashrafi only finished 10% with 500 points. Simon held his face and sighed. Wait, don't tell me this synthesized item has no side effects. Simon clutched his face and sighed. Wait a second. Don't tell me this synthesized item doesn't have any side effects. The extraction stone muttered something. These words surprised Simon. It truly had no side effects, which meant it was permanent. Assuming that achievement points increased by 20% for every 10,000 points. Simon calculated that he only needed 4 more times with 40,000 achievement points, and he would possess a mythic-grade item. This was insane. Simon's face became full of malice. The stone provided more information. Simon reassured himself. Don't worry. I've prepared for every possible penalty. If I don't meet the conditions with just one touch, I can contact my younger brother. Moreover, I'm used to pain. For someone with arena sickness like me, intense, unbearable pain has been a lifelong companion, and if my prediction is right, there won't be any penalties at all. Simon channeled energy into the book. Purple threads gradually wrapped around his arm. As expected, he didn't feel any pain or pressure. The original owner, the Black Sun constellation, seems very interested in me. No way. A holy relic is actually helping me. The system notified that the stone tablet required merging with the extraction stone. Simon's eyes widened in surprise. He started to feel pain. The extraction stone accepted the stone tablet's request. Simon was confused. Wait, what is this? More and more tentacles surrounded him, pushing Simon to the ground. He panicked. The tentacles, they're spreading all over my body. No, if this continues, my whole body will... The scream from inside Simon's room echoed, causing passers-by to stop and notice, hey! The system announced that the stone tablet had successfully merged and his level had increased. Simon lay exhausted on the ground. Arena event attack, 50 participants, cooperation condition added. Simon slowly appeared. I just finished the tutorial and now I have to join an attack event. Min Dung is also annoyed. Ha, this is going to be difficult. And there's a cooperation condition too. He speculated, perhaps this is still just a ranking test stage. Who would have expected a silver rank event to appear here? It must be because that monster eliminated me at lightning speed last time, but in a way, this is also an opportunity. I might get another chance to recruit the promising talent I missed. Suddenly, someone else appeared beside him, making him look over. The guys from another guild have arrived too. What, an attack event? What bad luck. Why is it attack and not defense? One guy said confidently. It must be because my MML stats are high. Didn't I get ranked in the tutorial? Someone else blamed him, so it's your fault for making everything difficult. He reassured them, don't worry, I'll carry the team again this time. Min Dung also realized something. Wait, that emblem? Those bastards from the Scorpion Guild, regardless of the arena rank. There are always people known for their trashy playstyle or terrible behavior, but the Scorpion Guild is always on another level. First, they form a large, undeniable power. Second, their dirty playstyle always comes with a strange philosophy and logic. They claim it's meticulous pragmatism to win, but in reality, they are just thugs who use every evil tactic. Min Dung held his head in frustration. They're a group too. Damn it, there goes my chance to be a promising rookie. Suddenly, someone stepped up and spoke. What is this? I heard it's a 5-man team, but it's just this guy. Maybe the others haven't finished matching yet. I'm curious to see how badass the guy they paired us with is. Hearing that, he remarked, still as arrogant as ever. One guy noticed, wait, isn't that Sung Sam's mark? You belong to the Sung Sam Guild. What Sung Sam? Is it really Choi Zion? Hey, Sung Sam guy, what's your name, cha? Kim Min Dung. He muttered, Kim Min Dung, huh? Looking at this face, I've never heard of you. You're from Sung Sam, but you're just a rookie who just passed the tutorial, no matter how bad the situation is. Sung Sam never equips members with gear below C rank, right? I mean, big corporations usually like to show off. If you get a high score in the tutorial, you even get gifted A rank gear, but it seems our dear Min Dung didn't achieve any rank at all, right? Hearing that, he clenched his fists, these bastards. Hold it in. I have to hold it in even though I really want to kill these three right now. That guy asked, thinking of complaining you'll be taken down quickly. They are stronger than me. If I do that, I'll lose. Choi Zion's hand rested on Min Dung's shoulder. He smirked. All right, Min Dung, we'll make sure you pass this time. Or just do exactly as we say, got it. Min Dung gritted his teeth. They're planning to steal all the rewards for themselves, aren't they? Those bastards. Suddenly another light appeared, making them take notice. What's that? Min Dung's eyes widened when he saw that person. Feet slowly appeared, followed by a whole person. Min Dung was shocked. That guy. Why is he here? Seeing that Choi Zion covered his face and sighed, wow, what a mess. They mocked Simon. I have to admit the arena's matchmaking system is quite special, isn't it? It's bad enough we have a guy from Sung Sam, but they also paired us with a freeloader who has no gear. Simon smiled maliciously, repeating, freeloader. Are you talking about me? It's bad enough with Sung Sam's people, but now you're throwing in a freeloader with no gear? Simon let out a wicked grin. A freeloader, you say? Are you talking about me? His father swung the mace forward, shouting, If it's not you, then who else could it be? Simon asked back, Are you talking trash to me just now? He let out a long sigh. The stone in his chest was glowing, screaming, What was that, you pathetic scumbag? A hideous guy like you looking like he was dragged through asphalt dares to call me a scumbag? Oba reached out his hand. Right now I'm going to tear that ugly face apart and deep fry it. Simon thought to himself helplessly. I clearly told myself to stay calm, so why does my heart hurt so much? If you touch me like that, what am I supposed to do? Then it changed drastically again. Go ahead, touch me some more. Simoon was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would have prevented the fusion with the obsidian tablet at any cost. Then a small change occurred within the stone, who would have thought that such a simple sentence could be so terrifying. Seeing him wandering alone, they wondered, Hey, what is that guy doing? Who knows, maybe we scared him too much. Choi Zion provoked him. Hey, you freeloader, are you scared now? The other two chimed in. John asked, What are you doing? Just looking at him, you can tell he's clearly terrified. Judging by his gear, he doesn't even seem to belong to any guild. He probably just freeloads off soft-hearted people and hasn't had any decent gear until now, but I, Choi Zion, am not the type to be easily taken advantage of, get it? Simon darkened his expression and spoke up. Oh, so it's about the gear. He gave a bitter laugh. If that's what it is, you've got it all wrong. Hearing that John got angry, this guy must have really lost his mind. What the hell do you mean, wrong? Are you treating me like an idiot? Simon continued. You say your name is Choi Zion. That's actually interesting for this rank. Magic or support classes usually lack good gear. It seems you've been in the arena for a while now, right? He suddenly realized something. And you're even part of the Scorpion Guild, aren't you? He was irritated. A newbie and he talks like that. Simon mocked. I'm not stupid enough to respect someone who isn't worth calling human. The two guys were driven mad by him. What did this bastard just say? A freeloader like you dares to run his mouth. You're really looking down on us, aren't you? Fine, then I'm going to smash that arrogant face of yours. With that, he swung his spiked mace at Simon. Simon calmly snapped his fingers, and the moment the snap echoed, the spiked mace stopped dead. John was so shocked he couldn't speak. A blue aura erupted from Simon, transforming into a giant hand that grabbed the spiked mace. John broke into a cold sweat, terrified. This is impossible. Am I being overwhelmed by a guy who looks so mediocre? The giant hand squeezed his weapon even tighter. Simon gloated. I thought you had high agility stats because of your speed, but it turns out strength is your main stat, or is it just your unique trait? Zion was shaking all over, cursing the guy to himself. He didn't even flinch. Seeing they were losing, the other two rushed at Zion. One quickly leaped off the ground, raising his sword high, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Mindung had finished him off from behind. The remaining one, extremely anxious, called out, Bin! He also quickly charged in. The bastard Mindung, caught off guard, turned around in a panic. But he had already been struck by something. Something sharp pierced his body. Seeing his teammate taken down, Zion was furious. These guys... He began to analyze the traits A-rank power stats distributed heavily into strength and agility and gear, even above B-rank, all in one strike. How the hell? How are you this strong? As Simon exerted more force, you still have the energy to yell. The mace snapped in two. Zion stared blankly at the mace handle in his hand. Right at that moment, Simon held it high, excited. Now finally I can see the face I like. Don't blame me. You were the one who struck first. After that, only drops of blood splattered, some even landing on Simon's shoes. He calculated, this arena has an extremely high difficulty. Because the MMR is far higher than a normal silver rank attack event. On the other hand, that also means the rewards for clearing it will be much greater. Furthermore, this time, the fewer members in the group, the more rewards they'll receive. That's why those guys were so aggressive about demanding my gear. The system announced, simulating OTT muscle tissue completion rate 15%. Simon was discouraged. Only 15%. Then he thought, well, that's just how it is. Maintaining this form is already dangerous enough. If my arm completely turns into an OTT arm, if the obsidian tablet didn't have an appearance preservation function, I wouldn't have dared to consider the fusion. But it's okay, I actually kind of like it. Suddenly, Simon startled and looked to the side. Mindung, he asked. You're the last member of the group, right? He confirmed. Yes, that's right. But I feel like we've met somewhere before. You look familiar. Oh, right, I think I saw you in the tutorial. Yeah. Simon, I remember now. You're the one I fought by the river, aren't you? Kim Mindung eagerly reached out his hand. That's right. I'm Kim Mindung from the Sungsam Guild. Looking forward to working with you. Simon repeated the name. Sungsam, Sungsam. Thinking of her. Simon's face clouded over with a hint of sadness. This made Mindung nervous. Did I say something wrong? Simon hurriedly shook his head. No, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought for a second. He shook Mindung's hand back. Well, since it's come to this, let's try our best together. He asked, confused, wait, is it really just the two of us? But this mode requires 5 people to coordinate. The other 3 died after we were matched, and the system won't replace them. Mindung couldn't believe it and shouted, what? No way. The system announced, all participants have been matched. The arena will begin now. Time limit 30 minutes. Simun remained calm, but Mindung was clearly anxious. This is crazy! The two were teleported to another location. Without hesitation, Simun urged, all right, let's move out. We're already at a disadvantage with fewer people than the other teams. Okay. The constellation Zeus is watching you. The constellation Black Goat seems satisfied. Simun was surprised. Zeus is still watching me, and now the Black Goat too. He worried, why? I haven't even reached a high rank yet, I'm just doing the placement tests. Why are 2 constellations paying attention to me? Even constellations can't watch a player constantly. My sponsorship. The system continued to display the target location. Goblin base occupied. Clear the target area. A countdown appeared. Simon gritted his teeth, shocked. Wait, a base? These places are usually called outposts or checkpoints. The environment and shape change slightly depending on the map, but it's basically designed as a fortress built on a bridge. The problem was, Simon was stunned by this sudden appearance. Why would something like this be here? Checkpoint structures usually only appear in high-tier ranks, at least platinum and above. Suddenly, he looked around and reevaluated. No, wait. From the start, the trio from the Scorpion Guild and Kim Mindung have already passed their placement test levels. Come to think of it, everyone here meets a very high standard, so it's possible. As for Kim Mindung, he was in awe, but Simun's eyes were full of concern. If this is a fair match, this might be a special outpost. Only for us. He thought about it and became a bit intrigued. Looking on the bright side, the rewards would definitely be worth it. Actually, this is good. This. Right after that, Simon smiled confidently. Well, since it's like this, I'll wipe them out and take the rewards. Suddenly, he turned his head and called out, "Hey, Kim Min-dung." Kim Min-dung jumped slightly and replied, "What is it?" Simon smiled mysteriously. "Do you want to get some extra kills?" He didn't really understand what he meant. Kills, Kim Min-dung realized and scratched his head, admitting, "No. I just finished the tutorial and fighting goblins is already too much for me. Sorry for being shameless, I just want to safely collect the rewards and finish." Hearing that, Simon couldn't help but feel pleased. Great. In that case, let's build our strategy around that. Perfect. I can take all the kills for myself. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint, a goblin was laughing and talking happily. It's time to change shifts. How interesting. Two goblins walked and talked. Standing guard is boring as hell. Don't say such stupid things, it's better than right now when the boss is in a bad mood. They had no idea that a figure was already targeting them. Jump down. That's right, you idiots, you're gonna get scolded. Simon landed on the ground and stomped hard on the two goblins. It turned out he had used the Black Leopard mode, which has the ability to regenerate the physical strength of a black leopard. Unexpectedly, those sensitive goblins didn't notice anything, especially since they are usually very good at hearing sounds. Simon rotated his wrists, warming up. Clearly, synthesizing multiple bodies was still very demanding. In contrast to him, someone was extremely surprised. Appa, the fact that you can handle multiple body synthesis is already crazy. At this moment, Kim Min-dung slowly approached with his sword. Can we really do this? Just the two of us? Simon casually waved his hand. I did a preliminary sweep of them before we ambushed. Their weapons are just rocks and poison-tipped spears. He smiled to reassure him. They can't pierce Min-dung's armor, so if we do this right, we'll be fine. He felt a bit less worried. I understand. After discussing everything, Simon continued inside. All right, let's go. They were slowly walking into a massive checkpoint. The goblins inside were still busy eating and drinking. They didn't even have their guard up. This tastes so good, it's been a long time since we had meat. Suddenly, a goblin heard something. It turned out someone was running fast toward them. This person was none other than Min-dung, who was charging aggressively. The goblins immediately reacted. Humans! Humans! Humans attack! Suddenly, a goblin discovered something. Wait, meanwhile, all the goblins were still rushing toward Min-dung, but one goblin suddenly stopped and switched to ranged attacks. Just one of them. He was all alone, yet he ignored the hail of stones and the taunts. He just kept charging straight ahead. This guy is insane. Min-dung didn't care about the stones at all. He just kept provoking them. Keep firing. A goblin pointed its spear at him and spat out, Is this all you've got, you fool? They kept swarming in, getting more numerous by the second. Human, you're not getting past here. The human is trapped. He seemed to have lost his mind, screaming as he charged forward. Min-dung kept sweeping his sword, maintaining distance from them. Any of them foolish enough to rush in were wiped out. Their blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, he was stabbed from behind in the hip, a blind spot. Min-dung struggled to stand his ground, telling himself, just a little longer. He gritted his teeth, waiting just a little longer. Then he kept swinging his sword, Come and get me. Bring it on. Right at that moment, Min-dung suddenly looked up at the sky and roared, It's time! Immediately after a massive bolt of lightning struck down. The goblins couldn't escape the electrocution. Simon just stood back silently observing the scene. Along with it came the system notification, The obsidian tablet has reduced the backlash effect by 50 points. Previously consumed achievement points have been restored. The recovery rate depends on the level and grade of the tablet. The tablet... He clutched his wound, his eyes widening in shock. In an instant. How is this possible? He started opening the system to check the interface. Simon pondered after reading it. The obsidian tablet had merged and its level increased, but the achievement point recovery remained the same. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed. Oh, don't you even know what backlash is? The voice explained further. No synthetic material dares to interfere with backlash. Only I can control it. At the very least, you need to reach rank B or higher. He listened and seemed to understand rank B. Suddenly, the system announced good news. Constellation Zeus smiles and appreciates your effective use of Astra. Constellation Zeus has sponsored 100 achievement points. Even Simon found it strange. Receiving sponsorship without turning on broadcast mode. Considering the completion rate of the obsidian tablet and all the synthesis steps before this seems all right. He also expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the sponsorship, Lord Zeus. Suddenly, the weapon in Simon's hand began to glow. Simon looked at his hand with a hint of regret. What a pity. I thought I could use it one more time. Even if I poured all equivalent investments into the synthesis, the backlash still happens. Even so, he smiled contentedly. All right. Think of this as a cheap lesson. Suddenly, a strange light emitted from behind the two of them. Mindung was also drawn to that light and turned around. He quickly informed Simon. The target point has appeared. You should leave immediately. He just smiled and refused. Mindung, you go first. Mindung couldn't believe this decision from Simon. What? What about you? The goblins are regrouping and coming back. Are you sure you're okay? He remained very confident in his strength. You saw just now, didn't you? I'm fine. I will finish this and then I'll join up with you, so just go ahead. He still intended to stop him, but held back. Mindung decided to call out, Simon, then please stop by the Holy Trinity Guild next time. We will definitely repay your kindness. As he prepared to leave, he waved, Please, thank you so much. The goblin saw him approaching and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Simon loosened up his hands, preparing to fight. Now let's end this. Suddenly, a sharp axe came swinging at him. Simon immediately spun around alert. A huge goblin had swung its axe, shattering the ground where he was standing. Yet Simon had already leaped away. He let out a cold huff. The goblins immediately cheered excitedly, Boss, you're a dead man! The boss is here. The giant goblin was slowly stepping forward. That sharp axe blade was still emitting intense killing intent. The huge goblin angrily marched toward Simon Human. He couldn't believe this was happening. A hobgoblin. Why is there a hobgoblin here? Simon suddenly remembered the system's previous notification. The target area was recorded as bridge teeming with goblins. Could it be only now did he realize? The phrase, bridge teeming with goblins, implies that a hobgoblin is a monster that appears when normal goblins are affected by dark energy because this bridge is overflowing with dark energy. A hobgoblin appearing was inevitable. Simon's hands started emanating dark energy, signaling that a fight was about to break out, even though it was a high-ranking one. Isn't throwing a hobgoblin at me a bit much? At the very least, it should be platinum rank. Right after that, he activated his Black Panther mimicry ability, and the hobgoblin immediately swung its axe to attack. This is for my underlings. It swung down with immense power, but Simon tilted his body to dodge. He kept evading the attacks, but he started to get suspicious. Isn't this a little too easy? Simon quickly backed away to keep his distance. Overall, its physical capabilities were even worse than a real hobgoblin. Seeing this, he chuckled to himself, Weakened, are you? At least they still have a conscience. What a relief. Even if it wastes achievement points to be safe, I need to take it down properly. Simon immediately snapped his fingers, conjuring bolts of lightning. The Stone of Deduction! The Stone of Deduction! The voice called out, cheering, Oh, I've been waiting for this for so long. Suddenly, a notification surprised him. The constellation Black Sun frowned at the repetitive lightning bolts of Zeus. The Black Sun expressed its dissatisfaction by pointing at the board. You're Obsidian Simon. For a split second, he was distracted. What is it now? The hobgoblin seized the opportunity and quickly attacked. It was only then that Simon snapped back to reality. Oh no! Luckily, he managed to block the attack just in time. Still, Simon was pushed back quite a distance. He had to admit that strength was terrifying. Even with its strength reduced, this was still the capability of a hobgoblin. The system continued to notify him the constellation Black Sun has issued a quest for you. Simon was still stunned. A quest. The system explained further the constellation Black Sun is unhappy because you only use Zeus's lightning. Defeat the hobgoblin boss of this round by using soul synthesis. The reward is 500 achievement points. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin screamed and launched another attack. He still dodged, offering 500 achievement points to pull off a mission like this. By now, Dokya finally understood the reason behind this quest. I get it now. It's a matter of pride, especially since I'm an alchemist. He landed lightly right behind it, looked up at the sky, and decided to accept the mission. Fine, I'll take the mission. The system immediately announced the reactions of the two constellations. The black-winged archangel laughed in satisfaction, while the abyssal black flame dragon frowned with displeasure. Suddenly, the archangel provoked the dragon, startling him as he threatened that perverted bastard. How about we pay Olympus a visit? But he acted like he couldn't be bothered. The dragon shook his head. That crazy guy is still as wild as ever. The dragon crossed his arms and stepped back, which made him feel a bit awkward. The air is so heavy, isn't it? On the other hand, the hobgoblin was furious, roaring, You pathetic human! How dare you insult me! Dokya just stood there looking at his hands using his human synthesis ability. He turned around with a confident look. Well, it's not exactly impossible. Dokya immediately dashed forward at full speed. He didn't hesitate to face it head-on. Dokya activated his morph skill, slamming his fist hard into the hobgoblin's shield, creating a powerful shockwave. That wooden shield was nearly shattered by Dokya's punch. Seeing this, the monster grew cautious. A human with such nerve, right after the hobgoblin grabbed him by the head. It quickly shouted, ordering its minions to attack. The other goblins laughed. "The human's been caught!" They immediately fired darts at Dokya. He glanced back just once. The poisoned darts embedded themselves in his back. The hobgoblin couldn't help but laugh smugly. How about that human? Pretty hard to move now, isn't it? It kept acting with contempt, not realizing he was secretly exerting his strength. Humans really are such a low-life species. The hobgoblin feigned pity. How pathetic falling into such a simple trap. And with zero resistance to the paralytic venom. It raised its axe, preparing to torture him. "Let's start by chopping off your limbs one by one." Suddenly, he grabbed the hobgoblin's arm. It stared in total shock. The hobgoblin suddenly saw the poisoned darts popping out of his back. "What? What is this?" It broke into a cold sweat, unable to accept the reality. "No way! How can a human—" Dokya didn't care. He activated his skill and squeezed the arm hard. In a flash, the hobgoblin had lost an arm. It screamed in agony and collapsed to its knees. He continued to choke it. Now it was Dokya's turn to mock. Goblins really are a low-life species, letting themselves fall into such a simple trap. He looked down with cold eyes and asked, "Isn't that right?" The hobgoblin no longer had the strength to resist. Dokya didn't mess around anymore and finished it off instantly. The hobgoblin's body lost its momentum and collapsed to the floor. The other goblins started to tremble in fear. "How can this be, boss? Our boss is dead!" Along with that, the system notification rang out. "You have completed the Black-Winged Archangel's mission. You have received 500 achievement points." Dokya could even receive additional rewards. The Archangel seemed very pleased with his use of the human synthesis power. "You have received 500 bonus achievement points. You have defeated the hidden boss, the Hobgoblin Solo. You have received 500 achievement points as a reward." He was a bit surprised by these rewards. A hidden boss, so it wasn't just created to be defeated. Not only that, a series of other notifications followed. The star stream was already talking about him, astonished by these consecutive incredible achievements. The Archangel was mocking the fools for their management skills. "This is why I never sign up to be a constellation." Dokya suddenly fell into deep thought. "Discussing me, huh?" Now that he thought about it, something similar happened when he created the obsidian tablet, getting attention from the star stream. Is this a good thing? Let's try to think positively. The star stream always ensures a clear balance between risk and reward. Dokya didn't think much more and stepped toward the light. Anyway, I can't change anything now. Time to collect the rewards. As the scene shifted to Dokya's room, he was back in the real world. The system immediately displayed a series of messages you have successfully completed. The Corrupted Goblin Fortress Arena stage. Defeated all enemies solo under the 5-person party condition. Clearing rewards have been increased based on performance. The attribute bound to the Philosopher's Stone has received a portion of experience points. Level increased by 4. The Philosopher's Stone's level increased by 2. Received Hobgoblin's Battle Axe. As a clearing reward for defeating the hidden boss Hobgoblin Solo, received Corrupted Hobgoblin Serum. As a reward for achieving the hidden achievement, defeat the hidden boss. Received an additional 1,000 achievement points. Even he found this hard to believe. So much Dokya looked at the achievement points and laughed. Is it because this is the first boss? The rewards were truly massive. He opened his status window, looking at his stats with an involuntary smile. At this rate, I'll hit 1,000 achievement points soon. Dokya suddenly asked the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone with 10,000 points. I can synthesize the obsidian tablet again, right? It quickly confirmed the information. Correct, but as you progress further, the required points and the growth rate will change. Dokya understood after hearing that. Oh, I see. Got it. The extraction stone was a bit surprised by his attitude. Aren't you even curious? I thought you would have asked by now. Simon just sighed and replied, with my many years of alchemy experience, I could already guess. Simon went back to studying the status window and said simply, that means the cost will increase with every upgrade. That's a shame. I'll have to invest carefully. Still, it's an investment I can't avoid. Unlike consumable items like Astrahi, the obsidian board is permanent. Once it's created, I can use it infinitely. Moreover, the power of an obsidian board in human alchemy is undeniable. The extraction stone suddenly added, by the way, during the second synthesis, the 20% growth rate still applies to the 10,000 points. He understood what it meant. The cost remained the same when reaching 40% completion. The extraction stone nodded. Yes, exactly. He was immediately overjoyed. Good, that's good enough, just doing the simple math. The power of human alchemy will double compared to now. Simon clicked on his points section. But it's better to save some points while synthesizing. Achievement points are his primary resource, yet his current balance was 0. Still, the quest completion rewards don't seem to provide much. He remembered receiving them occasionally through broadcasts or arena clear rewards, but Simon needed to think this through more carefully. I'm still in the ranking evaluation phase. With this, his total alchemy power was 17. Besides, the extraction stone's level had increased from 5 to 7. He rubbed his hands together, preparing for the main event. Now it's time for the main course. Simon quickly checked his inventory. He first examined the Hobgoblin Battle Axe, an item from the green skin line that warriors loved, one of the standard uniform items in the group. I wonder if the item options are the same as the Platinum tier. It's even better, it adds 5 points of strength. 5 strength is considered a top-tier option. Simon seemed very satisfied with this item. Normally, items only give a strength bonus of +1 to +3. This will definitely have the highest value. What a steal. He suddenly felt something. Simon couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. It hadn't been long since he returned, but it felt like such a long time since he'd seen something like this. The extraction stone was confused. Appa, what are you talking about? He suddenly pulled out a vial of hobgoblin serum. It was even more confused about what Simon was planning. This is hobgoblin serum, right? Why is it here? No way. Appa, did you endure using anesthetic before synthesizing me? He suddenly remembered the memory from before. The side effects of not being able to use magic. The body decomposition process during the normal arena stage caused indescribable pain, and he had used special anesthetics to endure it every time. This serum was one of the main ingredients in those anesthetics. The extraction stone still didn't understand Simon's actions. But you also made an antidote. Oppa, why didn't you drink it sooner? He didn't want to answer directly. Ah, I had my reasons. It was very surprised. Really? You have to put your health first. Well, thanks to that, I was able to synthesize you while in perfect condition. Seaman nodded in agreement. That's right, if I hadn't used the antidote as the base to synthesize you, then this return wouldn't have been possible. The extraction stone added, returning to the original body is something that even the constellations could not do. He was suddenly curious. But what exactly did you synthesize to help me recover and make the return possible? It intended to provide information, but it couldn't be disclosed. There is something that can do that. Simon didn't hear clearly and immediately asked, Huh, what did you just say? The extraction stone couldn't break the rules either. Damn it, I probably can't mention this. Anyway, even the constellations are wary of it. Simoon suddenly lay down on the bed and sighed. If it's forbidden, then there's no other way. What's the point of talking about something I can't hear? It couldn't help but be surprised by his attitude. You gave up pretty quickly this time. The extraction stone suddenly revealed a little. To be more precise, the Galaxy Arena has started giving me a hard time for mentioning this. Hearing this, Simon was a bit surprised. The Galaxy Arena. The extraction stone immediately confirmed, yes, they are flooding me with a barrage of messages asking me not to mention that anymore. By the way, what are you planning to do with this serum? You don't have issues with magic anymore, do you? He, of course, already had a plan. That's right, I won't need to produce it as an anesthetic anymore, so I'm thinking of making a type of elixir. The extraction stone suddenly understood Simon's intention. Wait, you're planning to use this poison? With a confident smile, he affirmed that for an alchemist, a toxin can also be an antidote. It was absolutely thrilled to hear that. Oh my God. I love it, controlling the essence of a material at will, and since it's mixed with shadow energy, it's bound to be intense. Just imagine how embarrassing that would be. When a toxin is converted into an antidote with properties completely opposite to its original nature. So exciting. Simon noticed the Philosopher's Stone was getting a bit too carried away. Hey, calm down! But it remained very hyped. Did I say something unnecessary? Time passed until the next day. He looked up in amazement. Still the same, huh? The stone also acknowledged the sheer scale of the building in front of them. It was huge. It's seriously huge. Is this place really called the Mecca for gamers? Simon quickly confirmed. Yeah, more accurately, it's called the Galaxy Agora. It speculated Galaxy Agora. Is this building provided by the arena? He added, not exactly. The Galaxy Arena just manages the broadcasting side. Suddenly, someone struck up a conversation with him. Excuse me, are you an awakened... It turned out to be security personnel wanting to verify Simon. Could you please put it in your inventory and take it back out? He followed the security guard's instructions. She also sent the necessary item to Simon. Yes, verified. Thank you for your cooperation. This is your player watch. Of course, he was very familiar with this item. It had been a long time, so he naturally understood its functions, recording personal accounts, transaction history, and data, including team recruitment and internal maps of the Agora. Among many other features, it was a piece of advanced technology. The security guard kindly offered more guidance. This is your first time at the Galaxy Agora, right? If you need an explanation on how to use this watch... However, Simon cut her off. It's fine, I've used it before. The security guard didn't ask anything else. Understood. Have a good time. As they went inside, the Philosopher's Stone was completely overwhelmed by the sight. So many people are all these people gamers? He immediately affirmed, yeah, some might just be awakened, but without an inventory you can't get in. The stone was still in shock. So impressive. Nothing strange about that. This place is called the Mecca for gamers after all. But where are we going now? Simon quickly pressed the elevator button to go up to the shopping district exclusive to gamers. I have a few items I need to sell there. The elevator doors opened and there were already a few people inside. He stepped in quickly. Two men started talking again. Did you hear? The new trainer class at the Awakened Academy is top-notch. Yeah, they say it's the best class ever. Simon started paying attention to their conversation, especially Kim Si-hyuk and Lee Do-dung. Those two are top tier. They broke through the diamond rank and are already ranked right. Wait, when did they get ranked? That was a long time ago. You didn't know? They broke through to diamond just 4 years after they awakened. They're considered the best in Korea. Just then, the elevator stopped at the 4th floor and the doors opened. The man sighed again. I'm so jealous. Some of us have been stuck at gold rank for 4 years now. The Philosopher's Stone noticed his attitude was a bit different. Why are you smiling like that? Simon made up an excuse, just found it funny, that's all. The further they went in, the more amazed the stone became. There were so many different shops. It voiced its question, so do people buy and sell ore here? He answered, yeah, among other things. Guild shops are more common than private ones. The stone still didn't understand, but why try to sell here? Instead of the auction house nearby, Simon glanced at his inventory then, replied, when an item falls under the student uniform rank, it's almost impossible to auction. Most prices were already set. He reached a large shop and naturally transactions with large guilds were cleaner. The man inside saw Simon. He bowed, welcome. As he walked around looking, he thought, large corporations are really different, luxurious and clean. The man offered his help. Is there something you're looking for? Simon stated his purpose straight away. I'm here to sell. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised. Sell? It's been a while since someone came here to sell. He asked about the item. Do you have anything you want to sell? He placed the hobgoblin's battle axe directly on the table. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Oh, this is... He picked it up to examine the hobgoblin's battle axe. It even had a high-end option. Simon was eager to sell immediately. Can we liquidate this right now? The middle-aged man happily presented the price list, of course. These are the recent prices for the Hobgoblin War Axe at the Galactic Agora. He was shocked at the massive sum of 42 million won, but the man added more info. It sold for 38 million won yesterday, though it only had +4 power back then. The middle-aged man, however, wanted to know the origin of the item. Mind telling me where you got this item from? He started sizing him up. I'm a producer-type player, but you don't look like a high-level player. And when he heard this, he was startled. What did you say? The middle-aged man immediately pressed him further. What's your level? Simon replied honestly, level 7. Is he suspecting me? Hearing this, the man smiled smugly. Level 7, huh? You probably want to get paid in full cash without using an app, right? Simon immediately clarified. Wait, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I got this item entirely from competing in the arena. The middle-aged man just sneered and pointed at the axe. A level 7 player has an item that only drops from platinum rank. Sir, I won't waste much time, he said, suddenly slamming a red button on the wall with a devious smile. If you press this alarm, security will come right away, and naturally the owner of this stolen item will be found. However, the middle-aged man feigned kindness. People like you usually have unfortunate circumstances, so I can help you out. His lowballing tactics made Simon tremble with rage. 10 million won in cash. If you sell it for this price, I won't press the alarm. The shameless middle-aged man gave him his ultimatum. Of course, I'll keep quiet about this too. So what will you choose? Although furious, Simon couldn't do much, and hearing the man, he said, "Are you kidding me?" Suddenly, someone else spoke up, startling the man. "That's quite an interesting story you're telling." Director Kim. Turns out it was Ryu Do-dung. So after becoming a manager at ABU, you've really become bold, haven't you? Meanwhile, in the park, someone just opened a soda can. It was Do-dung who helped Simon open the can. Taking it, he watched her hands intently, these hands. 9 years later, Do-dung's hands would be holding a blood-stained hammer, the hammer that smashed the head of her grandfather, Chairman Lee Sun-cheon. The horrors of that day were unbelievable. It wasn't just Chairman Lee Sun-cheon. The heads of several high-ranking officials present were also crushed, and that incident, it could be considered the starting point for South Korea's collapse. Why did that happen? The shock he received that day is still deeply imprinted in his mind. Simon felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. She was completely different from the Do-dung he once knew. Back in reality, Do-dung felt that Simon was acting a bit strange. "That's strange, you used to love soda, didn't you? Have your tastes changed?" Only then did he startle and reply, "Oh, sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment." She suddenly revealed what she had observed about him. "You still don't change when you focus on something. You don't see anything around you." He was a bit surprised. "You noticed that?" Do-dung smiled brightly and affirmed, "Yes, thanks to you I learned about the charm of when a man is immersed in something." Simon sighed. "Do-dung, you haven't changed a bit." Suddenly someone approached to call her, and Do-dung's manager reported, "I have sent the details of the deposit you mentioned." Do-dung checked the account immediately. "The contents are a bit different from what I thought." She admitted it straightforwardly. She kept watching the account. "Good, you did well." Do-dung immediately showed Simon the figure 50 million won. "This is the payment for the Hobgoblin War Axe you sold." Even he was a bit surprised. This amount was a bit higher than the usual price. Before he could speak, she looked a bit troubled. "That's compensation for the rudeness that one of our employees caused you. Is that too little? I want to give you more if I can." Simon immediately laughed to comfort Do-dung. "It's fine. Even though you're the direct heir, work and personal matters should be kept separate." Clearly, Do-dung also smiled with satisfaction. "You're still the same as always." She looked at him with a great affection. "You haven't changed at all. That's why I can talk to you like this." He felt wary. What's gotten into her suddenly? So cheesy. But Simon just looked at Do-dung, sadly. Well, quite a bit of time had passed, so perhaps it didn't matter. A while later, the two started walking around the park. He suddenly mentioned her mother's condition. "By the way, how is your mother?" Do-dung answered briefly. "Mom is still in a coma, but it's okay. I visit and take care of her often." Simon immediately exposed the lie. "It's not just running around in the arena, is it?" Do-dung could only force a smile and confess, "Actually, I use visiting Mom as an excuse to play in the arena. I even installed a dedicated access device in her hospital room." She suddenly changed the subject. "Oh, but Simon, you said you got that item from the arena earlier, right?" Simon didn't hide anything and replied, "That's right." Do-dung suddenly looked worried. "Wait, has your body completely recovered then?" He smiled confidently and answered, "Yeah, my magic loss has been fully cured." Hearing this, she immediately cheered happily. "Oh, that's such wonderful news!" Realizing she had overreacted, Do-dung scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I just got a bit too excited. Anyway, congratulations, but I don't know if I have the right to ask this." She wanted to be direct. "Would you mind telling me how you managed to recover?" He remained silent for a moment, thinking. Simon decided to keep it a secret. "I just got lucky," he said. "I started feeling my magic slowly returning, and then it was completely healed." Do-dung just nodded, looking a bit disappointed. "I see. I'm really happy for you. Actually, I was so worried. Even though I searched for ways to treat the magic loss, it was hopeless." Simon immediately tried to encourage her. "Do-dung, the effort you put in over all these years is enough, so stop blaming yourself." Do-dung didn't know how to respond. Simon still insisted it was just a coincidence. It was just an accident, and I only did what was natural. She still wanted to argue, but he cut her off immediately. "Do-dung, that's enough. Once again, it was my choice at that time." Simon definitely didn't regret his decision. Even if he could go back to that moment, his choice wouldn't change. As he said that, he inwardly mocked himself. Even though he claimed he had no regrets about what happened then, why, since that day, could he not reply to the two of them? Of course, the outside pressure was real. He was already the child of the other woman, and just that alone caused trouble for the family. And then he became disabled due to the accident. Maybe the Kim family wanted him to disappear completely. But cutting off contact with the two siblings he grew up with, he couldn't deny it was his own choice. Right after leaving the family, they still contacted him frequently. Thinking of this, Simon clenched his fists. Looking back, it was shameful. If he had to give a reason, he simply couldn't accept the reality of losing his magic. He had a bright future ahead, with a magic score of 10, and then he lost everything in one accident. So he drew a line between himself and the world, both physically and mentally. He couldn't even take care of himself. Perhaps in his heart, he even resented the two of them. If it weren't for them at that time, he always regretted the person he was during that period, especially in Dudung's case. If he had stayed by her side, maybe she wouldn't have ended her life with the title of traitor. Dudung happily continued the conversation. But wait, didn't you just enter the arena recently? Simon quickly gave a vague answer. Oh, just a few days ago. You haven't even finished your placement test yet. She immediately offered to help. Really? Then you must need equipment right now, don't you? Dudung wanted to buy Simon some items. How about you come with me to the shop to get some gear? He just smiled awkwardly and refused. I'm not really in a rush. She looked a bit confused. You're not in a hurry to buy equipment. But you're a magic user, right? Simon finally had to reveal his class. Right, my class is an alchemist. Dudung looked like she understood. Ah, an alchemist. That makes sense. She suddenly became unusually excited. So, are you planning to use the money from your sales to buy alchemy ingredients? He answered briefly. Yeah, I was lucky enough to receive a few recipes recently. Dudung happened to be missing a few ingredients. That's great, I'm actually in need of some ingredients too. Simon pretended not to hear clearly and asked back, the necessary ingredients. She confirmed, yes. Simon was a bit cautious. But Dudung, you're a combat class user. What kind of ingredients could you possibly need? Dudung waved her hands. Come on now. Combat classes aren't just about swinging weapons mindlessly. We even make potions to support our training. Simon was a bit worried. Really? He was trying to refuse politely. Even so, wouldn't it be more effective to ask another alchemist or a professional crafter? And with your skills, I'm sure you could gather all sorts of potions. Dudung suddenly grabbed Simon's hand. Oh my. She gave a logical reason. Simon, I don't have time. I have to visit my mom at the hospital soon. He still wanted to refuse. Dudung, let's do it another time. But she already dragged him away. Hurry up and go. You're a magic user, so you walk too slowly. Let me pull you to make it faster. Simon hurriedly ran after Dudung. Is that strength? All right, I'll let you lead. Dudung's manager couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this the young girl she used to know? Dudung's manager also noticed that Smile was different from usual. She was completely different. She just sighed, maybe this is her true self. Dudung's manager immediately shook his head in denial, simply unable to wrap his head around it. By now, the two of them had reached a marketplace where vendors were peddling their wares. Selling handmade recovery potions from intermediate to basic? We've got it all. We're buying up all sorts of miscellaneous items, and our prices are adjusted based on the current yearly market rates. As the day went on, the crowd started taking notice of the two. Si-hun felt rather embarrassed, but Dudung didn't seem to care at all. Alchemists are always running low on ingredients, take another look. But he just shook his head and refused, saying, that's enough. You've already bought more than you planned. She kept on insisting, come on, just grab one more. Seriously, this is the last one. Si-hun opened his inventory, which was already stuffed to the brim. Dudung, my inventory is about to burst. Yet Dudung remained super excited. Don't be like that, I really have something I want to give you. He could only grit his teeth and accept that shopping with other people was more terrifying than he'd imagined. She was given the go-ahead and immediately went to pick things out. This one is big, but the color is lacking. This one is too small. Si-hun could only stand to the side, silent, as if in the middle of a battle. I can barely tell the difference in size and color between these materials of the same grade. How does she know so much about alchemy? Dudung scrutinized every single item thoroughly. They were usually not easy to deal with. He remained silent, watching her happily shop. Perhaps that was a necessary step for her in the past. For someone like him who could craft philosopher's stones and mythic-grade weapons, these things weren't actually that important. As long as they were the right grade, he didn't really care about the other details. Just then, Dudung had found a special item. This is for you. Si-hun, of course, recognized what it was. It was an arena access device. She happily revealed more. That's right, the latest model produced by Sung Sam. It hasn't even been released yet. This is a restricted arena access device. Arena access devices were released in many forms, from helmets to capsules and glasses. What was right in front of him was unexpectedly the result of the Galaxy Arena. They had directly contacted the top authorities worldwide. Initially, only superpowers like the United States and China could produce them, but the Galaxy Arena had stepped in to contact national governments directly to prevent those two countries from monopolizing and exploiting the technology. There was even an anti-monopoly warning attached. They even threatened to revoke the status of all players from China and the United States. He hesitated slightly when taking the item. But is it okay for you to give this to me? Dudong quickly reassured him, all the high-level players from my side and the Sung Sam Guild are already using it. It just hasn't been commercialized yet. Si-hun was still not entirely at ease. No, I mean, I'm an outsider. Are you really allowed to give this to me? She replied happily. Of course there's no issue at all. I'm gifting it to you. Dudong suddenly radiated authority, cautioning him, if Sung Sam comes looking for this, you have to let me know, okay? She repeated herself again, but Si-hun was lost in thought. All right, sure. Si-hun scratched his head, wanting to refuse. Even so, would it be better to just buy a suitable one from a Sung Sam shop? Wouldn't that be better? Dudong immediately pouted. Oh, come on! If you run the arena without a proper device, you could hurt your body. She bit her lip. I don't know what to do with you. This habit of hers appeared whenever he tried to act stubborn. You stubborn thing. Dudong could only sigh. If you're worried, just think of this as compensation for the rudeness the branch manager showed earlier. Si-hun finally understood her intention. Ah, if you put it that way. If you put it... Yes. He was secretly thrilled. Great. I was actually planning on buying an access device anyway. Honestly, I was thinking about streaming in the arena soon, so this is even better. A while later, Si-hun noticed the time was running out. It's time, Dudong. Dudong also had things to do. Yeah, I'm almost due to visit my aunt at the hospital too. He was keeping that in mind. By the way, the aunt is also sick from something related to the arena, right? I should look into that. When the Galaxy Arena opened, much like the mana depletion he had suffered from, there was a disease called arena sickness that only appeared in awakened individuals. Si-hun wasn't too worried about the time. He didn't know the exact name of the disease, but since his aunt had been chosen by the constellations, she should be able to hold on for a while. He recalled old memories, feeling a bit sad. She had treated him, an illegitimate child, like her own flesh and blood. I need to grow stronger quickly. To grow and start creating the cure. Suddenly, Dudong grabbed Si-hun's hand. Oh, hey. He didn't understand what she was doing. Actually, Dudong said, feeling a bit shy. You still need to give me an answer, too. Si-hun still couldn't understand. Answer. Suddenly, Si-hun scratched his head, remembering. Ah, the message. She pouted slightly. Shi-hook was bragging about you replying to that message. He just smiled and replied, bragging? He's just got nothing else to show off. Dudong agreed with him. That's true. How troublesome, Si-hun sighed again. We're not kids anymore. All right, fine. What a pain. Simon sighed. We're not kids anymore. Okay, enough already. I'll text you when I get there. Hearing this, she beamed with joy. Really? You promise? Simon suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. You silly girl. Her face darkened instantly. You only just realized your mistake now. Girls really hate having their hair messed up. Simon quickly made an excuse to leave. Take care of yourself. Let's get going before things get weird. He waved his hand and walked away. I'm off. But Dudong's manager looked annoyed. He had no manners at all. Even if they were friends, it was rude to just mess up someone's styled hair like that. She suddenly noticed Dudong standing perfectly still. Why wasn't she moving? Was she actually that angry? Dudong's manager quickly reassured her, Don't worry, I'll fix your hair in a jiffy. It'll be a huge headache if something happens here. There are way too many eyes on us. Especially since everyone is a player, and with Sung Sam's reputation, keeping things quiet will be tough. What should I do? Yet she suddenly noticed something. Dudong was actually smiling happily. She blushed embarrassed and covered her face. Sis, let's just pretend we didn't see that. Dudong's manager agreed. Yeah, okay, sure. She quickly looked away. Today was just really strange. Dudong suddenly brought up something else. By the way, sis, whatever happened with that matter? Dudong's manager didn't understand. What are you talking about? Even though Dudong was serious again, she said, Sis, it's just the two of us here. Speak freely. She opened her tablet. If you're talking about that incident from last year, it's shocking that nothing has been clarified yet. Still, absolutely nothing. The screen showed a blank. Not a single shred of information. She seemed to grasp what that meant. Dudung's manager continued, "Yeah, as if someone wiped everything clean." Even so, she still had her doubts. Isn't it strange? The upper class in Korea was hit by terrorism, yet there's zero information about it. Dudung also found it abnormal. The media rushes to report even the smallest scandals, but this has been dead silent ever since. She found it even more suspicious. Right, and lately, the heir to the Seoul Sam group got pranked during a private broadcast, and the media made a huge fuss over it. Something was definitely wrong. She immediately thought of that incident. After all, he's just a third-generation chaebol who won a minor gold medal, yet a single prank had the whole country in an uproar. So this can't be realistic. Dudung speculated, "There's someone pulling the strings behind the scenes." It really sounded like someone was intentionally covering it up, and they had to be extremely powerful. Dudung's manager gave a gentle reminder. "You can feel it, can't you? If we dig any deeper, we'll definitely run into trouble." She just smiled confidently. "Are you scared, sis?" Naturally, she wasn't. "What do you take me for?" Dudung's manager was still genuinely worried. "I'm asking if you're okay, kid. You have a lot more to lose than I do." Dudung just sighed. "Sis, I don't have much left to lose anymore." Suddenly, she shifted her gaze elsewhere. Yeah, Dudung was still keeping her eyes on Simon. She was determined to investigate. "I just got a hold of something recently, so I need to know more." Dudung's manager already knew the outcome. Yeah, I knew you'd say that." "Right," she repeated it again. "Shall we get to work?" Once they started, there was no turning back. Dudung was ready. "Yeah, go ahead and start. If there's any data, bring it to me. If any awakened person is involved..." She gave off a terrifying aura. "Bring me their head even if you have to do it yourself." "I found something pretty interesting recently." The stars twinkled against the night sky. Simon tossed his jacket onto the chair, exhausted. He flopped down on the bed, feeling relieved. Nothing beats coming home. The sound of the stone pulsed. "Was that girl earlier your close friend?" Suddenly, Simon realized something. "Dudung? We've been super close since we were 5. We grew up together." She listened and asked, "Is that so?" Simon sat bolt upright. "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Her heart pounded hard in her chest. "It's not just... how do I put this? She seems a bit cunning, but if you two are childhood friends, I can't stop you from getting close to her. If you need me, I'm here to help, but never mind. Anyway, let's start crafting the essence. It'll help you recover faster than anything else." He stretched and said, "You're right. Let's see here." Simon took a few small potion bottles out of the cupboard and set them on the table. A pile of stuff. Simon hugged the wooden block and remarked, "This size is perfect." "Looking at that corner over there, I think it'll work," Simon said, snapping his fingers. Shapes began to form under his hands, and the structure of a wooden desk flickered into existence with each burst of light. He placed it against the corner of the wall. This made the Philosopher's Stone quite pleased. "Alchemy truly is amazing. It always gives me perfect results. Now let's set aside the ingredients for the essence. Keep it here for easy access and put those other potions over there." Since there was no need for them now, Simon took a shortcut and asked, "What do you want the essence to do?" The Philosopher's Stone narrowed its eyes. "Well, I just need it to make me stronger." But the Philosopher's Stone questioned, "How?" Simoon picked up a vial of corrupted goblin serum. "This time I want to do something different." The Philosopher's Stone was a bit confused. "Why?" A glint of confidence sparkled in Simon's eyes. "Usually goblin ingredients have numbing properties, right?" The Philosopher's Stone replied, "That's correct. Goblins use their own blood to make numbing agents after all. In that case, first we need to purge the corrupted magic from it." Suddenly it froze. "Wait, are you planning to use its numbing properties as well?" Simon nodded, confirming, "Exactly. I'm going to focus on this corrupted plane. The essence also has the function of increasing stats in a similar way after all." The Philosopher's Stone reacted violently. "Are you crazy? Researching corrupted magic? You're not a demon, you know. You don't even know the most basic principles of corrupted magic. Corrupted magic is extremely unstable. It will destroy your body the moment you touch it." Even so, Simon remained calm. "I know." The Philosopher's Stone protested vehemently. "If you're not careful, you might end up with extremely serious side effects, like the magic nullification curse." He placed a hand on his chest to reassure it. "Don't worry about that. I have a plan." He explained, I know someone who is extremely good at controlling corrupted magic. Yes, Simon reaffirmed. So this is the deal, Philosopher's Stone. Let's try to synthesize something new. A moment later, Simon's voice echoed, "What do you think? This is just a matter of knowledge, isn't it?" "Don't you think so?" The Philosopher's Stone exclaimed in surprise. "Sir, you really are very smart." Simon laughed and reminded it, "Come on, you say I'm smart, but you're catching on pretty fast yourself." While swirling the solution, he continued, "So, is it impossible?" The Philosopher's Stone quickly countered, "No, it's definitely possible. I'm not entirely sure, but if this happens as you said, then I don't think there will be any problems." This made Simon happy. "Really?" It confirmed again. "That's right, just like the obsidian tablet. Anyway, it's not an item that requires high capabilities," the Philosopher's Stone added, "and since this is a book of knowledge, it won't have as many requirements as astrophy. But synthesizing at this final stage will cost a lot more." Simon didn't stop his hands as he asked, "So you mean I'll need a lot of achievement points, right?" It listed several possibilities. "Unless you can drastically increase your alchemy stats." He decided on his own, "So that's it. Currently, the thing I'm about to create is as valuable as a divine artifact. The alchemy skill requires the user to have awareness far beyond everyone else." The Philosopher's Stone interrupted, "Even for constellations. Maxing out stats is not easy at all." His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "Thinking about it now, that makes sense. Divine artifacts are given to those chosen by constellations under certain conditions." At this point, he asked, "How many achievement points do you think this synthesis will need?" The Philosopher's Stone hesitated for a moment. "Let me calculate." "Hurry." Then it gave a vague answer. "It depends on the level of completion you possess, so honestly, we got lucky when crafting the obsidian tablet." Simon was slightly surprised. "Lucky how so?" The Philosopher's Stone answered shyly, Since you're an alchemist, you have a slight advantage, plus I have a certain charm." Simon looked helpless. "Charm, is that one of the special attributes of the Philosopher's Stone?" "No," it sighed. "Can't you just compliment me for once?" Simon conceded with a nod. "All right, you are very charming." The Philosopher's Stone pretended to dodge. "Stop it, you're making me blush." He changed the subject. "So the level of completion is truly very important, right?" The Philosopher's Stone gave only one answer. "Correct." Simon looked up and rubbed his chin. "Level of completion." He calculated internally. The Philosopher's Stone had defined completion as level and percentage. Like a percentage copy, then. Lowering the completion level also lowers the cost, but for Simon, he had determined it only works for items like astrophy. But knowledge is different. Simon demands 10 out of 10, not 9.5. No matter how grand the information is, if it's incomplete, it's just trash. I need to balance the cost and usability. Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone touched his chest. "What's wrong?" "I have a question for you. You merged with the obsidian, right?" Simon slowly straightened up. "More accurately, I absorbed it." The Philosopher's Stone continued to press him. "No matter how talented you are, it's still just a crafted item." "Right." The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "So that means I can absorb knowledge too, right?" The Philosopher's Stone sounded amused. "Naturally, I am incredibly intelligent after all. Didn't you know that—" Simon, sensing an opportunity, made up his mind. "Great, then let's start crafting right now." The Philosopher's Stone teased, "It seems like you've already figured out how alchemy works." Simon's gaze suddenly shifted. "Exactly 10% is enough." It praised him. "Sounds good. Do you know anything about how these crafted items are made?" Simon replied concisely, "A little. I've heard some interesting things about it before." Recalling the past, the book was thrown to the ground. "Hey, genius, take a look. Can you make this thing make any sense?" Masuk was fuming with rage. "This technique only works for those who have mastered the heavenly demon arts to level 10. Like hell, my brain stopped learning back in the 7th grade. She still wanted to ask for his help. "You're good at organizing everything, right? Can you help me translate this pile of stuff?" Memories flooded back to Simon. In his past life, someone had asked him to decipher the heavenly demon arts. Naturally, he couldn't even see the words clearly because they only appeared for the destined successor. As far as he knew, it was divided into 10 main levels, so logically, each level corresponded to 10% completion. This meant that 10% completion, it would contain the instructions for level 1. But for Masuk, this was a manual designed for high-level experts with only 7 levels. Simon crossed his arms and fell silent. He had intended to read and decipher it himself, but he had a hypothesis. If the Philosopher's Stone could absorb knowledge, this would change everything. He wouldn't need to decipher it, he just needed to prepare his body. and the synthesis would handle the rest. With this thought in mind, Simon immediately asked the Philosopher's Stone how much for 10% completion. It hesitated. Not much, just about 5,000 achievement points. Simon's eyes widened slightly. 5,000 points. That's pretty cheap. The Philosopher's Stone quickly reminded him, but the later stages will cost exponentially more. After all this is myth-grade knowledge, Simon clicked his fingers, intrigued. We can learn the first level right now, and that's enough. Let's start crafting. The system appeared confirming the exchange of 5,000 points. He quickly clicked confirm. Purple energy radiated all around, carving ancient characters into the air before forming a scroll. Simon took the paper excitedly, realizing it was done. The system displayed a notification, Heavenly Demon Arts. Simon pressed the paper against his chest. Philosopher's Stone, hurry and absorb it. It quickly complied. Understood. The paper slowly dissolved into him. Simon watched intently, thinking to himself, strange, this time no constellations reacted at all. A moment later, the Philosopher's Stone announced, absorbed. But it's a bit complicated. I feel like I'm trying to catch a mist. Simon's pupils constricted. The image before his eyes began to blur. What is this? It feels like I've gone back to before the regression. And then the image became distorted. A moment later, Simon opened his eyes. Huh! Above him was a clear blue sky. He woke up near a rushing waterfall. Simon was startled. Where am I? A voice came from behind him. You're awake! An old man with long silver hair and a beard smiled. This old man was worried about whether your body was all right. Simon stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. I'm fine. The heavenly demon praised him. Kids these days are certainly not bad, then gestured for him to come over. Come here and sit. Suddenly something caught Simon's eye. He had been teleported by the old man and felt dizzy. He instinctively fell to his knees. What the hell? Simon turned back to look at where he had been moments ago. How did I get here so fast? His eyebrows furrowed in suspicion. Clearly, Simon was taking a gamble. I never thought I'd meet a constellation face-to-face like this. The heavenly demon stroked his beard and laughed. You speak as if you know me. His face was full of confidence. How could I not know? The martial arts manual I studied before coming here was the Heavenly Demon Arts. The Heavenly Demon didn't even try to hide it. I shouldn't have asked such an obvious question, you're right. I am the constellation known as the Heavenly Demon. The system panel added 5,000 points for meeting the Heavenly Demon, but it warned that he is a dangerous entity, advises against provoking him intentionally, and suggests teleporting back to Earth if things get dangerous. Simon frowned, cautious. Even the system was warning him. The Heavenly Demon clicked his tongue in annoyance, grumbling that these guys were warning way too much. The old man barked angrily, "Get lost! Stop with the shady transmissions!" Simon was speechless and helpless, like master, like disciple, I guess. Suddenly, he saw images of demons surrounding him. At this moment, I spoke up to strike up a conversation. You called me here because of the Heavenly Demon Arts, didn't you? He stroked his beard, excited. Straight to the point, huh? You're quite courageous for a youngster, but you've misunderstood slightly. The Heavenly Demon went silent. Even though the Heavenly Demon Arts are indeed supreme, that wasn't the main issue, as his interest lay elsewhere. He asked, Who are you really? Simon was puzzled and asked back, What do you mean by that? He spoke with hidden meaning, exactly what I said. My throat went dry. Wait, is he trying to probe me? My hands were clenched tight. Even Deus and the Black Sun didn't notice that I had regressed, but now a high-ranking constellation like the Heavenly Demon is asking me. The Heavenly Demon smirked and said bluntly, Are you planning to play dumb in front of me? It turns out you're not entirely arrogant after all. He added another question. How well do you know me? Simon remembered the comments from the demon, that disgusting old man, that lunatic, that pervert. Along with the power, he suddenly remembered those words and, distracted, gave a vague answer. As far as I know, the Heavenly Demon constellation seeks transcendence. You value the strongest individuals, similar to what happens in the demon world. This answer satisfied the Heavenly Demon. A sharp youth. You're right. His pupils changed. Just as you said, I have always craved power and walked the path of transcendence since before I became a constellation. Simon flinched at the killing intent in those eyes. It reminded him of the terrifying gaze from his past life. Could that gaze belong to a constellation? Does it have a connection to the Heavenly Demon? Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon dropped that demeanor. Then his charisma exploded. The mountain forest scene vanished in an instant. Simoon fell into an infinite void, feeling as if he were sinking into a black hole. Yet strangely enough, I didn't feel afraid. I thought to myself instead, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The heavenly demon's smile appeared again. You carry his mark. How interesting. A human born in this era can look into the void without trembling. That is truly amazing. So how much longer do you intend to play the fool? Seaman was straightforward, mentioning, I think this has to do with the title I possess. His eyes widened. A title. I gripped it tightly. That's right. One of them is the one who draws the gaze from afar. The heavenly demon burst into laughter. He roared, The gaze from afar, huh? That's right. He would describe me with such ridiculous terms, but Simon kept the same expression. So, have you encountered this person before? The heavenly demon paused for a beat, then gave a creepy smile. That is correct. Simon intentionally dug deeper. I see. It seems you lost, didn't you? The heavenly demon let out a sharp breath. What a cunning brat. You should... The thick pressure returned. Be careful with your mouth, right? Simon tried to resist the intense, murderous intent. It's real, but I don't have to be afraid. He reassured himself because if anything happened to him, the Black Sun wouldn't just stand by. But the heavenly demon's laughter rang out again. No wonder he's interested in you. It makes sense that a lunatic like him would be watching you. He recounted cheerfully, As you guessed, I lost, and I'll add quite miserably. That's why I'm even more curious. Which part of you caught my eye? Honestly, I'll confess this to you alone. It took me 1,000 years to get his attention. Simon flinched and asked back, 1,000 years. The heavenly demon stepped closer. Forgot that as a normal human, you wouldn't know who he is. He stopped, didn't continue, then got angry and cursed. Damn it, those annoying flies! The heavenly demon waved his hand to dismiss the system. All right, I understand. Let me stop. Get lost. Looks like we have to stop here, kid. Simon nodded in agreement. I understand, but... Kid, he explained slowly. Haven't you already learned the heavenly demon arts? Consider yourself my disciple. I was a bit curious. Then what you said earlier... The heavenly demon cut him off directly. Of course I don't mind you learning the heavenly demon arts. Honestly, I'm quite welcoming of it. It is my honor to see someone bearing his gaze continue my legacy. However, you aren't my official disciple, so I have a small request for you. The system panel announced that the heavenly demon had issued a mission. Seaman couldn't help but be surprised. A mission? He hesitated. The system panel displayed the talent evaluation mission. The heavenly demon nodded, stroking his long beard. What do you think? I've even already drawn up the contract for you. If the constellations are scrambling to find someone worthy of their sponsorship, then what about the heavenly demon? If I mess this up, my future could change 180 degrees. I thought, hesitating as he continued with the air of someone who had caught his attention. I trust you'll make the right call, but there are a few conditions, he said with a suspicious look on his face. As the heavenly demon's lips curled into a faint smile, he added, That's right. First off, it has to be a woman, and she has to be young and beautiful within reason. Being brave or even a little bit rude is fine too. After all, the heavenly demon's martial arts are all about conquest, aren't they? Hearing that, I was just dumbfounded. What? Wait a second. Luckily, a sudden scream echoed from somewhere, and my eyes widened as I jumped up right in the middle of the room. Dahyun, looking worried, asked if I was okay. Are you finally back to your senses? What just happened? Why did I suddenly pass out? I broke into a cold sweat. I can't believe it. I fainted. Then I stuttered, trying to explain. That is... Actually, I just met a constellation, I said. And Dahyun looked deeply unsettled. A constellation? How could you possibly meet one of them outside the arena? Thinking for a moment, Dahyun shouted, Wait, don't tell me you met that mad horse, did you? I touched my chest and asked, How did you know? She quickly confirmed, Of course I knew. He's famous for being the most muscle-brained constellation out there. Besides, he's always blabbering about light-colored stuff. Don't you know his most famous motto? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as they're good, anything goes. That sounds vaguely familiar, I thought. What was that? Dahyun rubbed her chin, teasing me. You didn't get seduced by that guy, did you? I turned my face away, retorting, No way, that's not what happened. Only then did Dahyun let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, it's a good thing you came back in one piece. After meeting a lunatic like that, I bet if you weren't good-looking, he would have killed you on the spot. So if he let you walk away unharmed, then he must have taken a liking to you. I mean, you are pretty handsome after all. What a total pervert, I thought, as Dahyun kept rambling in my ear, hoping he didn't sprout any nonsense about learning his martial arts techniques while I just helplessly held my head. No, actually, he even thanked me for learning it, I said, and she shot me a cheeky look. He really is a madman, just like the rumors say. Well, I guess that's good for us. Now let's hurry up and make that essence. You've already learned the technique to control demonic energy, haven't you? I quickly stood up. Let's do it. As we got to work, Da-hyun asked quietly, "You don't need me to tell you the formula, right?" I smiled, adding a few drops into the vial. Of course not. Da-hyun's voice became intrigued. Did you hear that? Every time I remove the toxins, the serum always screams like it's saying, "What are you doing to me?" Still, I'm quite proud of this finished product. The poison is completely gone. Where did all that spirit go? Goodness, have you already given up? Why was it so easy? I thought you'd put up more of a fight, I said, shaking my head. Sometimes you really are strange, you know that. Do you even realize it? A moment later, the sphere was formed, and Da-hyun looked a bit confused. It's a solid pill, not a liquid. I smiled, though I was covered in sweat. I didn't have a proper container, so I couldn't make it into a liquid. Da-hyun laughed it off. Well, that makes sense, since I'm using demonic energy as the base after all. Holding the elixir in his hand, Simon muttered to himself, "Time to put this to the test, right?" The system screen displayed the information Strength Rank C. Simon looked pleased, even though he had made it himself. But I have to admit, this stuff is top tier. I was a bit worried at first, since it had been a while since I brewed an essence, but then I realized I'd managed to extract a stamina-boosting stat. With speed like this is truly legendary. The Philosopher's Stone giggled. It's rank C because of the raw materials, but the stats are absolutely insane. I knew it. I knew you'd create something incredible. But you might not be able to absorb the mana you know. The success rate isn't 100%, the Philosopher's Stone added. Simon smiled. For a normal person, sure. And then he pressed the elixir directly against his chest. But with the Heavenly Demon's 1-star cultivation method already stored in here, I just need to be careful after absorbing it. The Philosopher's Stone seemed enlightened. Right. You just have to trust me. With that, Simon swallowed the elixir. All right, let's get started. He swallowed hard without needing water, then began to meditate and channel his energy. The system announced that his stats were rising continuously as the cultivation time ticked away. Simon drifted off into another realm once again. Something caught his attention. Staring at the wisp of flame in front of him, Simon exclaimed, "Found you!" Suddenly the flame darted away. "Damn it, it's vanishing!" Simon scrambled to chase it. "I can't let it get away. Hurry before it disappears!" He called for backup. The Philosopher's Stone shot out from somewhere, grabbed the flame by the neck, and snuffed it out. "Gotcha, you little brat." Simon panted, catching his breath. "Nice work," he thought to himself. The system said there was a high probability, but we almost lost everything there. First I need to condense the Dantian, then the major meridians. Suddenly the Philosopher's Stone shrieked, "Wait a second, do we really have to create the Dantian right below the navel?" Simon stopped, confused. "Why are you asking that?" It repeated exactly what it had just said. "Just like I said, do we really have to condense the Dantian right there?" Simon abandoned what he was doing. "You're right, I hadn't thought about that." The Philosopher's Stone began lesson number 1. Look, at the end of the day, a Dantian is just a vessel to store and utilize mana, right? Simon nodded, confirming, "That's right." So the Philosopher's Stone made a suggestion. "Then why bother putting it below your navel? You've already got the best vessel in the world right here." A light bulb went off in Simon's head. Thinking back from creating divine artifacts to absorbing knowledge, the Philosopher's Stone truly deserved to be called the best vessel. He smirked and said, "You're right. There's no reason not to use you as my Dantian. Honestly, you might even be better than a traditional one." The Philosopher's Stone agreed, showing off, "Exactly. And even though you're learning the Heavenly Demon's cultivation method at your core, you're an alchemist. Don't ever forget your roots." Simon's eyes filled with confidence. "You're right. I am an alchemist, and alchemy is what changed my life. Thank you. It's thanks to you that I realized all of this." He closed his eyes to continue the work. The system notified him. Special mana successfully absorbed. Then another notification followed. Dantian and Philosopher's Stone are resonating. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at the status screen and all his stats had skyrocketed. Simon finally understood what had happened. So this is what they meant by linked. Suddenly his eyes darted to the side. His mana stat was at 8. Wait, I just got this stat and it's already at 8. It's usually so hard to raise stats, but this is already 8. He confirmed internally. So being linked doesn't just show its position on the status window. Then he couldn't help but remark, "Right, it actually affects the stats themselves. It's not just for show, it's attached. That's almost half my alchemy strength already. Does that mean—" Simon called out loudly. The Philosopher's Stone turned red in reaction. "What's wrong? You're asking a strange question. So if my alchemy strength goes up, my mana goes up too, right?" Logically, the Philosopher's Stone had the same thought. Naturally, just like how I'm affected when you level up. After all, it is an attached relationship, but it's not perfect. Rounding doesn't apply, and the stat must always be a whole number. If you gain 4, I gain 2. Hearing this, Simmons' hands clenched unconsciously. I hit the jackpot. He only needed to know one thing: as long as his alchemy power increased, his mana would grow too. This just made him even more excited for the next arena. The next day, system confirming entry into the Galaxy Arena. Survival with 100 other people. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, a survival mission. How annoying. Comments popped up. What else can you do? It's the Abyss anyway. Another user chimed in gleefully. No wonder they call them the trio of terror of the Abyss. Someone else emphasized, but the odds are 1 in 3. Doesn't this guy win every single time? The unluckiest one. Cursed to the bottom of society. The King of Fairies gasped, trying to restrain his emotions. Now, everyone be careful with your words. Survival is a standard event in high-ranking tiers. The comments started exploding. That's right. We're being sponsored by the Abyss today, so everyone be careful. A comment was posted. Is this the power of money? Just yesterday you were trash-talking the deadly trio, and now you've already closed the deal with them. I guess it's true what they say: if you've got money, you're the king. Dongyong stood before the 3 players, hands on his hips, confidently declaring to his beloved clients, as everyone knows, survival is the worst event for boosting services. And our team has already disbanded. Blondie jumped in shock. Are you serious? Woolhat frowned and cursed. Damn it, I paid 10 million credits. What are you planning to do now? The chat room was like a live comedy show. The clients were annoyed, and someone asked, what exactly is your plan now? Is the Money King trying to get a refund? Someone else defended Dongyong. Chill, this event is random, isn't it? Wasn't this all agreed upon beforehand? 10 million won is like double the usual boosting price, you know. Just then, Dongyong's voice cut through. Everyone calm down, my dear clients. Don't pay too much attention to the chat, he said, flashing a meaningful smile. The survival rewards are based on ranking. With 100 participants, the lowest reward goes to 50th place, and the highest goes to 1st. The cricket frowned and pressed him. Are you saying you're going to get us into the top 3? Dongyong's eyes lit up as he confirmed, you've got it. As expected of a pro, your insight is on a whole different level, he boasted, thumping his chest, this Money King. The price is steep, but the quality matches it. You viewers know that, right? The chat exploded again. True, he's a money grubber, but you can't deny his skills. A guy aiming for diamond rank joining an arena typical. Our Money King is so proud of being a driver, it's honestly impressive. The cricket seemed intrigued by the offer. I trust you because of your skills. He scratched his head and laughed. You're making me blush. Blondie chimed in with another question. So how exactly are you going to get us into the top 3? He didn't hesitate. Simple. We form a team. Blondie gasped. The cricket warned him about the rules, but Dongyong placed his hand on the cliff wall and said, don't worry about that. It looks like we're on the edge of an abandoned mine. Based on my experience, if we hide well, nobody will notice we've teamed up. Woolhat rubbed his chin. He's got a point. The cricket nodded in agreement. Players at this level aren't exactly known for their keen senses. With their approval, Dongyong laid out his simple plan. I'll take everyone else out until it's just the 4 of us, and then I'll off myself. The trio looked terrified. Wait, so the 3 of us have to fight each other? He nodded and explained. Exactly. You all paid the same amount, so it wouldn't be fair if I interfered, right? What a brilliant solution. The chat went wild. Our Money King is such a pro, isn't he? So the clients will fight it out amongst themselves. This is turning into a real pro-level match. Open your personal stream. Elsewhere, a player logged in coincidentally right where Dongyong had been talking. As soon as he entered the dungeon, the system skipped the rank-up review. Si-mun muttered to himself. What now? He wondered, did they finish the ranking stage in just one match? Do they want me to do the ranking matches so I can get strong quickly? Before he regressed, he was stuck at level 1, a complete loser. He'd made mistakes before. Si-mun resolved, if I do well this time, I want to climb higher. That sickness was gone, and he had regained his powerful abilities. He clenched his fist, confident, this is my big chance. Just then, Si-mun remembered something. Come to think of it, I think I forgot to turn on the recording. Not that anyone's watching, anyway. As soon as he started the broadcast, the system displayed that the constellations had entered the room. He panicked. Wait, even constellations can watch? Well, let's start digging then. Elsewhere, Dongyong was clearing the area. He tried to punch Si-mun with a fake smile plastered on his face. You stepped into the wrong place, buddy. This punch has enough power to hit diamond rank. There's no way a piece of trash like you can take this. This is why I love bullying the weak. but he realized he'd met a formidable opponent. Simon blocked his punch. He blocked it. Simon even countered with a punch to his gut, sending him sliding far back. Don Kyung gritted his teeth. What the hell? How can this trash from the abyss counterattack? The chat went crazy over this. What is going on? He managed to block that attack, and he's even counterattacking. This scumbag Don King is just trying to create content for his stream again. What did you say? Time to dig in. That's Don King's catchphrase before he starts beating someone up. Don King angrily cracked his knuckles. I didn't get a good look, but you're actually pretty decent, aren't you? Simon's expression remained unchanged, calculating the pros and cons. He managed to deflect it. That move only lasted for a split second, though. By deflecting a technique, you can minimize the damage by shifting the impact trajectory instantly. He observed his aura and weapon. Judging by his gear, he's definitely a warrior-class player, certainly not an average person. Simon glanced behind him. The notification from the dungeon stone popped up. There's someone behind you, too. Simon's brain kicked into gear. He suddenly thought of something and asked directly, Are you a rank booster, aren't you? Don King waved his hand dismissively. How did you figure that out? Well busted, he answered lazily. Just by looking, you could tell Don King was beyond annoyed. Not bad. But why the hell are you saying it so shamelessly? Simon became even more provocative. I should respect those who boost ranks for money, right? His eyes lit up with deep resentment. People who climb ranks by hiring boosters usually have zero skill, and the scum who take money to boost are just as pathetic. No, actually, these boosters deserve to be punished more because of them. Normal players in the arena have to suffer. Don King wasn't scared. As expected, someone from the abyss sure has a unique personality. Look at that look in your eyes. You knew I was a booster, and you still dare to give me attitude. The chat room joined in the pile-on. In short, this guy is out of his mind. With the intelligence of a worm, how could that guy even understand? He was excitedly reading the comments. Oh, man. Intelligence of a worm, that's a bit harsh. He's just another person struggling to climb the ranks. Don King glared at Simon. What's the matter, angry yet come and get me? He was plotting inside disrupting the opponent's mental state. Is also a type of skill. A noob like you wouldn't understand. More than that, the veins on Don King's hands began to bulge. How dare you counter my punch just now? You little punk, I'm going to make you pay for this humiliation. Simon let out a lazy sigh. Coming to low-rank matches and being this blatantly provocative. Aren't you just acting really cheap? Don King's face darkened from the insult. Is that so? It seems it actually works on someone who's all talk. You're pissed off, aren't you? Simon replied with a smirk. Not angry. It's just that one of my viewers just gave me a quest, so I can't really let you go now. Hearing this, the contempt reached its peak. Oh, man. Don King clutched his stomach and laughed hysterically. Looks like I overestimated this big shot. Even so, he was still curious. You got a quest at this rank. The chat room went wild. What a brainless idiot, a quest during a stream from bronze to gold. Even the dogs would laugh at that. What a joke. Our Don King doesn't have a quest. What should we do? If he got a quest every time he killed a newbie like this, Don King would be a billionaire by now. Even so, Simon's mind didn't waver. That's right. Receiving a quest while doing ranked matches like this? He lunged forward as he spoke. I'm actually pretty talented. In a flash, Simon lunged with a double punch. Don King's face darkened, thinking to himself, he took the bait. He forgot who the main character was. He was going to counter right now. The two fists collided. Simon's face was full of determination while Don King was furious. He dodged the punch nimbly. Suddenly, Don King lunged violently. He became agitated and revealed his weakness. You coward! Simon fully utilized the advantage. Don King's internal organs were injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was pushed back. He dodged all of my sloppy moves and even found an opening. A scorching aura radiated out. Don King wondered, who exactly is this guy? His face turned deathly pale. He is definitely not an ordinary person. The blonde behind him shouted, Oh my God! The guy in the beanie became worried too. Lord Don King, you can't lose face. Damn it. Everyone is watching me. I need to end this quickly. Don Kyung decided to risk it all. He was going to take him down with everything he had. He lunged forward like a rocket, but every time he threw a punch, Simon dodged it. He wondered to himself, can you keep dodging forever? Simon offered a gentle smile. Is that really all you've got? Then it's my turn. He threw a punch so powerful the whole city of Hanoi could hear it. Don Kyung, looking like a broken doll, slammed into the wall. He was furious, struggling to process it. No way, I was pushed back. Where does he get this kind of power? The blonde-haired girl ran over and whispered, Lord Don Kyung, are you all right? Don Kyung's pride flared up. He was so humiliated. He would trade his life for his reputation. He hated this bastard. Stop dodging already! Come at me! Simon remained cold, pouring energy into his hands. The Heavenly Demon Technique. The path of the demon is the path of destruction. A blinding purple light erupted. His thigh bones snapped in two. Pain and hatred overwhelmed his reason. "You damn bastard!" he screamed in panic. Simon's face darkened, waiting for the next move. "A rank special ability activated, huh? A punch like you're putting your whole life into it. Die!" The depths of his eyes lit up. "Finally, you're playing for real, aren't you? Usually dodging would be the smartest move, but I can't miss this opportunity." Simon's muscle fibers activated, his body heating up. Finally, he unleashed his lethal move, the Heavenly Demon Technique. Desolate. Critical strike. Purple and red light collided, shining brilliantly. Simon roared to psyche himself up. Don Kyung didn't hold back either. The cave shook violently from the pressure. A mouthful of red fluid was sprayed onto the ground. Don Kyung took the hit and blisters rose up like mushrooms. "I can't believe it. What was that just now? The screen is glitching. I can't see anything." At this moment, he only had one arm left. "No way." Don Kyung's eyes were full of despair. "I lost." As the words left his lips, he collapsed. "You have received the first kill," the system announced, and the rewards increased. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Pulling off a move like that is still pretty tough. The Heavenly Demon immediately rewarded him with 500 million achievement points. He smiled gratefully. It wasn't just for the mission, but for this as well. Simon kept raising his goals higher and higher. "I'll work really hard to satisfy the missions the Heavenly Demon gives me." The system announced that the Heavenly Demon constellation was nodding in satisfaction, and other constellations were sending rewards as well. He jumped in surprise when he opened the box. 1,000 points. Could it be because they are high-level constellations? They were truly generous. The system reminded him of the title, The King's Choice. He stood there dazed for a moment. "There's an achievement like this too." Reading through it, Simon seemed skeptical. My God, the title can recreate the system's lines. Every time the title was recreated with the support of the constellations, he thought to himself, "That means every time I get sponsored, all my stats will go up by 1. That's definitely a game-breaking choice. But even if it's good, it carries risks if the number of sponsorships drops. Then the options will decrease too. Unlike development-type titles, this one has the potential to downgrade." He opened his status window and scanned it. "Looks like the demonic energy isn't affected. Good. Think positive. At least some stats have increased." A smile appeared on his lips, even though he didn't know how picky the constellations were. "But from now on, I should take on more missions." Suddenly a sword fell. "No way!" The blonde girl stumbled back in shock. Don Kyung lost. They didn't want to accept it. "It's a cheat, right?" Simon looked at the confused mob. "These guys are still waiting here." Then he coldly stepped closer. The group trembled, holding their weapons. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we'll attack." They couldn't even hold their spears steady for a second. The more Simon looked, the more annoyed he became with their amateur skills. "How on earth did you guys make it through the tutorial? It's pathetic. All because you're a bunch of skillless losers who paid to be carried by others. The real players already died in the arena." The killing intent in Simon's eyes flared. Then there was only the sound of screaming, and even red droplets splashed onto the wall. After the job was done, Simon stood alone for a long time. Suddenly, someone appeared. "So strong, truly excellent." John Young approached, reeking of danger. "Your innate stats are very good. And I see you don't hold back against the weak, do you?" Simon didn't even bother looking at him. "Sorry, it seems you've misunderstood something. This is an arena. There is no such thing as mercy here." John Young clapped his hands, replying lightly, "That's right. That's exactly why I like you even more. You know there are many talented people, but they just can't make the most of it. Isn't that right?" Simon started to feel uncomfortable. What's wrong with this guy? He fished a small piece of paper out of his pocket. "As you can see, this world isn't just about strength." He held it out. "Take it." Simon was surprised to realize what was in front of him. It was a business card for the Continental Bureau. On it, a few words were written. Continental Bureau Personnel Manager John Young. Because of that, he questioned him. "Are you a spy from China?" John Young explained simply, "I was actually going to give this to that streamer, Don Kyung. His talent shouldn't stop at just boosting ranks." Simon wore an expression of disgust. "Then why didn't you give it to him?" The man raised his lips meaningfully. Of course I will. If he starts broadcasting again, Simon stared at the business card in his hand, hesitant. He never imagined he'd see the name of the Chinese mainland branch here. It was simple. They were one of the top 2 guilds in China, and they'd reached the world's top 2 ranking ever since that master Rong Lai Chu became the guild master. To think he'd actually get tangled up with them. He had guessed they would make a move soon, but it seemed even earlier than he anticipated. Just then, John Ryong struck right at the heart of the matter. I suppose you're still skeptical, aren't you? I understand perfectly how the Chinese image is viewed in Korea. Simon kept his distance. I assume you're the same, aren't you? Because you've already started competing in the ranked matches in Korea. The guy laughed upon hearing that. What else could we do? International ranked matches only open up from platinum rank and above, after all. Does it bother you that I'm scouting you like this? Seaman frowned. It wasn't exactly a classy move, but it wasn't enough to really tick him off. In his heart, he figured this was standard practice that every major nation was doing under the table. It was a common strategy to target potential recruits. This guy, John Ryong, must be a scout too. Suddenly, the guy changed the subject. By the way, how did you even know about this? Because there are very few countries that recruit people like me even after they've gained citizenship. Simon didn't try to hide his thoughts. He felt no need to answer that question. The guy smirked as if he'd expected it. Fair enough. He then held up 5 fingers. How about this 5 million yuan? At the current exchange rate, that's 920 million won. I'll pay you that up front right now. This is just to show how much we value you. On top of that, we'll throw in a weapon worth 500 million won and armor worth over 100 million won. The contract term is 3 years, and the best part, all of it stays yours, even after the contract ends. Plus, if you naturalize to China, we'll pay you an additional 50 million yuan, 10 times the upfront amount, which is equivalent to 92 billion won. With such mouth-watering offers, John Ryong was convinced there was no way he'd refuse. Right, even that guy Sung Sam couldn't possibly offer a deal this sweet for a low-level rookie. Simon quickly gave his answer. That is an insane offer. The guy held out his hand, waiting. So, are you interested? Over 90% of people have accepted this deal, you know. But he still hesitated a bit in that place called the abyss of the low ranks, so the conditions were certainly tempting enough to make someone lose their mind and accept. The contract duration is 3 years with absolutely no clauses for renewal or extension. But I understand the way the mainland works, Simon thought as he grabbed John Young's hand. He looked amused, taking it as a done deal. Sure enough, that expression was met with a firm squeeze from the other man's hand, but he thought, Director John DeYong, you know as a human resources director, you need a sharp eye for talent. He frowned in surprise, but a split second later, Simon punched him in the stomach. The pain hit hard, blood sprayed out, and John Yong looked completely stunned as he refused the offer and started to question him. Why are you smiling while gripping my hand so tightly? Why? It's nothing, was the reply that made Simon look incredibly cool. I just don't like it. I just don't. Before the blood had even dried, John Jong was already checking the scoreboard. With the experience from his past life, he understood people like them all too well. He told himself he wouldn't be a fool anymore, then stretched, turned around and thought, time to keep going inside, huh? Inside the small room, the warm morning light shone in. 2 on the big screen. The game is over. Warriors aiming for the diamond rank. What's up with Don Kyung? Does he have to refund the money? Good lord, 10 million won per person. That's 30 million won total, right? He got completely wrecked by that abyss brat, losing a one-on-one duel to an unknown player. The comments kept scrolling, coming from the abyss, and they became acquaintances. The abyss. Didn't you see that guy use Ki? He's clearly not from the abyss, but it doesn't look like Ki either, does it, damn it? I'm the co-founder of Don Kyung's channel. His Ki is clearly very different. Everyone shut up. Does anyone have a recommendation for what to have for dinner? So what is Don Kyung going to do now? I've never heard of this Simon guy, who even watches broadcasts from the abyss in the first place. He sighed in frustration, thoroughly fed up, and Don Kyung set his hat down. He was still broadcasting, so he had to keep his composure. There was still a lot of work to do. He looked excitedly at the lines of comments. All right, everyone, the match is over, so please calm down. It feels like he's been playing dead this whole time. Why only show up now? Who exactly was that guy earlier? How are you planning to handle the refunds? These rank-boosting types usually have a loyal viewership, so it'll be fine. He pretended to take the loss. I'm not entirely sure, but based on my experience, it's clear that the other person isn't in this rank either. They jumped on the bandwagon. Damn, using Kai in the abyss. That's a bit over the limit. Exactly. Even if it wasn't Kai, that kind of power doesn't make sense. It's definitely not for this rank. Great, I've got the public opinion under control. The comments were quite lively. Did that bastard hack? What a newbie question. How can you hack in the arena? Saying something more logical. Don Kyung clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. All right, he said with a sly smile. The top priority is that I must apologize to the customers first. Usually my policy is no 100% refunds, but this time is an exception. I will refund everyone. They immediately believed it was real. Is Don Kyung actually going through with it? This guy is really serious about the rank boosting business. Then he took off his VR headset. That's it. I'm ending the stream now. Thank you all for watching today's stream. After those words, Don Kyung clicked the end stream button. He furiously threw the VR headset onto the floor. Damn it, Kai in a low rank, no way. Don Kyung was fuming, cursing inwardly. To use Ki, you need at least level 100 stats. Damn it, is this for real, even with talents like Kim Si-hyuk and Lee Do-dung? He gnashed his teeth in resentment. They would have to appear in the diamond rank, right? There's no way it would show up in the bronze rank. I've met many rank boosters before. But this is the first time I've met someone like him. Don Kyung gritted his teeth hard, unable to swallow his anger. Struggling to reach platinum, enduring all kinds of punishments only to be humiliated like this. I won't let you get away with this. There must be something. A divine artifact or something I don't know about? Who the hell is this monster? Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes showing shock. Wait, that's right. Don Kyung recalled the guy's words. Right, he had said he had a mission. Simon had coolly said, just one of my viewers gave me a mission. So now it's hard to let you off the hook? He hurriedly searched on his phone. The broadcast must have the information on it. Don Kyung stared at the screen, puzzled. Who exactly is he? When he finished searching, he was infinitely surprised. On the screen, it clearly showed player Simon's broadcast. Rank unidentified. Unidentified means a new player who hasn't completed any rank matches yet. Don Kyung immediately clicked the button to watch the stream. In a dark cave, a desperate scream echoed. Help! A player retreated, trembling in fear. Damn it! How? How is that guy without any equipment? In the live stream, only a crimson splash of blood remained splattered against the rock wall. He widened his eyes in disbelief. No way, this guy! His martial arts level is absolutely terrifying. Simon is moving like a madman, taking out one enemy after another in just a few fluid motions. Every single move he makes is executed to perfection, blending both offense and defense with a touch of high-level martial arts mastery. Don Kyung watches the live stream completely bewildered. What on earth has he been training? Simon zips forward with incredible speed. And how is he so good at hunting down enemies in the dark like this? Walls are everywhere. This abandoned mine is a labyrinth, a complex structure like an anthill with many areas swallowed by total darkness. They call it the dark zone, where you can't even find a single torch. Yet watching Simon shoot through it like a bullet, he doesn't stop for a second, even while moving through the black. He lands a brutal strike, making the guy cough up blood. How is that possible? Don Kyung is terrified, unable to believe his eyes. How could he possibly be this strong? He stops to think it over carefully. There are 3 viewers here, but why is nobody saying anything? The broadcast notification pops up, but the player, Simon, remains a mystery. Don Kyung types furiously in the chat. Hello, is anyone there? The user named Dragon replies, Isn't this Don Kyung? I was just about to reach out to you. What a coincidence. Don Kyung is completely confused. Who the heck is this? Don Kyung asks immediately, Are you Johnson? Dragon replies, Great to meet you. You cut the stream so fast I couldn't say a word. Lucky I caught you. Regarding the refund, I'll send it to your account today. Dragon adds, No need to refund it. I've already sent my information to you in a private message. Make sure you check it. He's startled. Wait, what? Don Kyung smiles brightly, filled with relief. Oh man, as expected of John Jeong, I'll definitely check it. That's awesome. He lets out a satisfied sigh, leans back and stretches. Dodged a bullet there. Suddenly, a notification pings. He opens it to see 2 constellation managers, Rio Oat and Heavenly Demon, typing too loud. Agreed. He scowls in annoyance. Constellation managers, have these guys lost their minds? How dare they use the names of constellations? Don Kyung is fired up and starts typing a rebuttal. Even if it's for a concept, this is going way too far. Using the names of constellations? Isn't that crossing the line, you disrespectful jerks? What's with those names? Just trying to get attention, huh? Why on earth are you using the names of constellations? The 2 managers, Rio Ott and Heavenly Demon, reply with a single question mark, seeing that he gets even more smug. Look at this. Playing dumb, are we? You think I don't know you're just clickbaiting? With years of streaming experience, Don Kyung types rapidly, you guys are really gonna get banned for this. At the very least, don't be so arrogant about it. Is this supposed to be okay? My viewers are about to arrive. As he continues, the constellation Black Sun pops up. What the hell is this? That makes him even more annoyed. This manager is even cursing seriously what is going on. Deep in the mine, a player gets beaten until he coughs up blood. He collapses onto the ground, leaving a dent in the dirt. Simon stands tall, his body radiating a powerful aura. Guess that's that. A leaderboard appears. Rank 1, Simon. Rank 2, Park Se-chan. He cracks his joints. 20 kills, huh? Simon happily looks at his ranking and his points. This should be enough to stay in first place for now. Still, he feels a bit uneasy. The quest he received at the beginning isn't complete yet. Is there something I'm still missing? The quest embody the path of heartlessness. Cannot turn back using the heavenly demon arts. Embody heartlessness. Simon ponders deep in thought. Looking back, that's pretty vague. It doesn't say I have to reach first place or get the most kills. He thinks about it seriously. Maybe the path of heartlessness just wants to test my potential. Yeah, probably just that. Then a thought hits him. Man's subjective questions are always harder than objective ones. He quickly comes to a conclusion. Looks like I'll finish it once the arena closes. Simon suddenly feels something strange. He hears a noise. He looks up. What's that? Next, Simon activated his system's ocular skill. It indicated that the moon owl's body tissue could regenerate its physical form. He spotted a large patch of silver ore. Simon used his black ink tissue to move quickly. I need to take a closer look. He picked up a crystal. Is this the silver ore? Someone whispered to him. Could it be? That thing? Simon looked confused. That thing. The voice continued. You know what I'm talking about. That thing. He suddenly realized and opened his system. Wait, could it be the mineral I've been searching for? Looking at the information window, the person asked, curiously. Well, is it the one? Simon excitedly stared at the info window. It really is. The philosopher's stone. He cheered. I can't believe it. Hey, hurry up and grab it. Simon happily examined the crystal. I never thought I'd find it in an abandoned mine. He stomped hard on the ground. First, I have to finish the arena. Then I can check everything properly. Suddenly, a notification bell rang, grabbing his attention. He tapped his status window. Right, I think I forgot to turn off the stream. I must have given admin rights to those 3 constellations earlier. Simon was shocked when he saw the screen. The comments were flooding in with insults. Damn it, ban us if you have the guts. Look at these fake constellations. Exactly. Even if you kick us out, you're the one who's going to get penalized. I've watched enough streams to know, but this is the first time I've seen some crazy guys pretending to be constellations. The Black Sun administrator was furious. How dare these insolent fools? I'm going to kick every single one of you out. He started banning them one by one while the Hot Pepper constellation praised him. Well done. That's what I like about you. Simon was confused. What the heck is going on? Simon was completely stunned, unable to believe it. He never expected things to turn out like this. He had simply given admin rights to the constellations, just to maintain the King's Choice title. Can administrators really just do whatever they want? Black Sun replied. That's right, get out of here. What is the streamer doing? Ban me, go ahead, ban me. Black Sun and Hot Pepper were already banning people left and right. Heavenly Demon sighed, what a mess after this stream. Who would have thought it would turn into a keyboard war? He could only hang his head and sigh in frustration. Simon quickly muted the mic. They had already kicked 100 people out of the 4,000 viewers, and more people were flocking in to watch the drama. They really live up to their name as constellations. The way they handle things is truly on another level. Stay calm. First, I need to talk to the constellations privately. He lazily guessed. So those guys named Donkin that I beat up earlier started this fight, right? And someone named Janji Ong joined in, didn't they? Jaos nodded vigorously. Seaman asked curiously. The admins tried to ignore it at first, right? But the Donkin viewers flooded in and the level of criticism kept rising. Black Sun pouted, nodding while gritting his teeth, saying they would crush Donkin if they had enough achievement points. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. We can't do that. At this moment, Simon was extremely troubled. If the constellations interfered before the Galactic Arena, started the Galactic Arena, wouldn't just sit by. This is dangerous. But if he ignored Black Sun's complaints, the King's Choice stats would disappear. He quickly regained his serious expression. If that happens, I'll lose the +2 to all stats. That would mean losing level 4 on strength, agility, stamina, and alchemy power. Simon focused on the system. All right, I need to adjust my attitude now. He smiled cheerfully, trying to soothe the difficult admin. Calm down, Lord Blacksun. Take a deep breath. From now on, if a situation like this ever happens again, don't worry too much about it. The screen displayed that Blacksun didn't care about lowly humans. Simon smiled gently. Yes, of course. But I'll always be grateful that you care about me. Blacksun blushed at his words and nodded shyly. Hot Pepper and Heavenly Demon chuckled. He sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. I made it through. Seaman continued moving forward, hoping that everyone's presence hadn't been detected yet. He stepped forward slowly. This is a world where a country's power is measured, based on a player chosen by the constellations. In a place where every move is tracked naturally, things like conspiracies, persuasion, and assassinations all happen fueled by the constellation's sponsorships. It's still too early to go head-to-head with those things. Just as he entered this ranked match, Seaman's eyes showed deep contemplation, especially for those who, if they didn't have it, then I'll just destroy it. After all, that's human nature, isn't it? He spoke up calmly. I was just thinking about something like that. Then Seaman opened the system. So if there's nothing important, the existence of the constellations must be kept secret at all costs. Inside the mind, he said it nonchalantly. I'll ask all three of you. The constellations nodded in agreement. Seaman confidently tapped the system. All right, here we go. Now I'm turning the broadcast back on. Let's get started. The chat was in an uproar discussing this. Where did the screen go? Looks like those managers finally toned it down, huh? Didn't the streamer tell them to do that? If that were the case, they would have cut the stream with a super serious look, right? They must have done it on their own. True enough, no matter where you go, fans are always an issue. But then his stream was turned back on. Seaman greeted everyone warmly. Hey everyone, it seems like there was a bit of a misunderstanding. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained, the managers were probably trying to prepare something to help me break out of this boring image. But in reality, this was a script I just made up for the constellations. It ended up turning into this. I'm truly deeply sorry, everyone. The chat responded nicely. No way this is epic tier drama, it's actually pretty fun. Fun is using constellations to create drama considered fun. Well, whatever this scene is fun, so let's just be happy. A new streamer needs a bit of drama like this to gain some fame. Seaman smiled with satisfaction. The atmosphere had clearly improved. A donation popped up. I am Gold. Donated. Stream more, I'll be a hardcore fan. System notification. Achievement unlocked. First donation received. Received 100 achievement points. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, Seaman was even happier. I've received a donation. I am Gold. Thank you for donating to me, he thought excitedly. Being sponsored by Constellations is truly great, but in the long run, donations and attention from regular viewers also provide a huge advantage. After all, broadcasting is also the main source for earning achievement points. Si-hyuk and Mello checked the stats. Likes were surging. The system reported achievement unlocked. 5,000 views reached. Seaman smiled radiantly. 5,000 achievement points, nice. If the broadcast continues to grow, I can earn achievement points regularly now. The chat commented in awe. What's with that smile? Looking closely. This guy is actually handsome, right? He smiles so beautifully that I'm a little fluttery now. He stretched his limbs comfortably. Now let's focus back on the match. Since I just started broadcasting, I'll turn the chat off for now. Everyone please remember to keep the comments civil. All right, let's go. That evening at the penthouse apartment, Seaman was teleported back into his room. He took off the virtual reality headset slowly. Having a login device like this makes things so much more comfortable. 4. Seaman looked at the system excitedly as it kept popping up. Rewards increased based on your performance. Completed the Heavenly Demon's mission. Successfully cleared the Frozen Ruins arena. You received 25 points and became the last survivor. Received 500 achievement points. Philosopher's Stone bound. Gained additional experience points. Level increased to 5. Philosopher's Stone level increased to 3. Received a weakened core. He laughed, radiantly excited. The rewards are top-notch. I gained 5 levels after just one ranked match. Seaman thought excitedly. And the Philosopher's Stone increased to level 3, which means I got 8 levels of experience, right? A few comments caught his attention. The screen went off again. Maybe it's because the arena ended. I've never seen a player run through an abandoned mine like that. Has anyone ever seen that before? It was like a sprint, so cool. They were still discussing it, but this guy doesn't have a cover image or anything, and it seems like he doesn't even have a profile picture. Thinking back, I don't have anything suitable to use as a standby image for the broadcast. He could only smile awkwardly. It's because I've only just started live streaming. I'll prepare a standby image soon. The comments immediately helped him out. Simon, no need for anything fancy, just upload any random picture. That's right, if you're shy or not, just upload a selfie. That would be fun. If it's too hard, just send me a message. It might not be great, but I'll try my best to help you. He decided to follow their advice. Thank you, everyone. This is the first time I've received this much attention. Simon happily thought to himself, it's truly unbelievable that someone who once suffered from a magic deficiency and was stuck at level 1 for their entire life could make such a comeback. He spoke politely, thanking everyone for watching his humble broadcast. All right, Simon here signing off for today, he said with a wave. I'll be back next time and I'll be even stronger than before. No, don't go. He was actually planning to leave, but he really did look handsome. After the stream ended, he slumped down onto the floor, feeling a strange sense of comfort after everything that had happened. I might actually be getting addicted to this. I shouldn't be. You belong to me, Simon soothed the little voice inside him. Don't worry, kid. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Then he opened the system menu. Right, let's check this out. A mechanical voice echoed from the system. Simon's ranked player placement phase is complete. Platinum rank. A suitable fit, however, adjustments will be made based on your stats and current level. He was satisfied with this ranking. Good thing I didn't get dropped straight into platinum rank, Simon said, opening his cabinet and cracking open a cold drink. Even though he had completely dominated every match, he had only played 3 so far. Based on the average level of platinum rank, this doesn't make any sense at all. He waited as the system adjusted. It seemed the final placement would take a while. The system finished. Player has 2 choices, gold rank plus 10% experience points. Until the platinum match begins, silver rank minus 30% experience points and rewards until the gold rank match. Options, huh? Simon was just about to click when he thought, anyone can see that the first option is better, right? Suddenly his eyes sharpened. Wait a second. Simon carefully examined both rewards. The 10% experience in the first option was straightforward, but why would they even offer the second option? He fell silent, calculating carefully. It looks like a choice, but is it actually a penalty? Simon scanned the screen. There must be some kind of conspiracy going on in the arena. The grumpy philosopher's stone urged him on. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and check it. He suddenly reached into the screen. What if the arena has a reason for forcing me into silver rank? Sayola, what do you think? Simon pulled out a piece of S-rank midrin ore. It shimmered with excitement. Oh wow, the purity is incredibly high. This stuff is useful everywhere. He gave a serious order. Philosopher's stone appraise it. It looked confused. The information is already showing, isn't it? Do we really need to do this? Simon's eyes showed clear determination. There's something I need to verify, a fake philosopher's stone trying to appraise it. But this is high-grade midrin ore, so it will consume quite a lot of alchemical power. Appraisal grade 10. By using it, you will enter the Nightmare Mine dungeon. Limit 1 person. He was utterly stunned. Just as I thought. So that's what it was. It was bewildered. How did you know this was an entrance item? Simon answered calmly. I didn't know at first. He was incredibly excited. Who would have guessed this was an item to access a special arena? The fact that it was midrin ore was already amazing enough. But if it were an entrance item, it would be far more valuable than this precious ore. An item that grants access to a special arena outside of the preset ranking zones. Naturally, the rewards would be on an entirely different level. Simon looked at the 2 options. So this is why they offered the second option. He reviewed the information on the midrin ore again. And on top of that, it was grade 10. I didn't even know this existed until now. Among the game's icons, people usually think SSS is the highest rank. However, there is something even more dazzling. But in his past life, grade 10 wouldn't appear for another 2 to 3 years. It carried a brilliant aura. The difference between grade 10 and SSS was one thing: grade 10 is a unique rank. Simon calculated seriously. In other words, it's the only one of its kind. And the fact that grade 10 appeared on an entrance item means the difficulty of this special arena could be reconsidered. He rested his chin on his hand, weighing the issue carefully. The problem is just making the entrance appear. Based on the system adding silver rank as the second option, Simon looked back at the ore in his hand. Maybe this item will become useless once I move past this. Silver rank. If that's the case, the best choice would be to go here. After maximizing his potential before reaching gold rank, he would then choose one. However, to get a good reaction on the live stream, he needed something a bit more stimulating. The selection was complete. The system announced Simon's ranked match is complete. You have selected Condition 2, enter Silver rank minus 30% experience and rewards until the Gold rank match. He solemnly let the system put him into Silver rank. Experience and rewards reduced by 30% in Silver rank. A mechanical sound echoed again. Received 500 achievement points. Simon let the energy surround him. It started. On the screen, two MCs were chatting excitedly. That's right. Next up is the Talk of the Town segment. Well, perhaps nobody knows about this person yet, but they represent our nation's arena. The TV show had the highest ratings in South Korea. The two on stage kept talking. It's truly incredible. The graduates from the academy this year are honestly so amazing. Every single one of them is like that. That's right. Two of them have become rankers who can rival the players who have dominated the arena for years, right? This is such a blessing for our country. I'm really looking forward to the next international competition commonly known as Guka, which has officially become the #1 channel in our region. Ever since the Galaxy Arena became a national sensation, that clip of Psyhook taking down a boss with a single sword slash has been playing all over the screen in recent broadcasts. Everyone was blown away by how he took down the boss all by himself. It was totally overwhelming, and the view count on Gantu has already passed 500 million. People were stunned when they heard that 500 million. It's only been a few days and it already hit 500 million. Player Psyhook has truly become a world-renowned ranker. In a room, two people were watching the show. I'm so lucky to be able to watch this scene live, one said. I'm so jealous if I didn't have a schedule. Park Jin-gook excitedly chimed in. Hey, they're talking about you on Guka right now. Psyhook gave a gentle, relaxed smile. Senior, you don't have to tell me I'm hearing it all. Jin-gook hated how the kid didn't even blink an eye. Psyhook slumped comfortably into his chair. Senior, today is one of my rare days off. Please stop bothering me, Psyhook grumbled lazily. Park Jin-gook snapped. That's my line, you little brat. What? Are you here at my office to rest again, you punk? Psyhook replied nonchalantly, I'm your client, aren't I? Jin-gook cracked his knuckles in frustration. Wow, look at our player Psyhook finally decided to drop the act, huh? Jin-gook barked. Just because you're my client, you think you can do whatever you want. Psyhook just kept up his fake smile. Come on, I've got nowhere else to rest. Jin-gook felt helpless against this attitude. You've completely turned my life upside down. Park Jin-gook poured a cup of hot water and handed it to him. Fine, my busy junior. Here's some coffee to cheer you up. Psyhook made a face and refused. I'm trying to sleep. Why are you giving me coffee? Park Jin-gook replied irritably. That's exactly why I'm giving it to you. Wake up and get out of here, would you? Psyhook smirked. In that case, I'm not drinking it. I'll just sleep more. Jin-gook got even angrier. You little brat, just because you've been doing well lately, you think you can push your senior around. Psyhook kept playing around. It's always fun to see you, senior. Park Jin-gook grumbled and lit a cigarette. I give up. Suddenly, he threw a file down, making Psyhook jump. Hey, you. Psyhook asked curiously. What is this? Park Jin-gook exhaled a thin cloud of smoke. What else? It's what you wanted. Psyhook took out the papers inside. You actually found it. Jin-gook leaned back comfortably in his chair. Let me tell you something. Even though those hacker rankers treat me like dirt, I'm still the person on the outside in this deal, understand? Get it? Psyhook smiled brightly. Come on, why are you saying it like that? When have I ever treated a hunter like Park Jin-gook like dirt? Jin-gook exploded in anger. You little brat! Let's make a deal then. Not charity, a real trade. You're always making me work for free. Park Jin-gook gritted his teeth until they cracked. This rich little brat? Rich people really are the worst. Psyhook replied calmly. Don't say that you're hurting my feelings. I paid you through the app last time, didn't I? Right. Jin-gook flicked his cigarette ash into the cup. No. Is it really that bad? Park Jin-gook retorted, annoyed. I prefer cold, hard cash over that app. If I liked the app, I'd be running around in the arena instead of doing stuff like this. Why do you think I retired in the first place? Psyhook kept that gentle smile on his lips. Senior, I already told you before, my offer is still on the table. Jin-gook flatly refused. No. Working with someone like me would only ruin your reputation. Is he actually begging his senior? Park Jin-gook firmly replied that enough is enough. Seeing his goal wasn't being met, Psyhook fell silent, his entire body radiating an oppressive aura, as if to say if anyone opposes us, we just need to eliminate them, right? Sensing this, the senior became wary, but Park Jin-gook just let out a sharp sigh and scoffed. He didn't believe the kid could actually do anything. You planning on killing the entire Korean Association, kid? Even with that look, his personality is still so twisted, Park Jin-gook thought as something suddenly crossed his mind. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. Wait a minute, he blurted out. Don't tell me, Sai-hyuk just sighed. Why are you so surprised? Then he smiled confidently and said, I'm just trying to take back what's mine. Bak Jin-guk was dumbfounded, not knowing how to talk him out of it. Fear emanated from the depths of his eyes. This brat, he's actually trying to take over the association. Bak Jin-guk nervously gulped. As Bak Jin-guk looked through the documents, he understood. He noticed Si-hyuk smiling gently, and when he wore that casual smile, Si-hyuk looked up, adding, By the way, senior, is this all you could find? The senior gritted his teeth in anger. You got a problem with that. Observing the aura constantly radiating from him, this was when Si-hyuk was at his most dangerous. Bak Jin-guk was furious, but couldn't do a thing. Just his aura alone was enough to make me break into a sweat. And I'm a diamond ranker, for crying out loud. If this were a normal person, they'd be shaking in their boots. Si-hyuk calmly remarked that he had hoped to catch a bigger fish, then continued flipping through the documents. I knew you were behind this, Jew. But Sung Sam, the senior, carefully considered it. It's true that with Sung Sam's reputation, they scrubbed everything so clean it was hard to investigate further. Si-hyuk bluntly picked out the flaws. You really have no patience, do you? I gave you a ton of leads, and all I got was this one line about Sung Sam being involved. Bak Jin-guk shouted in annoyance. That's all I could find. My abilities are limited if you're so good. Go find it yourself. He sighed in exhaustion. But if Sung Sam is involved, shouldn't we try asking Du-dung? Si-hyuk flatly rejected it. She doesn't know anything. Suddenly he crinkled the paper in his hand. Not at this time. Not back then either. Bak Jin-guk leaned back in his chair, tired. I don't know what you're getting at, but knowing Du-dung's personality, I thought she would have investigated and found something out. He just smirked nonchalantly. I mean, she doesn't know that Sung Sam was involved in that accident. The news report continued now for the first story in this week's arena. Is this for real? Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. A broadcast faking a constellation. Word is the 3 managers of this broadcast were pretending to be constellations. Let's take a closer look. Bak Jin-guk sighed lazily. Since when did you two get so distant? Si-hyuk dropped the file. I think we've always been like this. Suddenly he sensed something. He glanced toward the door as if something dark was approaching. Si-hyuk asked, By the way, senior, do you have any other plans today? The senior replied relaxedly, What are you talking about? I always mark the days I meet you as my days off because I hate wasting so much energy. Hearing this, a flash of killing intent sparked in his eyes. Looks like our great night hunter has been tailed. An unusual aura drifted in from the door, and suddenly the door opened as a foot stepped in. Sorry. Simon walked in, shrouded in gloom. Is this Park Jin-hyuk's office? The senior politely turned him away. Sorry, guest, but we're closed for the day. Come back tomorrow. Bak Jin-guk didn't see Si-hyuk anywhere and wondered, where did that guy Si-hyuk vanish to so fast? He scanned the room. This brat is even better at hiding than before. His self-concealment skills are so good even an assassin like me is impressed. Is this the level of a runner-class player? You realize it too, huh? I didn't know today was a day off. He didn't know the kid was hiding behind the door. Si-hyuk stood ready to draw his blade. Who is it? Someone sent by Sung Sam. He watched Simon's eerie, gloomy aura. Or an assassin here to kill me? He smiled cheerfully. I'm really sorry, but I've already made the trip here. So I have a small request. Simon continued. It's a simple job. But Park Jin-guk firmly refused. No, get lost. Keep your hands where I can see them. Stay calm. He reached under the desk and roared, Freeze! Park Jin-guk grabbed the blade hidden beneath the desk. Damn it, I have no other choice. Just then a figure dashed past. Si-hyuk lunged forward with determination, and he used that opening to charge as well. The two of them attacked Simon from both sides. Si-hyuk swung his sharp blade coldly. Despite being attacked from both front and back, Simon remained calm. His hat fell off, and he nimbly dodged the blade. When the attacker saw that familiar face, he hesitated. Si-hyuk stopped in his tracks, panic and bewilderment in his eyes. He froze, then suddenly called out, Hyung! Simon turned around curious and was just as surprised to see him. Why are you here? Meanwhile, Park Jin-guk was completely lost, his head filled with question marks. In the bright office, everything was neatly arranged and 3 fresh cups of coffee were set out on the table. He asked about the situation. Right, you came here to find me, so there must be a reason, right? Simon confirmed. That's right, I'm looking for someone. Park Jin-guk beamed with a friendly smile. Looking for someone, huh? Well, you've come to the right place. We've got quite the reputation in this area. Simon was quite satisfied. Good. Seeing the immense power radiating from him, finding a person shouldn't be too hard for an SS-rank shadow hunter. His shadow blessing skill was perfect for assassination. Simon observed Park Jin-guk with deep, calculating eyes just like other assassination-type abilities. It was also useful for tracking and gathering information. That's exactly why I came to find Park Jin-guk. Then he looked excitedly at Si-huk's flustered expression. Why is this kid here? Si-huk awkwardly rubbed his hands together, head hung low, saying nothing. Simon noticed this strange behavior. The kid didn't dare look him in the eye. Could he still be feeling guilty about the accident 15 years ago that left me magically crippled? He turned and spoke. Hey, Si-huk, what are you doing here? Is someone trying to eat you or something? Look up. You know that this is Park Jin-guk's place, right? He shyly stammered, about that. Park Jin-guk chuckled at that sight and introduced him. This kid isn't just my junior from the academy. He's actually one of my main clients. Simon sipped his coffee slowly. A client? That's strange. In his past life, Park Jin-guk wasn't this close with Si-huk at this point in time. He set his cup back down. I didn't know you two were senior and junior. You must be pretty close, right? Both of them snapped back in unison. No, we're enemies. Si-moon was surprised. What? Oh, Park Jin-guk started venting his frustrations. You bet that rancor forced me to work for him. I'm basically a slave here. Si-huk clenched his fists in anger. No, senior. Simon just sighed. If he says it like that, the kid must have been having a really hard time. Simon added playfully, this kid is pretty good at causing trouble, too. Hearing that Park Jin-guk was delighted. Exactly. As expected of a senior, you really know him well. Si-huk wasn't pleased. Senior Park Jin-guk replied nonchalantly, What? It's nothing. This kid isn't exactly unbearable. Having found an ally, he burst out laughing. Looks like I found a client who matches my taste. Park Jin-guk got more excited about the job. So, who are you looking for? Is it a foreigner? Simon said bluntly. No, they're local. Park Jin-guk found this quite simple. That's good. Our success rate for domestic cases is quite high. Do you have a description or any information about the person? Si-moon smiled to himself. The person's name is Masuk. Thinking of her, he continued providing information. She lives in Busan and is 24 years old. Park Jin-guk repeated, Masuk 24. Same age as our junior here. He was curious about their relationship. The name sounds feminine, doesn't it? Do you know her? Simon felt a bit guilty. No, not exactly. But his eyes held a pensive look. Before he was reborn, he had known her, but now... Just then, Park Jin-guk suggested a plan. If you don't know her, let's start by finding her address first, shall we? Simon wondered. Can you really find it? He laughed confidently. With this much info, if I can't find the person, I might as well quit my job. Don't worry about it. Suddenly, Si-huk chimed in, pointing at the paper in his hand. Well, senior, I guess it's about time for you to retire then, right? Park Jin-guk trembled with rage. You little... But then he quickly regained his composure. It'll take a few days, but it won't be too long. Simon was excited. That would be great. I heard you only take cash. What's your fee? Park Jin-guk carefully calculated the cost based on the amount of information provided. It wasn't exactly a difficult request. Since this is your first commission and I really like you... Park Jin-guk quickly made a decision. Let's make this one free of charge. Simon shook his head, waving him off. I appreciate the gesture, but free, I can't accept that. You're a diamond rank, aren't you? I can't use high-level skills for free like that. Simon's attitude made him roar with laughter. God, you really are different from your younger brother. That just makes me want to do it for free even more. Then Park Jin-guk shifted his attention to Si-huk. If you don't like that, then I'll just charge this junior of yours instead. So Jin-guk, pay attention to Si-huk. If you're not interested, then I'll just deal with this junior myself. What do you think about this kid? He just turned his head away, indifferent, acting like it didn't matter. But I still don't agree. This is my commission, so I can't let him pay for it. Si-huk was startled. It's fine, I have the money. However, Simon didn't see it that way. I don't think that's right, and this isn't about money. He choked on his words, then looked him straight in the eye. It's about our relationship. Hearing that, Park Jin-guk was quite intrigued. Looks like you intend to be a long-term guest of ours, then. Simon immediately affirmed. That's right. I want to maintain a long-term relationship with the Night Hunter. He understood and gave a faint smile. So that's why you refuse to do it for free. You Park Jin-guk are always so curious. This just makes me wonder even more. Are you two really brothers? Simon looked puzzled. He helplessly closed his eyes. Then how about we fix this issue with a different condition? His eyes held a hint of shock. A different condition. Simon went straight to the point. I heard you've been looking to buy some high-grade materials lately. Park Jin-guk was startled. How did you... He cut him off directly. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm, I just thought I could help you. Hearing that he couldn't help but be confused. Help me. Simon confirmed it immediately. That's right. To the serious persons in front of him, the night hunter Park Jin-woo, despite having diamond-tier skills, had abruptly left the arena to run an office, only taking cash. His eyes were filled with determination. It was like a detective agency. Thinking of his lonely figure walking in the sunset, why would someone so talented do a job like this? Recalling his past life, the reason Park Jin-guk left so abruptly at that time was monosclerosis. 3 million. That amount made the mana in his arm lose its flexibility. Monosclerosis is one of the diseases in the arena, referring to the phenomenon where mana suddenly hardens, or freezes completely, affecting the mana in the entire body. Currently, there is still no cure for this disease, so it's usually considered incurable. But the cure formula actually consists of very common ingredients that have been used by magic users for ages. Naturally, I know the formula very well because when I was powerless in magic, I researched all the cure formulas. Thinking of Si-huk's death, there was one more reason I wanted to help Park Jin-guk get cured. That is on the day Si-huk died at the hands of Jong Li-chu. It was Park Jin-guk who stayed by his side until the very last minute. Now Simon was more serious than ever. So if Park Jin-guk could quickly go with him, then somehow it might prevent the issues within the Korean sphere, including the association and the continent. He asked right away, based on the list of materials, it must be monosclerosis, right? Am I right? He was startled and stunned. At this moment, Si-huk realized the problem. His eyes couldn't hide his shock. He jumped up, questioning the two. What, senior? Did you get sick because of the arena? Park Jin-guk frowned, looking troubled. Even the list of materials, it seems you have connections with the black market. How dare they leak customer information like that? Simon remained calm. It's the black market, after all. A place where nothing is impossible as long as there's money, right? Now he could only place his trust in him. So you can cure this disease. Simon was confident in his abilities. It's very simple. If you give me these materials, I will cure your monosclerosis. Park Jin-guk was startled and gasped. What? Si-huk was equally surprised. Cure it? Is that even possible? Park Jin-guk was afraid and couldn't believe it. I'm sorry, but what you're saying is really hard to believe. Even a diamond tier alchemist couldn't cure it. So how could you? Simon was proud of his talent. I have no reason to explain that to you, but I can definitely help you. He added, if you're not interested, feel free to refuse my request. He was still hesitant, unable to believe it. Park Jin-guk decided to take a gamble. Simon, I want to ask you one thing. But then he nervously pressed for the reason. Why are you offering this? Didn't I already say I would do it for free for you? He just smirked. Si-moon smiled, looking friendly. I guess I just like your straightforwardness. Inside Park Jin-guk felt conflicted. I'm going crazy. I can't read this guy at all. He calmly held out his hand. So what are you going to do now? He clutched his face, sighing helplessly. Do I have any other choice? Please, I beg you to cure me. Park Jin-guk quickly accepted and shook his hand. I will provide all the materials just like you said earlier. A wise choice. Simon confidently thought, don't worry, I probably won't need to use that much. Yes. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, so please send the materials to me. I'll be in touch as soon as I'm ready. He bowed his head in farewell. Yeah, go on ahead. And so Simon and Si-huk left the building together. He looked over at him. You're not staying there any longer? Si-huk trailed along behind him. Wait, I don't get it. Simon understood what he meant. Wait, you mean the thing about you being able to heal monosclerosis? He asked, sounding troubled. Even that. But why are you suddenly looking for people? Plus, you're still investigating what happened 15 years ago. He playfully flicked his forehead, but Simon didn't let it bother him. I told you it was an accident. Si-huk clutched his head in pain. An accident? Under the sunlight, he spoke leisurely. An accident. The suspect is a famous fake awakened criminal, isn't he? We've only just found a couple of lunatics so far, that's all. After being reborn, he had tried not to reach out to him for a long time. Now Simon's heart was finally at peace, and above all, that was all in the past. I just want you and Dudung to stop thinking about this. He comfortably enjoyed the cool breeze. Perhaps a part of him still felt guilty, but not anymore. Stop looking back at the past and start moving toward the future. I didn't even get to talk to Si-hook in my previous life. He stared blankly at Si-mun. Hyung. Si-hook laughed happily. I never thought you'd say something like that. Si-mun let out a sigh of relief. I'm surprised too, this kid, watching that calm demeanor. To change the future, we can't be held back by the past. This bright little brother of mine needs to move forward, seeing the powerful aura radiating from his body, especially since he's destined to become the hope of Earth. The two of them walked along together. I know that. A nation's power is decided by the number of its rankers, right? Everyone has high expectations for me. I didn't know you were such a patriot. He walked leisurely. I'm not a patriot. I'm just looking out for my own territory. Si-hook looked suspicious. Territory, Si-mun said bluntly. It's in your status window. Hearing that, he became even more confused. I know that's the only useless thing in the status window. Does that thing actually mean something? At this moment, he sank into deep thought. It's extremely important. You'll understand once you experience the life of a refugee after losing your territory. That disabled section in your status window. That damn system message will tell you that you have to take penalties in the achievement shop and several other functions. In the end, it leads to the most terrible outcome for all players. You can't progress any further. Si-mun's gaze became more determined. But for now, people didn't know about its importance, and Si-hook was no exception. I need to come up with a reasonable excuse for now. He stopped at an intersection. I have some very important information about territories. He looked a bit skeptical. Information? Si-hook smiled gently. Plus, you've dug pretty deep. Regarding the senior's background, your information must be top tier, right? He was quite curious about one thing. But if that's the case, why come to the senior for help? Simon felt uneasy. This kid is as sharp as ever. He tapped his bracelet twice. I wasn't planning on telling you this. An item flew out from his inventory. But your big brother is a very generous guy. Si-mun took out a midrin ore. Si-hook was curious about the object. Ore. What is this? He told him to check the details. Don't ask, just look. Grade 10 midrin ore. He was completely shocked. Midrin ore from the Doria mountain range, Si-mun replied calmly. That's right. Is this? Si-hook was dumbfounded. Even I've only managed to get my hands on it a few times. He suddenly realized, wait, if you got it, then you're confidently asserting that... That's right, I've fully recovered. And recently I even joined the VNK rankings. Si-hook was stunned, finally understanding the gravity of the situation. His illness, it's cured. A look of amazement appeared in his eyes. The arena disease he had contracted because of him and Du-dung. The disease that caused him to lose his future, left with only 10 points in magic stats. He had successfully overcome that illness. Si-hook still couldn't accept it. No, how is this possible? Si-mun sighed helplessly. Kid, do you really have to make me repeat myself? Didn't I tell you? Let go of the past. He was still worried. But, Hyung... He patted his shoulder to reassure him. You've grown so big, haven't you? You don't even talk down to me anymore, huh? Si-hook could only nod and listen. I'm so happy. But Si-mun didn't forget to point to the system. By the way, I found this information when I got this. He immediately checked it. Is that so? He pointed to a crucial point. Look here. It's grade 11, a grade that has never appeared before. Looks pretty suspicious, doesn't it? He stared mesmerized. You're right. I've never seen grade 10 before, let alone 11. Then Si-mun withdrew the status window. I don't know the details before entering, but they say that losing your territory is a bad thing. Si-hook fell into deep thought. If it's an entry item, I guess it's trustworthy. Special arenas always have plenty of intel, you know. Yeah, and then he just waved goodbye and took off. All right, I'm off to get ready for the arena. If you need anything, just give me a call, he said, but suddenly the kid spoke up to stop Si-mun. Wait, brother. Si-hook scratched his head, looking flustered. Because you've finished your ranking, I was thinking. And since you've entered the special arena... He didn't even let him finish. He warned him sharply, if you're talking about boosting your rank, I'm gonna hit you. Don't you know that boosting rank hurts your real progress? Si-hook gave a strained smile. No, I was just going to give you some gear. Are you a mage? Magic gear is usually hard to get in the early stages. Si-mun confirmed everything. To be exact, I'm an alchemist, but I really don't need anything. He turned to leave. All right, take care. Let's keep in touch. Suddenly, Si-mun stopped in his tracks as if he remembered something. Wait! Seahook and Seaman turned around sharply. He interrogated him, "What did you do with the materials you got from the arena?" The kid replied immediately, "I hold on to the materials until I reach Agora, then I sell them all. Or I just throw them away. They aren't that useful." At that, his eyes turned serious. That's exactly it. Once you become a gangster, you don't really care about materials that are mostly used to trade for cash. Seaman lit up with an idea. "See-hook, now that I think about it, I can give you something." A while later, back at Park Jin-guk's office, he let out a frustrated sigh as he opened the door and saw See-hook had returned. He jumped up. "You're still here." He slumped lazily into a soft chair. "Why? Is today your day off or something?" Park Jin-guk rubbed his forehead in exhaustion, lamenting, "Why can't you be half as good as your brother?" See-hook rejected that notion. "No way, I could never be like him." He snapped, "You brat." Park Jin-guk pulled out a cigarette, annoyed. "So what are you going to do now?" The kid looked blank. "What do you mean?" he said coolly. "Your brother, you planning to help him boost his rank?" If it were a gangster trying to boost someone's rank, it would be easy. But the answer he got shocked Park Jin-guk. He wouldn't accept it. He felt helpless. "That's what he said. He doesn't want to be boosted. He said it slows his progress down." Then a hearty laugh from the man echoed, catching See-hook's attention. Park Jin-guk laughed gleefully. "The more I look at him, the more I like him. Someone who just finished their ranking knows about that." He still looked relaxed. "He's always been unpredictable, ever since we were kids." "Yeah. Only now could he confirm they really are family, huh? The way he tested me earlier, he's no ordinary person." Park Jin-guk stepped forward leisurely. "What about support equipment? Did he refuse that too?" See-hook remained indifferent. "Alchemists don't need any gear. He only agreed to let me provide the materials." He seemed to understand, puffing on his cigarette. "Materials? Smart. Alchemists really don't need much gear." A calculating look appeared in Park Jin-guk's eyes. He definitely has his own reasons. He considered everything seriously. Even though he's low-level, I have to admit he's very bold. He even dared to mention the cure for mana sclerosis that nobody knows about. He was fascinating in many ways. However, See-hook was very curious about the person Seaman was looking for. "By the way, that woman's name is Masuk, right?" Park Jin-guk answered calmly. "That's right." "Why?" The kid's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Please investigate her thoroughly." He said confidently, "Look, once I take a job, you don't have to worry." Wait, Park Jin-guk realized something. "Hold on, you mean separate from your brother's request?" He smiled, confirming, "That's right. Everything. Even her past. If she's a player, find all her associated traits, too." He gave a cryptic smile. "You brat, I never expected you to be this kind of guy. Daring to spy on your brother's woman!" See-hook was boiling with rage. Senior Park Jin-guk immediately spoke up to calm him down. "Relax, I'm just joking. But why do you want to investigate her separately?" He always had doubts in his heart. "I have a feeling he's hiding something." He was startled, hit by a sudden thought. "Don't tell me. That healing thing was a lie." He smiled wickedly. "It's not that. It's just, I have a feeling there's something I still don't know." However, Park Jin-guk was still a bit confused. "If so, why don't you investigate it yourself?" See-hook fell silent. "But it feels just like what happened 15 years ago." Back then, Seaman struggled, warning them both. "The two of you hide in here and stay quiet. Don't worry about anything." He looked on in despair, tears streaming down his face as he watched him close the door. It was exactly like that moment. See-hook flatly declared he didn't like it like that anymore, and he didn't expect that. As for him, he knew that the feeling of having to hide behind someone else for protection on the wide, noisy, bustling street. Seaman walked along, humming a tune. The Dead Stone Rock asked curiously, "Are you that happy?" "I'm feeling pretty relaxed. Of course we got an unexpected haul, didn't we?" Seaman was secretly happy in his heart. He had just completed the Heavenly Demon's mission and even received all the materials that Hunter Park Jin-guk had collected. Thinking of the pile of precious materials, he was extremely excited. "Well, I don't have to worry about medicinal ingredients for a while now." Just thinking about it was enough to make him drool. It jokingly remarked, "Our boy here looks innocent, but he's got a few wicked tricks up his sleeve, doesn't he?" Seaman happily placed his hand on his chest. "I'll take that as a compliment." The Dead Stone Rock mentioned, "See-hook was praising you." "But that's why I'm worried. Unlike you, that handsome little brother of mine seems truly innocent." "What if someone tricks him?" He sighed and dismissed that notion. "Innocent? What are you talking about?" "Just try laying a finger on him." It exclaimed, "Good grief, are you jealous?" The Dead Stone Rock secretly consoled him, "Don't worry, he's all yours." He is a pure-hearted girl, you know that, right? Seaman shook his head as he walked through the crowd. All right, forget about it. Just let it go. The golden-orange sunset covered the city. Returning to the apartment building where his small unit was located, he sat at the desk filled with alchemy tools, resting his chin in his hand. For now, I'll put this miracle drug aside. The mana sclerosis cure. If I pull this off, it could be a huge jackpot. After that, Seaman sat down at the table. The diseases in the arena can't be cured even if you rank up. So many people are still suffering, especially high-ranking players like Park Jin-guk. He slowly clenched his fist. The demand for healing in the arena is massive. It's not that I want to see patients as mere cash cows. Seaman carefully weighed his options. But when considering the budget for future operations, a high income is necessary. Thinking of those treacherous people, his goal remained the same: to stop the ones who killed his younger brother and were the culprits behind the destruction of Earth. Zhong Yu-chu and the Great Continent, and those mysterious eyes. Remembering the scene where he was selling salt in his previous life, especially Si-hook, had to save him. The system notifications. They must be related to Si-hook's traits. To prevent similar things from happening, I have to become stronger. After that, Seaman tightened his grip on his chest. Deadstone. At this moment, he became more serious than ever. Let's start crafting. It laughed gleefully. I've been waiting for you to say that. System alert alchemy power is insufficient to perform alchemy. Seaman thought skeptically. He currently had 10,450 achievement points. The system popped up. Do you accept? He stared at the system. He had planned to keep 1,000 points in reserve. Seaman was lost in thought, but the growth of the gem board during this alchemy session is huge. He touched the screen. It increased by 20%. Seaman clicked an option. Even with only 20% completion, it was already that effective. Imagine if it were twice as strong as it is now. And then streams of dark energy gradually condensed into his body. The gem board was complete and fell into Seaman's hands. Gem board completion 40%. Awesome, it reached 40% completion. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Black Sun looks at you with pride. DZ and the Heavenly Demon lick their lips. Black Sun donated 500 achievement points. See that, you perverted old geezers? This is mine. He suddenly realized that constellations could send messages while sponsoring. Seaman reached out to grab his VR headset. Well, that's done. He put it on. Let's head in quickly, shall we? A mechanical sound echoed, "Welcome to the Galactic Arena. Special Arena Hell's Hot Springs. Midrin Ore entry item will be consumed. Due to restrictions, the waiting time will not be limited." Seaman observed his hands. The effect of the special arena is giving extra waiting time. He turned to look at the surrounding space. There's nothing in the waiting area, is there? The dead stone rock replied, Of course not. This is just a temporary space. It asked suspiciously, By the way, are you really going into the special arena now? You're not being reckless, are you? Seaman confidently asserted, Don't worry, I plan to enter once the gem board completion hit 40%. The dead stone rock marveled, The human body is twice as strong now, so that should be enough. He happily added, And my achievement points are almost doubled as well. Seaman confidently operated the screen. So it should be enough to enter the silver-ranked special arena. However, he became hesitant. But what should I set the broadcast title as? Remembering the keyboard warrior battle last time, the incident last time was already quite a mess. Based on the facts, it ended with dissatisfaction regarding the Abyss broadcast, but Seaman still clicked the like button. I'll just leave it blank like before. After all, I'm just a low-ranked player who hasn't even chosen a region yet. As soon as he went live, the comments started jumping up. Seaman, we've been waiting forever. They're super hyped up. I just got back from the arena and picked up some chicken and beer. Is this the guy who was cosplaying as a constellation or something? Oh, come on, what constellation are you talking about? The streamer explained it already, but yeah, it's still hilarious, thinking back to when he was a rookie. But hey, they still remember the manager. Wait, is this name just for the clout? I don't care. Hurry up and act like the constellation. I've been missing it so much. I'm happy with the comments. Good thing he didn't use any aggressive titles or it would have been chaos again. The viewers are already getting impatient. What's the streamer doing? Turn the camera on, man. At least turn the mic on. Whoa, over 1,500 viewers already. That's surprising. The comments are joking that the waiting screen is still the same. Simon smiled faintly. I should probably get a new waiting screen too. He turned on the screen and greeted everyone with a cheerful laugh. Hey everyone! So good to see you all! The chat exploded. Greetings, the Silver Flash is here! Simon clapped excitedly. Today we're headed to a special arena. Instead of the usual ones. Everyone was curious. A special arena? Is he just clickbaiting again? The silver flash in a special arena. This is insane. Is that for real? No way. Don't tell me he's been hanging around the black market just for this. Simon grinned confidently. So please forgive me if I can't read the chat while I'm in the arena. Let's get started. Simon held the ore high in his hand to activate the arena. The ore slowly dissolved as the item was consumed. He thought to himself with excitement, without this item, I wouldn't have been able to enter the special arena. Now that I see it, I finally understand. The space shattered. Simon was transported to the nightmare mine. Survive this nightmare! He stood before a deep, dark tunnel. The arena chat jumped continuously. It started without matchmaking for real. Yeah, it seems like a single-player item. Doesn't that mean he's screwed? How could a silver ranker possibly clear a special arena solo? He already defeated Don Kyung, though. There's no way he's just a silver ranker. Simon cautiously observed his surroundings. The nightmare of the mine was a bit different from a standard survival event. He stepped inside slowly, as expected of a special arena. It didn't give a clear objective, only vague hints. Simon reached out to inspect the area. So in cases where you don't know anything but still manage to fulfill the conditions, the completion reward increases. His eyes revealed a thoughtful look. I can't feel any mana right now. In the surrounding air, Simon walked alone into the quiet mine, the nightmare of the dungeon, but he remained on high alert. There's a possibility that this is a high-level event. A nightmare is going to happen in this dungeon, Simon calculated seriously. Either that or there are entities capable of causing nightmares. Two glowing eyes appeared. Hearing a sound, he turned to look. A massive foot stomped onto the ground. Draken, axe in hand, stormed toward him. Simon was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Draken, it was a vicious dragon. If it was Draken a creature, a low-ranking dragon that only appears in high gold tiers, then it clearly deserved to be called a nightmare in a silver-tier dungeon. Before the confrontation, the chat went wild. Are you crazy? For real, that's a Draken. Even for a special arena, this is too much. Isn't he just a silver ranker? Why is a dragon-type creature appearing here? This is gonna be fun. Let's begin. Cheon Ma frowned, dissatisfied with the chili, and even the black sun gritted his teeth in annoyance. He hesitated a bit, not sure why, but it swung its axe down. Draken bellowed arrogantly. Human, I will kill you! Simon taunted it repeatedly. Well then, let's test that out. It lunged at him furiously. The axe swung down rapidly, but Simon calmly snapped his fingers. It was instantly affected and stopped in its tracks, but the axe was already slammed straight into the ground. Draken was startled. Where did he go? It looked up. Above it, Simon was using his panther morphing ability. He laughed. Looking for me. If you can't find me, get ready to get beaten up. Body simulation. Human, how dare you! The Draken roared. With a sudden burst of speed, Simon lunged at its tail, delivering a direct strike so powerful that a section of it was completely crushed. The Draken shrieked in agony. Enraged, it grabbed its axe. Human, I will kill you at any cost! It bellowed, swinging the weapon down, but Simon dodged it. Keep dreaming! He darted from one spot to another, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Is this really my last turn, then? He raised his leg and brought it down in a crushing kick, knocking the Draken out. A barrage of system messages flooded his vision. Simon smirked. I didn't expect it to go down in just one hit. Body simulation really is a game-breaking skill. The proficiency gauge hit 40%, unlocking the new body simulation skill. Just as the name implies, it allows me to synthesize multiple types of bodies. 6 of me at once, Simon mused with excitement. It's completely different from standard multi-layer synthesis, and the potential for strength scaling is incredible. The system began notifying him about the constellations. Simon was startled, then thrilled. Oh my! I can't believe I got 1,000 points just for taking down a single Draken. Usually that would be incredibly difficult, but he glanced over at the others. Wait, these aren't just any dragons. It seems all 3 of them truly despise dragons. The constellation, the Great One, nodded in satisfaction. The Black Sun constellation cackled. The 3 constellations were whispering in secret, which meant, Simon guessed, the Dragon King. He must have had some kind of conflict with them. In his past life, during the Great War in Germany, the first time they appeared on Earth, even the mightiest dragons had bowed their heads before them. They shattered the nation of Germany and wiped out half of Europe in a single day. The entire world remembered that moment etched in their minds. Regardless of the reason, if the constellations hate dragons, this is a massive advantage for me, Simon thought, as he slowly walked away. Dragons are appearing as low-level bosses in this arena. That means I'll get tons of support benefits and connections between the two factions. Suddenly, he stopped. Seaman blinked in surprise. A scream. Over there, an axe was stained with blood. Other Drakens laughed with wild excitement. How fun! One raised its axe high. Ha! Just one more hit. But before it could finish, earth spikes pierced its chest. The other two spun around to see Seaman. Human. They rushed forward to kill him. Seaman calmly snapped his fingers. You mindless pests! One was instantly downed. The remaining one shrieked in fury. You lowly human, how dare you! It swung at Seaman. I'll tear you to shreds! Suddenly its eyes went wide as if it realized something. With just his bare hand, Seaman had caught their massive axe. He mocked it. So you really are a Draka, huh? My hands are shaking a little bit from that. But that's no big deal. 3 axes slowly flew out of its hands. The Draken asked, frustrated, how can a human like you possess this kind of power? Seeing the axe hovering above its own head, it panicked. Wait. But without hesitation, Seaman sent it to the afterlife. Farewell. System notification alchemy force, +1. He calculated, I guess this special arena won't spawn monsters like the goblin fight from before, will it? Even though it was a low-level dragon creature, it could still withstand a blow when I combined 2 types of power. As expected, a dragon is still a dragon. Yet streams of praising messages began to fill the screen. Seaman was confused. Why is it chaotic again? He pondered. Ever since I defeated Don Kin, I've only been using my physical body, haven't I? I really need to manage the chat room, but asking the constellations to come back and manage it is... Well, I'll just be straightforward. With that thought, he faced the chat room and spoke up. Everyone, I'm not a warrior. Actually, I'm a mage, no. Wait, not a magic spirit. A barrage of messages flooded in, leaving Seaman helpless. Ugh, is it chaotic again? Seaman was still focused on the system board, unaware of the person behind him. All right, everyone, calm down. I can't reveal my traits, but I can confirm my class. I really am a mage. A faint moan drew his attention, followed by a plea. Please, help me. Seaman's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the person in front of him. Wait, this person? Looking at the little girl before him, Seaman guessed, a dwarf. He recalled the entry item mentioned this was a sanctuary for dwarves. She was so severely wounded that she was coughing up blood. Seaman rushed over. There's no time to think. The girl gritted her teeth against the pain. Damn it! Seaman covered his nose. Ugh, these wounds are too heavy. It's a miracle she's even still alive. He observed her and muttered, Dwarves, mines, and dragons. He looked at the ferocity of those dragons. They probably wanted her to suffer extreme pain before dying, didn't they? Her body was covered in slash and stab wounds. If he left her here, and she would surely not make it. The spirit of the dagger advised him she might die right now. Should we try looking for other survivors? But Seaman didn't think that was a good idea, and it wasn't out of some shallow sympathy. It's not that I don't feel anything, but this person is truly very strange. The entry item, Doria's Midran Ore, clearly stated this place was a dwarf sanctuary, which meant the dwarf would be a key character in this special dungeon. Furthermore, since the arena began, it's impossible for a regular player to have gotten here this quickly. That means this dwarf was supposed to die because no player was ever meant to find her. But Simon was resolute in his gaze, which was exactly why I saved her. The system notified that the constellations were watching, but Simon didn't care and called up his inventory. The Philosopher's Stone wondered, what do you want to use these materials for? I left all the alchemy tools at home. Looking at the medicinal herbs, Simon said with satisfaction, yeah, this should be enough. Did you forget I'm an alchemist? It sighed, right, I did. Now you can synthesize anything. I completely forgot. Simon scratched his head sheepishly. All right, I promise I'll focus on alchemy. But for now, let's focus on saving this girl. The Philosopher's Stone pouted, promise you're locked in on that deal. Don't get charmed by that crafty black goat. Simon agreed. Yeah, sure. He didn't understand why it was so wary, but whatever. He looked down at her again. After all, this girl. By now, she probably didn't have the strength to sit up. I have enough materials, but brewing a potion will take a fair amount of time. I need to find another way. Simon placed his hand on his chest and asked, Philosopher's Stone, I want to transmute something. You want to use it to heal this girl, but her wounds are too severe. Normal transmutation won't be enough. I know, so I'm planning to use achievement points. What achievement points? Everything has changed. What are we supposed to do? Her external wounds are the biggest problem, so I have to find a way. Simon thought, oh right, John Wick, his weapon will do the trick. It was a tool possessing unparalleled healing power. That was the signature weapon of John Wick, the current rank 2 healer, a holy relic of the constellation Asclepius, the one who sponsored him. That was the tool that brought John Wick to the position of the world's second-best healer. This much should be enough. But the system displayed insufficient alchemy power to perform alchemy. Simon calculated, even though Asclepius is a lower-level constellation than Zeus, the cost is still on par with Astrope, huh? It was more expensive than he thought. The Philosopher's Stone explained, technically, your assumption is correct. It should have been cheaper than Astrope, only about 300 points would have been enough. But at that level, it wouldn't be strong enough to save this dwarf. So you need extra points to increase its effectiveness, right? Exactly. Usually this would be an incredibly taxing job, but you understand why I'm doing this, right? At my current level, even if I paid a decent amount, I couldn't create something strong enough to save her, so I bumped up the exchange rate a little. Luckily, 500 points was enough to cover it. Phew, that's a relief. When trying to create something that defies common logic, the price of equivalent exchange skyrockets. After defeating that ranker, I've become a bit stronger, but in the end, I'm still only level 12, so I have a long way to go. Well, whatever. Compared to my past life as a good-for-nothing, this is already much better. The rest is just a matter of time. My rate of progress is already very fast. All right, let's do this. The system reported that alchemy had begun. The staff of Asclepius gradually appeared. Simon was surprised. Oh, 33%. This is better than I thought. The Philosopher's Stone bragged, of course I added 200 points, it was only 25% to begin with. Wait, so Astrope cost 500 points for only 10% completion, but comparing them, the staff of Asclepius has much higher completion. Perhaps the rank of the constellation directly affects the recreated holy item, huh? Exactly, but don't go talking about that outside. The constellation. Asclepius was filled with interest in this unexpected creation. The constellation. Asclepius observed the wounded dwarf closely. The constellation's eyes lit up when it realized the existence of your companion. She was being healed. Simon poured all his strength into healing the girl's wounds. The puncture wounds gradually closed up on her arm. Simon startled in surprise. Her wounds are completely healed. It was truly amazing. This was even better than what he saw on the broadcast in his past life. Once finished, it disappeared. Simon felt a bit regretful. It's a shame I don't get the points refunded, but at least its utility is great. As long as I save that girl, it's fine. But messages from the chat channel kept popping up. Simon slowly approached the dwarf. She slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? Simon asked cheerfully. You're awake. Seeing him, she startled and backed away. A human, why are you here? Suddenly she remembered something. Wait, that's right. Draken is going to attack us. Simon reassured her. Calm down, you're safe now. She was confused. Huh, what do you mean? Then he gestured for her to look ahead. I only see their carcasses scattered all over. Wait, don't tell me you took them all out. Yeah, all the ones nearby. I'll say it again, you're safe now. Suddenly she rushed over and hugged Simon's leg, her trembling hands gripping his pants tightly. Tears streaming down her face, she begged, Please, you have to save me. Simon was caught off guard. Huh? In the dark cave, sounds echoed as bright red blood splattered. A draken had been taken down. The dwarf girl gasped in awe. Whoa, I can't believe it. That's incredible. You wiped out that whole group of drakens in the blink of an eye. Simon wondered, McNeo, are we even heading the right way? She replied cheerfully. Yep, we're almost there. Just a little further and we'll reach the center of the mines. I'll lead the way, okay? Simon was intrigued. The center of the mines. So my hunch was right. It's definitely there. It has something to do with clearing this special arena. A moment later, Simon stopped walking. Hold on, McNeo. Are you sure we're going the right way? This place is completely blocked off by a wall. Are you sure this is the right path? Yes, she replied. It looks like someone sealed it off. How strange. McNeo answered him happily. You know the elders always say a good person is always good at digging tunnels. She placed her hand on the wall. Give me a second. The wall instantly crumbled into pieces. Simon's eyes widened in shock as he watched her channel her strength. Simon exclaimed, A secret passage. McNeo confirmed, Yeah, only the elders are supposed to use it, but this is an emergency. Simon remarked, Wow, you were right when you said taking the main gate would take too much time. She explained, Exactly. That place is already overrun by dragons. The elders will understand. Simon chuckled to himself. She really was a bright and energetic girl. McNeo urged him on. Come on, let's hurry. Hoping her faith wouldn't be shaken, she explained, Once we pass through this path and reach the heart of the mine, we just need to reactivate the defense system. Then those drakons won't be able to move around so freely anymore. After that, we just have to wait for the reinforcements from the ironclad view. Even those with sharp ears will be able to hear them. No! Suddenly, McNeo's expression turned grim. No way. Up ahead? It's all in ruins? No, it can't be. McNeo ran forward. No, please, she sobbed. At least the core had to stay intact. But her eyes filled with sheer panic as she saw the core in her hands was shattered in two. McNeo was so shocked she collapsed to her knees. Simon silently assessed the situation. It looked like restarting the system was impossible now. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait a second. This shape looks really familiar. He remembered something from before. That's it. The item I got in the previous arena, McNeo cried out in despair. It's over. We're totally doomed. All our hope. Before she could finish, Simon called out, McNeo, this is the mind core you were talking about, right? In his hand was a weakened mind core. McNeo was absolutely stunned. Huh? So this mind core is used for this, huh? The live chat was going wild seeing this unfold, Simon said happily. I guess I got lucky this time. McNeo let out a long sigh and said, Savior, this thing is indeed similar to the one used in the heart of the mine. But we can't use this one. Simon already knew the reason. Because it lacks mana, right? She confirmed, exactly. Well, actually, it's not mana, but earth energy. The mine core is crystallized earth energy. Simon pondered, Oh, really? Usually a weakened mine core implies a lack of mana. But earth energy means it's related to the ground, huh? If I can use supplemental earth energy, maybe I can see the true power of the mine core. The comments kept flying by. The viewer count had crossed 8,000. Simon exclaimed, My stream went from 2,000 views to over 8,000. Sharing information is actually really useful. In return, I gain reputation from the stream and complete achievements, so I'm not losing anything, I'm actually gaining even more. People were competing to donate to Simon. He stared in amazement. The Crafting Guild 100,000 gold, that's insane. So the mine core is actually worth that much. The system kept popping up with achievement notifications. Someone called out to Simon. He was thrilled. Huh. Over 10,000 viewers now. This special arena is really something else. He pulled himself together. Focus. Don't get distracted. Kim Simon, you're still in the arena. He handed the core to McNeo. We still have a chance. She couldn't believe it. But this core, Simon explained, I can take care of everything, don't worry. McNeo's eyes widened in surprise. Really? He pointed toward the earth and rocks. Can you handle that thing over there? Simon explained that I could handle everything, so don't worry. Mac's eyes widened in surprise. Really? You? She asked, pointing at the rocks and rubble. You can handle that stuff. We need it to activate the engine, don't we? McNeo hesitated for a moment, then pulled herself together, showing clear determination. The engine isn't completely destroyed, so I can fix it. I'll go get the tools. Simon quietly asked the dead stone, Can this mine's core even be repaired? It replied, Of course. If you channel earth energy into it, it will quickly return to its original form. By converting earth energy into force, it will naturally flow into the core. Channeling energy into the core, is that really possible? Well, maybe not everything, but earth energy. Yeah, that might work. I can't believe it actually worked. Let's get started. That's right. Earth energy has a very simple structure. You'll get the hang of it quickly. Streaks of golden light began to rise. Simon closed his eyes and felt it. So this is what pure earth energy feels like. The core in his hand slowly floated up and began to glow. System notification mine core. Self-repairing. Simon was surprised. No wonder they used this as a power source. Suddenly he noticed something. Over there, McNeo was holding a hammer high, working away. She noticed him looking and wondered, Savior, do you need my help with something? Simon held the core out and she was stunned. You already fixed it. Then McNeo went back to her work. Wait a second, I'm almost done too. Simon was speechless. With that kind of strength, even 10 dragons wouldn't be a problem. She turned around. What did you say? Simon quickly denied it. Nothing. Where should I put the core? McNeo pointed to a spot. See that indentation in the center? Put it in there and the engine will activate. Simon held the core and walked over. Got it. He placed it in the center. Let's do this. Instantly, a powerful light erupted. Simon was struck with amazement. From the core, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the dark room. A blinding, searing beam of light spiraled upward. McNeo cheered, Thank goodness it's working again. Simon looked up completely shocked. That is, appearing before his eyes were countless cannons lined up in rows. Cannons, McNeil explained. Technically, these are turrets. Since this is where the Earth engine is housed, it has to be well protected. He pointed in a direction, his curiosity getting the better of him. But what is that terrifying thing? A sharp blade created sparks as it moved. That's a close-range cutter to handle any intruders that the turrets can't stop. Something like that is always installed near the turrets, McNeil said with a laugh. By the way, that blade is super hot. Even a large buffalo would be sliced in two just by touching it. She kept rambling on and on, leaving him speechless. I get it. After analyzing everything, McNeil concluded, so once the entire defensive system here is activated, the mine's overall security system turns on too. And it will attack any unauthorized intruder. The next second, the turret system activated and began firing continuously. Cannonballs rained down. They hit the monsters with pinpoint accuracy, taking them out instantly. Simon looked around and muttered to himself, "This is actually really effective. Look at all those cannons," McNeil said, full of confidence. System notification. You have cleared the special arena in an unexpected way. Your actions have changed fate by 180 degrees. Forbidden dungeon maps will be removed. Seaman was stunned. They're even deleting a forbidden dungeon map. I've never seen a map get wiped out like this before. He suddenly froze. Wait, it happened once before. Once. In his past life, when Sihuk finished the special forest arena, it reminded him of a nightmare map called the Flooded Forest, a vast jungle. With its unpredictable weather and powerful monsters, it was one of the worst maps in the game. But his younger brother, one of the top players, had wiped out the dragon brood and their source, completely erasing the map. The more he thought about it, the more confusing it felt. However, that happened a year after the arena officially started, and the official arena hasn't even begun yet. And yet they've already deleted the map. This doesn't make any sense. Then the system announced again. The Galaxy Arena has held an emergency meeting to debate and judge the player, Kim Si-moon. Further announcements will be made after the next arena is completed. The constellations chimed in. The constellation, Black Sun. Finally, this kid has done something big. The constellation, Heavenly Demon. This isn't something to celebrate. What if they take action? True. Those insects who only know how to cheat wouldn't dare write. Then we finally made them give back the karma, the constellation, Deos. If so, then the dragon world will come to an end as well. The more they talked, the more anxious he felt. Karma, the dragon world. Does that mean I'm going to become a target for the dragon race? He clenched his fists. But who cares? Those people from the Continental Association. And those eyes had always been my enemy, and it announced that 3 constellations had sponsored 5,000 achievement points. I was dumbfounded. 5,000? Since this was a special arena. A voice suddenly cut in. The savior Max Neo, seeing my body changing, asked with great concern what was happening. My body just kept... The entire body was slowly disappearing bit by bit to the girl's shock. No. I smiled softly to reassure her. It's okay. It's just that I'm about to return to where I belong. Neo's eyes filled with tears, falling uncontrollably. Do you have to leave? She wanted to hold me back, but whispered to herself. No. He has to return to where he belongs. Stay calm. I'm a dwarf. Dwarves must never forget a debt of gratitude. She called out after me. At least, can you tell me your name? I curled my lips and gently breathed out 2 words. Simon. My name is Kim Simon. The girl looked up at me. Kim Seaman, she stopped crying. I will remember it. Before disappearing completely, I didn't forget to wave goodbye to her. Take care, Max Neo. Max Neo wiped her tears. See you again. After I was gone, only the lonely, desolate girl remained alone. Kim Seaman. Kim Seaman. Kim Seaman. Night fell. Only my room was still lit. All right, everyone, today's stream has ended. I'm turning it off now. The comments kept scrolling. That was an amazing stream. Thank you for that valuable information. Not to curse you, but farewell. After logging off, I set the streaming device down and stretched my arms. It's finally over. Exhausted, I flopped onto the bed. There were so many viewers that trying to read every message was tiring. I also suddenly realized why those big streamers don't pay too much attention to the channel anymore. Who would have thought today's stream would hit 18,000 viewers? The more I interact, it seems the audience numbers keep growing. I sat up. Perhaps I should be more careful in the future. I need to prepare some waiting music and background images for the end of the stream. The system displayed, "You have completed the special arena in an unexpected way, receiving 1,000 Simon points." I wondered, but what does "in an unexpected way" actually mean? It explained, "Because this was not the intended way to clear the stage, the reward will be adjusted." I pondered, rubbing my chin. So no one else has managed to restore the Earth engine. I grinned widely. Seems like rescuing Max Neo was the right choice. No matter how talented the Galactic Association members are, they wouldn't have expected a silver-ranked player to be able to take down Draka that quickly, and they certainly wouldn't have expected Max Neo to survive. I thought deeply again. Perhaps there are things they cannot freely control. If they could, they would have intervened already. The dagger popped out, shaking its head in frustration. Honestly, Kim Simon, you really have no self-awareness at all. I was a bit confused by its meaning. What do you mean? The dagger floated, thinking. Think about it. In the arena, you didn't follow the predetermined result. You created a completely new one. I listened silently and only let out one word. It was speechless. Good Lord, and that's all you have to say. It grumbled. Do you even realize what you've done? I defended myself, scratching my face. I don't know. Maybe it was just a creative way to complete the arena. See, you have no self-awareness. Suddenly I remembered. Wait a minute, Dagger. Don't tell me you know something about this arena, right? Of course, but I'm not telling. Try guessing why. Simon had an epiphany, reflecting the Black Sun constellation mentioned karma. But there was still no reward. I sighed after thinking for a while. No, it's still adjusting it. It didn't forget to remind me. You know, Simon, this means the reward will be much bigger than you think. How about this? Why don't you just ask for the reward first? My eyes refocused. I was startled I should make a request. I recalled that I had never thought about asking the arena for a reward. Even top-tier players at the peak hadn't done that. The dagger added, usually it wouldn't be allowed. But this time your achievement is quite significant. I seriously considered it. Since you put it that way, it does make sense. Let's try it. Do I really have a chance? The dagger smiled persuasively. Of course, they're probably panicking right now, trying to find something to give you. I nodded. If they are struggling, then perhaps it will be easy to get my request accepted. Right. I put my hand on my chest. Then what should I ask for? You don't need to think about it. You already know the answer. Then Simon suddenly paused. Wait, you mean... Exactly. Just say it. If the reward hasn't been decided yet, I want to propose a system load pause adjustment. My mind is made up. That extract stone was right. They're clearly struggling to make a decision. If that's the case, I won't waste any more time. I'm making my demand. I want Midrin as my final reward. Since this is the edge of the mine, it's also the entry item, right? However, the system still hasn't responded. Why is it pausing? Still no answer. Is it not allowed? After a moment, the system finishes processing. Request accepted. The reward is... But right then I speak up. Wait. Don't give me raw Midrin ore. I want it refined. If possible, give it to me in bar form. The system immediately fulfills the request. Request approved. The arena reward has been granted. You have received a Midrin bar. The extract stone's level has increased to B. My eyes light up, feeling incredibly excited. The extract stone reached level B, and my level increased by 10. I never expected a level up like this. I'm so shocked my own level went up to 10. My level was low, sure, but 10 levels all at once. Yes, the rewards aren't over yet. You have received the reward. Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood 2, wait. I stand there drooling over it, but the extract stone hurries me. Hey, check the Midrin bar first. What if the purity isn't high enough? I glare at it. Extract stone, tell the truth. You just want to keep it for yourself, don't you? Caught in the act, it stammers, trying to explain. Come on, do you really think I'd do that? I don't need it right now. The extract stone keeps chattering in my ear. It's for the future. Do you even know how valuable Midrin is? It can be used for metallurgical tools, reinforcement, and even casting magic. By the time you reach platinum rank, it can be used for anything. That's right. Midrin is an absolute must for alchemy. I hold the Midrin bar in my hand. What do you think of it? The extract stone observes it closely. Look at that color. That's definitely 100% purity. Ouch! I bit my tongue. Let me lick this a bit to heal the wound. Simon holds the stone bar in his hand, feeling excited inside. Now what should I do with this thing? This is going to be really interesting. The workshop suddenly seems to collapse. Sagas's voice is filled with anger. What do you mean by that? Suddenly disappeared. The subordinates chatter, trying to explain. That thing? We really don't know. Half the dwarves working here just vanished and a huge boulder fell from above. Saga's frowns, looking at them, threatening those idiots. But before he can do anything, an echo rings out. My goodness, Sagas, your personality hasn't changed a bit. You're going to scare the little ones. Sagas recognizes this girl. Why have you come to such a humble place, Lady Davina? Davina smirks. It seems you aren't exactly welcoming me, but that's understandable. Things are having a bit of trouble here, aren't they? Sagas tries to ignore her. This is none of your business. Davina continues to cut in. Oh, for heaven's sake. Not my business. Didn't you just get a report about the Black Workshop? Mentioning that makes Sagas start to seethe. Lady Davina, the Black Workshop is under my control and I serve the 3 Dragon Kings. Fina crosses her arms and replies, and you still haven't gotten used to the fact that the Black Workshop originally belonged to our Lord Nighthawk, right? She steps forward, voice softening. Sagas, don't be so tense. You don't think I came here just because I wanted to do you? Sagas feels contempt in his heart, as if this woman would ever visit out of the kindness of her heart. She is the messenger of the 5 Dragon Kings, Nighthawk's messenger, someone who carries the Dragon King's decree. She would never act without a purpose. That means he suddenly realizes the intention. Impossible. Could it be that the Dragon Kings have... Fina admits that's right. They already know about the problems happening there. Sagas listens, feeling a bit anxious. I only just received the information about the dwarves disappearing. How could she have guessed it beforehand and sent a messenger here? Davina smiles lightly. Sagas, you're such a smart person. How? Are you still not getting it? She reaches out, casting a bit of magic, and says honestly, the cracked rocks mend themselves. You even went and destroyed the communication tools yourself, didn't you? You know the Dragon Kings know everything. They have reached the divine realm, so of course they know. Davina's gaze darkens, especially Lord Nighthawk. He always knows exactly what is happening in his territory. Why are you so afraid? Her voice puts pressure on Sagas. This isn't your fault, is it? Come on, relax. Someone else will come to handle this matter. Sagas nodded silently, acknowledging that the others were right. So as the foreman, you just need to bring back the dwarves who disappeared, Davina said, her face darkening as she listed off items. Here is a list of places where they might have gone. There are more of them than we expected, she said while handing over the supplies. And that's exactly why I've pinpointed these locations for you. Sagas held the red stone in his hand, a flash of determination in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the orb, resolute now that his lady had clearly marked the spots. I'll definitely track them down quickly, so I won't waste much time. Davina turned away. Good luck. If necessary, feel free to call for more reinforcements. Sagas wondered aloud, Lady Davina, aren't you coming with me? Davina teased him playfully. What's the matter? You don't want to be away from me? She sighed. I'm sorry, but I need to meet someone else. Sagas was startled and repeated. You mean that person from earlier? Davina confirmed it exactly, and as it turns out, the root of the problem is actually on Earth. Things are moving along quite smoothly. Simon poured the medicine in a hurry, thinking, just a little more. He was extremely careful. Just a little bit more. As the last drop hit the bottom, it suddenly sparked with intense lightning. Simon reassured the Philosopher's Stone. It's fine. It's okay, I've already taken the numbing medicine. As he endured the pain, he prayed, please. Seeing him pour the final vial on time, the Philosopher's Stone praised him. You're truly worthy of your reputation, right on time and exactly the right dosage. Simon boasted. If I've survived in this world, then this is a piece of cake even when I was only level 1. The Philosopher's Stone scoffed. See, I told you so. You really have no self-awareness, do you? Just go ahead and say it. I'm a genius. Simon played along. Fine, I'm a genius. Happy now. The Philosopher's Stone was delighted. Perfect. You've done the final step, now let's add it in. As Simon poured in the refined basilisk venom, he thought, that was 2 drops right. Okay, now just stir them in. He closed the lid. The potion was done. All the steps were complete. The system displayed information for the item. Name pending. The Philosopher's Stone was ecstatic. Wow, this is amazing! Simon smiled and said, I'm satisfied. He turned to look at the pile of experimental waste, thinking, diamond-grade items indeed. The materials Park Jin-guk sent were not only high quality, but there were so many of them. Simon narrowed his eyes slightly. This means he prepared so much stuff for the treatment. Because of that, there were enough materials left over to synthesize the final miracle drug. He stretched, feeling refreshed. The miracle drug can wait. First, I need to name this thing. Clearly, a cure for mana sclerosis hadn't appeared yet, so it didn't have a name. Simon confirmed the naming of the vial. The system congratulated him on creating a new item. He laughed happily. I guess there's a title for the first person to create a new item, huh? Simon stroked his chin in thought. I heard. This could be applied many more times. I saw on the stream of a famous dream crafter that there are still so many arena-related diseases that haven't been cured yet. If I take advantage of this opportunity, I should try to craft more. Simon picked up the newly crafted potion. First things first, I need to get this to the Night Hunter. He grabbed his coat before leaving. The Philosopher's Stone suddenly asked, Are you planning on delivering it right now? Simon didn't deny it. While I was crafting the potion, he already reached out. He checked the messages from everyone on his phone. Simon sighed. When did these two start messaging me? He hurriedly replied, wanting to respond before the kids sent any more messages. All right, thanks. Now let's go. Just then, a notification popped up from Park Jin-guk. Simoon, I found the target. Simon was stunned. Found them. Could it be the magic tentacle? The system notification announced, Galaxy Arena, Dungeon Level 50. Simon looked around. A dead end. He peered around to examine the area. It seems like no one has been here yet. Simon pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and began to read it simultaneously, recalling his conversation with Jin-guk. Simon, here is some important information related to your target, Simon said while reading. Looks like you have more info than just her address. Jin-guk smiled. Consider it an extra service. I thought you'd need it. Knowing the situation well helps avoid unnecessary trouble. Simon silently marveled. He's such a professional. Outwardly, he thanked him. Thanks for your concern. Since you've resolved my request, I have to repay you properly. Jin-guk was confused. What do you mean? Simon pulled out the newly crafted potion. Jin-guk was stunned. No way. A cure for monosclerosis. He trembled as he gripped the vial. How did you actually made it? He looked up at Simon full of gratitude. I might actually be able to escape this cursed disease. Is this for real? But if it's just to repay a favor, why go this far? Could it be that you want something from me? Simon gave a slight smile. You truly live up to your name as a night hunter. Your instincts are sharp. He extended his hand in a polite gesture. That's right. And I'm here to make a quick request. I'd like to ask for your help. Jin-guk, are you interested in doing some business with me? Da-hyun, still not trusting him, muttered. Doing business? Are you serious? I don't trust that guy Park Jin-guk one bit. It's one thing to use shadow attributes, but he looks like a total thug. What if he stabs us in the back later? Simon saw right through her. Da-hyun, you just don't like the way he looks. Is that true? She stammered, then backtracked. Well, not exactly, but honestly. He just looks like a total weirdo. I'm really good at reading people. Simon reassured her. Don't worry, he's surprisingly trustworthy. Then he changed the subject. I need to create a place where I can mass-produce medicine. The more we make, the more research equipment we can get. Da-hyun finally understood. I get it now. Suddenly, Simon heard noises behind them. The leopard trio complained, What the hell out here in the open? Damn it, if that's the case, we should have brought the tracker. Simon sized them up. It looks like they're from a guild. My last experience with that trio wasn't exactly great. The leopard group was confused. Wait, this was supposed to be a 5-person operation, right? Why is one person missing? One of the group members noticed something and pointed. There. A pair of slender legs stepped out, followed by mysterious wine-red hair. The leopards and Simon were shocked it was Ma Sok. She brushed her hair back and cursed under her breath. Damn it, out here in the open. Simon was stunned. Ma Sok, why is she here? The leopard girl, annoyed, demanded, What are you staring at? Look down before I gouge your eyes out. That line successfully terrified the trio, while the viewers in the comments chimed in, Simoon's doomed. Simon is in real trouble this time. See ya. Wait, who is that woman? Judging by the look on his face, he's definitely shocked. But she's famous in the higher floors. She's a total lunatic. The leader asked for 5 people, but we are so screwed. The leopard girl retorted, Can you try talking like a normal person, please? Is that how you talk when you first meet someone? Immediately after there was a heavy stomp. Ma Sok snapped furious, Who are you talking to? Her eyes turned blood red. Who the hell are you? The leopards were both panicked and scared. They shouted, What do you mean? We're your teammates. Didn't you read the system message? Only then did it click for Ma Sok. She looked at the system message and muttered, Damn it all. Teaming up. The leopard group persisted. Do you understand now? We have to get through this together. So stop being so rude. Ma Sok smirked. Fine, my bad. Seeing them stunned, she asked, What do you want me to apologize a second time or something? The comments kept rolling in. Yep, that's Ma Sok for you, she never changes. I met her last time and I still have PTSD from it. You can never predict what she'll do. Simon just smiled. Masok, you're exactly the same as always. But the leopards weren't having it. I can't believe it. What kind of half-hearted apology is that? Do you even want to apologize? Masok remained unfazed. Obviously. What else do you want me to say? Do you think I've got a bullet hole in my head? The leopards gave up. They had no choice but to let it go. I don't need an apology like that. We're going to split up and work separately. Masok quickly agreed. Sounds reasonable. Just then, the system announced the matchmaking and the arena began. Simon was surprised by the location evergreen. The leopard group immediately tried to cozy up to him. Sorry, you're Kim Simon, right? Simon was slightly taken aback. Do I know you guys? They replied enthusiastically, Of course, we've all seen your streams. A comment mocked them. Look at how fast that guy switched his attitude. He figured out who the boss was in an instant, and the best part is, Kim Simon doesn't even realize how famous he is. The blonde-haired guy tried to show off. No need to be modest, just team up with us. It seems like you don't know who that woman really is. And then just like that, she had Ma Shook jumping around as if she were gambling with gold and silver coins, treating it all like a game. The Panther Squad chimed in. Exactly. There's a reason everyone calls her the Mad Woman. Did you see how she apologized just now? That's nothing, Simon said calmly. The real issue is the combat coordination. I know that all too well. He thought to himself, and everything you guys are saying is true. I'm just worried about how I'm actually going to find her. Meeting her here was a total surprise, so Simon decided it was time to build a rapport. Meanwhile, Ma Shook cursed under her breath. Damn this stupid event, while Simon did the math. I have to complete the mission the heavenly demon gave me. Just then, he noticed the constellations watching the stream and smiled. It seemed they were interested too. The heavenly demon donated 100,000 coins. The staggering number made Simon's eyes pop. He couldn't believe it, 100,000 for just one mission. The Panther Squad tried to persuade him again. Simon, man, if you stick with that mad woman, you're just going to suffer. We've been working together for a long time, so we're much more reliable. Simon gave a flat refusal. Sorry, but I think I'll go with her. The Panthers were bewildered. Why? The chat was also losing it. Wait, Simon, bro. Are you serious? No matter how good you are, you can't work with her. Hey, don't tell me she's actually your type. Simon quickly explained, someone just donated 100,000 coins for me to go with her. The whole group was stunned. What, 100,000? The chat was blown away by a fan. Oh my god, 100,000 coins. No way does the gambler player really get 100,000 coins. That manager is filthy rich. Is that the guy who's faking being a constellation? Who in their right mind would turn down 100,000? The Panther group exclaimed together. That's insane. Ignoring their gossip, Simon thought, 100,000 coins. That's like 100 million in regular currency. Who could turn down 100 million? Simon smiled to himself. I thought the mission was to complete this arena with Ma Shook. But that donation amount is insane. The heavenly demon is really biased toward Ma Shook. Simon felt even more hyped. It wasn't a surprise at all. By the way, if I added the points from the last broadcast, how much do I have now? Deep in the lush green forest. Ma Shook walked ahead with Simon trailing behind like a shadow. Ma Shook was incredibly annoyed. She turned around frustrated and warned, Hey, you're stalking me like some kind of pervert. Simon tried to justify it. I told you it's just for the mission. Ma Shook brushed back her hair and gave him a scornful laugh, narrowing her eyes at him. I've warned you. If you get beaten to death, don't come crying to me, got it? Simon kept grinning. I understand. Ma Shook cursed. Damn it. Just then a gust of wind caught them both. A strange stone beast spoke up first, and Simon replied, I felt it too. The guardians of the evergreen forest there was an echo from behind. Are those the humans? The spirits gathered and mocked. Why are filthy creatures that harm nature like you here? Don't be surprised. Let's finish them off quickly. Simon hesitated slightly. 4 earth spirits, this looks dangerous. Anyone who had ever crossed them even once knew they weren't just some cute little creatures. The lead spirit commanded, All right, everyone. Time to clean up. Don't leave a single scrap of meat or we'll be defiled. Kill them all. Simon watched and calculated. Each guardian will summon 2 vine whips each, totaling 8. Plus the guardians themselves, we have to deal with 12 enemies. And above all, their coordination is extremely dangerous. The spirits laughed loudly as the vine whips attacked. The thorns lashed out at the pair one by one. Simon watched the girl beside him, waiting to see how Ma Shook would handle it. Just as a vine whipped down toward her, the viewers witnessing the scene were stunned. Is she blocking it directly? Notorious go Majuk damn bro, do something, save her or she's going to die. Seeing Ma Shuk wounded but still standing firm, they continued to chatter. Wouldn't it be better if this game ruiner just died? Simon stood still, calculating. Her skill will be activated soon. The spirits mocked Ma Shuk. Look at that blood flowing. We're about to take out the trash. They aimed at Ma Shuk and shouted, "Now finish it, goodbye!" Suddenly, she caught the vine in her hand, a wicked smile spreading across her lips as if she were looking down on the spirits. They gasped, "What the hell?" She actually blocked the vine. As soon as those words were spoken, a red flash of light whipped past, knocking the spirits around. The chat exploded again. This is insane. Seeing those cute little things getting their heads chopped off is just... I can't stop watching. Look at her aura. Help, someone's crying over here because of those monsters. The vine trees were chopped down one after another. Simon smiled proudly. Her fighting style is even wilder than the first time I met her, even though it's been a while. But she's still just as strong. The vines all fell away. The spirits trembled. No way! You're not human. She accused him, her monstrous demon claw form fully exposed. Terrified, the sprite shrieked, scrambled back, and ordered the thorn bushes to attack. What are you all standing around for? Stop her, stop that monster! Finish this before it's too late. Meanwhile, the little sprite panicked, thinking, all right, it's finally time for me to step in. I can't handle that monster alone. He needed to call for backup, but before he could even take flight, a thorn vine pierced through Simon from behind. Where do you think you're going? It hissed. The longer the demon claw fights, the worse her condition gets. Her skills keep her standing, but once the battle ends, she'll collapse. I just need to wait for her to finish off these vines. It shouldn't take long. Seaman saw the result. She'd already wiped them all out. He sighed helplessly. Here we go. I figured as much. One of the most dangerous and powerful S-rank traits, Star Stream. As they stood facing each other, even Simon had to admit, so this is the power of the Star Stream. An S-rank trait that triggers the deepest fears of any living creature, or more accurately, the primal survival instinct. The Philosopher's Stone chimed in, sorry to interrupt, but now isn't the time to analyze the Star Stream. Simon replied, my bad, it's my first time seeing the Demon Claw's skills in person. The Philosopher's Stone pressed, so what now? Simon didn't get what it meant. It shrieked frantically. What do you think? What are you planning? The Demon Claw lunged with a crazed expression. The Philosopher's Stone pointed right at her. Obviously, take care of that lunatic. The Philosopher's Stone panicked. Hurry, what are you doing? Seaman just gave a slight smirk. This little thing really is a worrywart, isn't she? He snapped his fingers to activate the Black Panther skill. The Demon Claw swung to attack but missed entirely. As Simoon dodged, he teased, looks like she's playing with me, doesn't it? The system watching this grew anxious. Are you planning to just keep dodging forever? He replied, of course not. The Demon Claw began to scowl in frustration. She sped up her attacks, swinging her razor-sharp claws while letting out a roar. Simoon used his arm to block the strike. He grabbed her by the throat. Sorry about this, Demon Claw. Simon pulled her in and slammed her into the ground. The impact snapped her out of her frenzy. Finally, Simon looked at her and said, you really are too reckless, you inner demon. The Demon Claw started to acknowledge him. That was a heavy hit. Damn, he's actually outclassing me. He looks so innocent, but he's unexpectedly sharp. What now? Is he just supposed to stand there and wait to be killed? Those who have never faced the Demon Claw won't understand. Even if you cut off all 4 of her limbs, she'll still bite you to death. Suddenly, the Demon Claw let out a hiss. The Philosopher's Stone felt a bad vibe. Don't you think you should be more careful? Looks like the effects of the Star Stream haven't worn off yet, Simon reassured it. In her condition, and she can't lay a finger on me. At least 20 wounds plus broken finger bones, fractured ribs, and severe blood loss. I have to admit, any other normal person would already be dead. Her endurance is truly impressive. The Demon Claw lunged again. Simon clenched his fist, telling himself, time to end this. When the system asked if he was going to finish off the Demon Claw, Simon flatly replied, of course not. A fierce scream echoed from the forest. Simon thought helplessly, she's so stubborn, fighting until she blacks out. He silently calculated, first I have to heal her. It's only thanks to the Star Stream that she's even still standing. If that effect wears off now, the Demon Claw will be in real danger. Simon called up his inventory. The Philosopher's Stone was surprised. Wait, you're planning to use medicine on her. He didn't hesitate, that's right. The Philosopher's Stone warned him, but you only have materials for D-rank items. How could that possibly save her? Simon heard this and jerked back. Right, I completely forgot. Simon hesitated for a moment. That means there's only one solution left. It's going to cost me achievement points. Looking at the system's confirmation screen, he wondered, 300, huh? She isn't as badly hurt as that dwarf was, is she? The price is lower than last time. The Philosopher's Stone checked and confirmed, that's right, considering the constellation Scorpio's level. I think that's fair. Simon didn't question it anymore and went for it. All right then. A staff appeared, glowing brilliantly. The chat went wild. What is that? Are you watching this? I don't know, but that makes sense. This guy's channel just hit the pro stream list. There have been so many historical moments. Too bad you can't see it. Simon pointed the staff toward the demon claw. The chat exploded again. Wait, is he healing her? Damn, how is that possible? Even platinum rank healers would struggle to patch up those kinds of wounds. Newbies always overreact. Please, man, heal my face next, in your dreams. Hey, give me the address, will ya? The energy of the star-killing stone was fading. One of Ma Shook's bright red eyes dimmed and returned to normal. Seaman was slightly surprised. The star-killing stone's energy is dropping. Ascoius' scepter only heals external wounds after all. Philosopher's Stone, he guessed. I'm sure it's just the star-killing stone's effects wearing off, right? Simon couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. The star-killing stone usually activates when there's murderous intent, or when the owner's life is in danger. Majok looked at herself, questioning, what the hell is going on? How is this even possible? Simon put his staff away with a faint smile. Judging by her reaction, this was definitely her first time experiencing this. I need to connect Majok with Tianma quickly. The forest was filled with screams. Goblin-like monsters were being slaughtered everywhere. They barely had time to cry out before it was all over for them. As Simon killed them, he wondered to himself, why are there so many monsters lately? Behind him, Ma Shook couldn't help but be curious. Is he using magic or something? Then she wore a devious smile. I don't know who this guy is, but Ma Shook won't lose to someone like him. Just then, she saw a white bear and got excited. I'll show you. She burst with overwhelming aura. She was about to say who was superior when blood splattered onto her face. The bear had been turned into a donut and collapsed right where she was standing, startling her. Damn it! Simon looked proud of his achievement. Ma Shook, furious, yelled, Hey, that was mine! How dare you steal it? He replied, More importantly, I think it's just the two of us making it to the center. Ma Shook glanced over, still grumbling. What kind of nonsense? Simone explained, pointing at the 3 corpses on the ground. The Leopard Guild members. No wonder there are so many monsters. It looks like they ran past them. Instead of fighting, they let the monsters chase them. Ma Shook realized, I was wondering why so many monsters were swarming the entrance to the center. Seaman added, they played a high-stakes game. Ma Shook frowned. What a bunch of idiots. Putting on a big show only to pull a runner move. If they didn't have the skills, why didn't they just wait for us? Seaman looked at her skeptically. Was she actually worried about the people she had just insulted? Ma Shook denied it immediately. Not at all. A portal appeared in front of them. The system notification announced that the entrance to Evergreen Forest had opened. Simon turned back. Let's head in first. No matter how many members they have, we have to take first place. He stepped through first and teased, if you don't want to, then goodbye. Ma Shook hurried after him. Hey, wait up, you jerk. She grumbled in Simun's ear, you have 0 team spirit. The system confirmed they were the first team to reach the forest. Satisfied, he said, nice, we got first place. The comments flooded in. Seriously, did he actually think he wouldn't get first place? User Lambo donated 500 apps. His way of thinking is really different. I'm watching someone else's stream right now, and they're still struggling with those 3 guardians. They arrived in a beautiful forest. Simon observed his surroundings. This is the gambling zone, so the boss must be that one, right? Ma Shook stepped forward. So this is where the boss appears, huh? Enough warming up, let's go take it down. Simon sensed something wrong and kindly advised, Go, Ma Shook, wait. Ma Shook was annoyed. What now? Didn't you say we needed to get first place? Are you scared or something? She was too busy showing off to pay attention. Let's just kill the boss so I can go home. Simon suddenly shouted, Ma Shook above you. She finally looked up. A loud thud. It landed right where she had been standing. Simon froze for a moment, but thankfully he heard Ma Shook curse. What the hell was that? Simon suddenly said, You dodged it, huh? Ma Shook was confused. What? Both of them looked at the demon in front of them. Boss, The boss! Before Simon could finish, Mashuk lunged. That thing! If we get too close, it'll be dangerous. We need to keep a certain distance. If she didn't follow the plan, the big sister Mashuk would just brag, "You big jerk. Playing dirty, attacking from the shadows like a coward, huh? You're dead." Simon sighed in frustration. Is there anyone who can actually stop this stubborn woman? The tree demon attacked, but Mashuk dodged it. It was surprised by her swift reflexes, and before it knew it, she had closed the distance. Simon watched and smiled. She had once said that before meeting Tianma, she lived like a lone wolf, but I still really like her personality. The philosopher's stone was worried. Sir, aren't you going to step in? Even though she's very skilled, her opponent is still that corrupted tree spirit. Simon answered firmly, All right, I'll step in. But even if I do, I won't be able to stop her now. Mashuk landed a punch, but it did almost nothing. She was shocked. What, the wood didn't even get a scratch. Roots whipped up from the side, knocking Mashuk down. She clung to the trunk to avoid being thrown. Simon observed and assessed just as I thought. The corrupted tree spirit has very high resistance to physical attacks. For someone like Mashuk, who specializes in melee, this is clearly a disadvantage. To defeat it, we need to follow the strategy exactly. The tree demon roared and moved. It wailed, Mommy, I'm so thirsty. When the corrupted tree spirit awakens, it always searches for water. The tree demon screamed, So thirsty water. But because this is a corrupted tree spirit, clean water is like poison to it. Purifying that pitch-black body feels just like cleansing an undead or a demon. Even its super-high physical resistance can be purified. Simon has realized this. This is the fundamental way to deal with the withered tree spirit. He waited until it drank the forsaken magic water, then scowled and barked, Hey, you stay right there. We're in the middle of a fight. Where do you think you're going? No one answered, so she immediately lunged forward, shouting at the tree demon, Stay put, you bastard! Her eyes were brimming with killing intent as she launched a fierce attack on the tree demon, causing its roots to shift in an instant. Simon was taken aback. The withered tree spirit had been halted by just a single punch. I've witnessed the heavenly demon art. Simon gaped as he stared at the system displaying information from the constellations. It was unbelievable. The mission details had changed. The tree demon, furious, turned around. How dare you stop me from drinking? It anchored itself to the ground and roared, I'll kill you. It attacked Mashuk again, but faster. Simoon managed to grab her before she was in danger, sighing in relief. Mashuk was bewildered. Since when did you? Simon told her to back off. This thing is beyond your ability to handle now. Mashuk wouldn't have it. What the hell are you talking about? Don't you see it? It already stopped after taking just one punch from me. Simon just gave a faint smile, really. Then there's no other choice. He let go of her and warned, Try not to die. Mashuk was left wondering, not noticing the tree root swinging toward her. This time, Mashuk took a heavy hit and coughed up blood, only having enough time to curse Simon, You bastard, before losing consciousness. He watched, but wasn't too surprised. The shattering heavenly star had been activated, so she definitely wouldn't die. Simon chuckled to himself. Despite the surprise attack, she had still managed to get into a defensive stance. But he returned to a state of focused confidence. All right, my turn now, I guess. The tree demon was now rampaging everywhere. Simon calculated that its physical resistance was very high, but luckily its stamina was poor. This was the chance to trigger the ogre's buy-in. He figured this was his destiny to end it all in one punch. The tree demon roared, I'll kill you! Simon charged forward, saying, Mashuk, watch closely. He raised his hand in front of the tree demon, adding, That punch earlier, it's supposed to be done like this. The heavenly demon. Art shattered the tough bark. The tree demon lost a limb, followed by a massive explosion in the air. Simon stood nonchalantly in front of the tree demon's remains. He smiled, receiving rewards from the philosopher's stone. The next notification made Simon startle. Hidden bosses are bizarre creatures possessing power levels that don't match their current rank. The goblin queen he met at the goblin outpost was the same, but Simon's expression turned serious. This time would definitely be different. This creature would surely be much stronger than the goblin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was coming now. Warm sunlight shone down on the silent lake. Suddenly, the water surface shook and geysers shot up repeatedly. Something pulled the water along, soaring high into the sky. Simon watched the scene in shock. Miri bared her sharp teeth. The one on land is dead. Finally, it's out of my sight, she gloated, hovering in the air. How lucky. I'm so jealous, she mused. Simon was stunned to realize a dragonkin, ugh. She showed annoyance. The heavenly demon furrowed his brows. Black Yang gave a murderous smile. Simon looked at the manager's messages. Come to think of it, the constellations don't seem to like dragons much, do they? He looked up at Muri. Meanwhile, this hidden boss was also related to dragons. This was giving him such a headache. She arrogantly pointed straight at him. I saw everything. You're the one who killed that Cao guy in a single strike. But in Muri's eyes, excitement was unmistakable. I'm very grateful, so I'll give you a gift. Then she launched an attack. Be grateful and accept it. Simoon's eyes widened in surprise. He leaned his body to dodge, watching as the attack smashed the ground to pieces. Simon was terrified. Such an unexpected attack. That was a close one. Muri laughed wickedly. You dodged it. Simon thought to himself, this is a magic-wielding hidden boss. If this continues, it's going to be a real pain. Simon gathered momentum and soared into the sky. Fine, then. And he lunged forward at high speed. I'll finish this quickly. She laughed with amusement. So brave, I like that. Muri lunged straight toward Simon. I'll punch right through you. Both sides collided with immense power, and then a horrific explosion occurred. He was repelled, falling straight backward. Simon lay on the cracked ground, frustrated. What the hell was that? That thing can just counterattack like that. He tried to condense his power. If he held back any longer, he'd be beaten to dust. Just like that, massive columns of rock and earth erupted. Muri continuously dodged them. What now? This move made her even more intrigued. You use nature magic too. Are you perhaps a friend of mine? Hearing that Simon was shocked in disbelief, she could dodge that easily. And what is she saying, a friend? Muri smirked arrogantly. In that case, I must kill you. With magic surging, she shot forward like a bolt. Come here, my friend. I'm going to eat you up nice and tasty. With that, Muri lunged straight at him, her fist smashing into the ground. You managed to dodge that too. Looks like you're pretty good at running, Simon. Though he dodged in time, he was still wounded. Too fast. He agilely leaped back several meters. Is she really faster than me? Yet Muri rushed at him with even more excitement. Muri is a good person, so she will definitely make her friend feel comfortable. She condensed a sphere of dark magic. So you don't end up like me. Muri kept attacking while Simon constantly dodged. She's even faster and stronger than Mahjuk's Starslayer. Think I need to find a way out of this. As she swung her claws, he flipped backward. Muri kept unleashing bizarre magic. Everyone, let's hurry up and kill our friend. A beautiful, vibrant flower garden. In just a split second, the lush green leaves took flight, transforming into sharp weapons flying towards Simon. His pupils dilated. Simon used his strength to shatter a few blades of grass. Is this magic? This is way too dangerous. Afterward, he tried to escape. She won't even give me a second to think. If I didn't know how to use magic, this fight would have been over a long time ago. The spectators watching Simon fight the magic were in an uproar. Are those movements for real? Even for a mage, dodging all those spells is incredibly difficult. Damn it, all I can do is laugh at this point. I'm almost at platinum rank. But I don't think I can beat that guy. I'm seriously dying to see his status window. He panted heavily, his breath ragged. Simon's gaze became more determined than ever. In this situation, a counterattack seemed almost impossible. If that's the case, then... He condensed his energy into an orb of power, then braced himself for combat. Guess I'll win by adapting, then. He waited carefully for her to get close, creating an opening she couldn't dodge at that speed. Spending 500 achievement points for the exchange? Time to get serious. Done. Simon hit the button. Beams of brilliant golden lightning poured down. Muri was tickled by the sudden onslaught. Bolts of lightning struck repeatedly, shattering the stone and earth. The lightning shredded her wings. She excitedly rubbed the spot where she was struck. Is this an itch scratcher? You call this lightning? If you were my friend, you couldn't use lightning. At that moment, Muri realized, so, you aren't my friend then. He smiled confidently. Just figured that out, have you? She let out a cackling laugh. Counterattack. You tricked me. You lied to me. Muri dashed away at incredible speed. I'll kill you right now. His spear crackled with arcs of lightning. That's my line. Simon pointed his spear straight ahead and fired a powerful bolt of lightning, pouring all his damage into her. Muri was struck, screaming in agony. She could no longer resist and collapsed, but she still tried to stand up. How? Muri struggled to hold her body up. I can't die by something like this. She panicked, her eyes reflecting his image. Simon flew toward her, raising his spear. Do you really think that's all I've got? I still have one final move. With a ferocious aura, Simon delivered a heavy blow. Demonic King's heaven-striking strike. A terrifying explosion erupted with flashes of lightning, leaving Muriel charred black. Hidden achievement. Defeat hidden boss unlocked. You defeated Muriel Zeus. I didn't expect you could use my lightning like that. The heavenly demon on Earth? They call this cooperation, right? Seems like I accidentally cooperated with you two. The Black Sun remarked, that lightning. Awesome, that was incredible. Hey kid, do that a few more times. She turned to ash blown away by the wind. Majak witnessed the scene and was in deep shock. This is insane. Seeing Muri disappear, she still couldn't believe it. He's too strong. Is he really just at silver rank like me? Majak began activating her magic. The attack just now was mostly magical, but her senses told her otherwise. This wasn't just magic, it was technique. She furrowed her brow, turning serious. Can I copy something like that? Under everyone's gaze, Majak entered a state of focus. I know I've been talked about in the arena and I've had to face many disadvantages, but I've still managed to climb to silver rank. And the reason I haven't fallen is that I trigger a skill through my eyes. I can copy skills. I think about the techniques of other players from those stronger than me. Their skills, their movements, everything was captured by Majak's eyes, even the way they breathe. I've learned every tiny detail, and finally I've been able to simulate it. However, standing before Simon's overwhelming power... What is this? It's impossible. She was left hopeless, feeling nothing but a splitting headache. Now what on earth am I supposed to say to this guy? After all that nonsense I just spewed, my reputation must have hit rock bottom. Majak covers her face in sheer despair, realizing that after all that nonsense she's hit rock bottom. That jerk is definitely going to gloat. As he approaches, Majak calls out, knowing full well he's come to rub it in. Then Simon hands her a potion and takes the blame. Sorry about earlier, that spot must be hurt, right? Drink this. Majak is caught off guard. You're apologizing to me and giving me medicine too. Why? Simon gives an awkward, sheepish smile. About earlier, there really wasn't any other way. You understand, don't you? Drink up and relax. She stares at him, stunned as she takes it. Majak sighs helplessly. Is that all you're going to say to me? I can't believe this. He looks confused. What do you mean? She blushes deep red with embarrassment. Call me trash, call me crazy, tell me to give up on that arena. Weren't you going to say any of that? Simon laughs it off. Oh, is that what you meant? Then he says something that makes Majak jump. It's because of your trait, isn't it? I understand, it was unavoidable. She thinks to herself, annoyed. Wait a second, why is this guy acting like we're so close? That's getting on my nerves. Looking at Simon's gentle expression, it feels like they've known each other for ages. Majak is trembling with frustration, and the craziest part is, she doesn't even hate it. She pops the lid off of the bottle decisively. Whatever, fine. Majak downs the potion. He doesn't look like a bad guy, she thinks. After finishing, she speaks up. Hey, I have a question for you. He looks puzzled. What is it? Majak wipes a drop from the corner of her mouth coldly. Do you know me? She smirks, probing him. I've never told anyone about my trait, but you act like you know it inside and out. Simon is so startled he jumps. Is she always this sharp? I let my guard down. I really didn't think she'd ask me that. She's improving. He scratches his head awkwardly. About my trait. Majak presses him. Your trait? What about it? Do you have a trait that lets you peek at other people's abilities? Simon turns away, trying to dodge the question. Something like that, I guess. But not exactly. She sighs heavily. Figures, you weirdo. Majak stands with her hands on her hips sternly. Hey, why aren't you leaving yet? The arena event is over. You should be out there collecting your rewards by now. He's busy tapping away at his system interface. I still have something to do. Hearing this, she's curious. What does he have to do? Majak watches as a system window appears. What's this? She sees a notification. Player Simon has sent you a friend request. She's stunned. A friend request? He grins, hitting right where it hurts what she wants. You want to understand more about that final move I used, right? Am I right? Like when that tree was thirsty? Majak is shocked. How did you... How... Simon offers warmly, accept it and then I'll tell you. Majak is overjoyed. Really? You'll really tell me? He nods decisively. Yes, but I won't be the one explaining it directly. There's someone more suitable. She fumes with rage. What, you're changing your mind that fast? Simon tries to persuade her. No, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about my master. He can explain everything much better. So she quickly accepts the request. Hearing this, Majak excitedly agrees. A master, fine, I accept. If it's a master, he must be even stronger than you, right? He thinks to himself, relieved. That was easier than I thought. Just then the heavenly demon frowns. The arena system won't allow it. I must meet her in person. Simon notices this. In person? Why? Fine, the heavenly demon sighs. This isn't the official arena yet. To contact a sponsor directly, there's a price. He beams, flashing a radiant smile. Oh, is that how it works? So before this, players who met constellations all had to pay themselves. A new notification pops up. On her end, Ma Shuk shouts excitedly, Hey, I accepted it! Hurry up and tell me, come on quickly. But Simon just waves as he walks away. Understood. I'll send you the address later. You have to go meet her in person. She screams in fury, I have to go meet her in person. What a jerk, he muttered, turning on his heel and throwing back. This is the kind of thing that can only be taught hands-on. Ma Shuk was so furious he wanted to punch him. I knew you were messing with me, he snapped. Just spit it out already.